Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go.
Another week of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on this November 24th. I'm Michael Jenkins. Denton Day is along today instead of Chelsea coming up here on the show as we get another week kick-started. We'll check out our bets from the weekend and recap Sunday Night Football. Bucks and Rams going at it out west. This camera angle is freaking me out. It's out here. Oh, hey, guys, how's it going? In 20 minutes, we'll check out even more from Week 12 in the NFL. Chiefs eking things out against the Colts. Cowboys, huge comeback win against the Eagles. Then we will make our Monday MVP at 640. Double D's here. The whole crew. Oh, Double D's already been talking to Penn State. Who are they going to hire during the offseason?
He's trying to give us the propaganda of Kalen DeBoer. He's selling the gospel of Kalen.
Well, is that rumor true that he doesn't want to be down there in Alabama? He's tired of the whole glad handing and all the Bama boosters and all that stuff.
There's definitely some smoke there. That's for sure. Whether he would pull the trigger or not, I don't know. But there's definitely some smoke that there might be mutual interest between the two sides.
Double D, do you want to chime in here? I mean, you're the only person here wearing a Penn State hoodie today, or at least a sweater. So I feel like if anyone is qualified to say this off the top, we got plenty of time. What do you think?
Denton is absolutely correct. Where there is smoke, there is fire. I've heard that they are going to throw gobs of money at Kellen DeBoer's. Whether or not he takes it or not is up to him, I guess. But yeah, there's definitely they've heard some rumors that he's not happy down in Alabama. I don't know. Like I was saying it before we even came on air with my trip there. It was very interesting to me. It seems like the players and former players are all about Terry Smith getting his shot.
Okay.
Now whether or not that's the right move, I personally don't think so. If Kellen DeBoer's is a thing, he is absolutely number one on my list. Number two would be Hartline. And then maybe Terry Smith. But I can't deny what I saw on the field. Those guys are playing their hearts out. This was the best I've seen Penn State all year long. All year long. They looked fantastic on Saturday versus Nebraska. But can Terry Smith bring you a national title? Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Taking that next step, because James Franklin couldn't take that next step. And to me, if you get Terry Smith, absolutely prove me wrong.
Right.
It's a downgrade. Two, I don't know if he can recruit like James Franklin. And you need somebody who can recruit.
That's fair. What do you, Denton?
James Franklin looks good in that maroon they got down there in Virginia
What a
Tech.
win for them.
Oh, man, he'd be looking good. He's happy. His smile's back. He's like Shawn Michaels back in the late 90s, early 2000s. That smile is back. He's walking around with a big stick. He's having a great time out there, so at least somebody is.
God, the bar is so much lower at Virginia Tech. It's not a knock against Virginia Tech, but my God, I mean, he's going to recruit lights out. He's going to be unbelievable down there. He's going to win a ton of games. The goal is, I mean, of course, they're going to say the goal is a national title. It's not like Penn State, clearly.
Goal's a bowl game.
Goal is, let's win some games and let's win the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Let's have a successful season.
Yeah, I was tweeting about it when he got hired, and people were like, well, what is he going to do against top 10 teams, Denton? And I was like, have you looked at the ACC in the last 40 years?
Dude,
not a lot of those.
Yeah. He'll get a win from time to time. He'll satiate the masses. It'll be huge.
They just want to beat average down
there.
there.
Exactly. Good for Virginia Tech. That's a great hire for them. Bets for the weekend. Chelsea 1-1. Denton, do you want to take over for your bets?
Did I bet this weekend? I don't know if I did.
I don't know.
I told Chelsea, I was like, Chelsea, I might have the worst week in the show's history for only having 3 days. And she's like, I don't know about that. And I was like, I don't know that anyone went 2-9 over 3 days in the show's history, but I found a way to do it. I got rocked this weekend. You know, I was so good early in the year, Jenks.
Yeah.
At college football. Boy, I've been getting just taken to the woodshed. I'd be feeling like Loki in Avengers 1, and my bets are the Hulk. They're just thrashing me around all over the place.
I didn't realize this was over 3 days.
3 days.
I mean, now, listen, I'm not one to talk because God knows I've had some weeks here where I've gone big, I've chased, and then it's like, hey, Jinx, you went 2-24 this week or whatever it was. Something terrible. But 3 days, that's impressive, actually.
It was 3
it's impressive.
days.
It's impressive.
The football weekend had a lot of bets, so that was like 5 of them. But that was not the greatest. That's not going on the resume, moving forward. I'm just keeping that one to myself.
Fair enough. So for the week, Chelsea 3-4. Denton goes 2-9. PJ holding down the fort, 1-1 last week in a couple of appearances. Good to be back with you guys, by the way. Good to be here.
I was about to say, like, we gotta. Yeah, the Rams and stuff are cool, but like, how was Spain? We haven't seen you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, Spain was awesome, and I'd forgotten that I'd taken off some extra days because of the jet lag, and people keep saying, "Well, just wait until you get back." They were not kidding. Like, it's I mean, I know it's one of those things in theory where you're like, "Oh, yeah, it takes you a while." I mean, it just knocks you out. But regardless of that, that's to be expected, right? It was great. It was but we also worked a lot. So it was definitely, we tried to play hard when we had spots where we could play hard. Traveling with a bunch of pro athletes or former pro athletes is definitely a different experience.
Yeah.
Where you get stories and you see, like, these guys in the wild, it's just.
They're a different breed.
It's different, yeah.
Well, I was also curious because, so I've been to one Super Bowl, and I didn't think that, like, the Madrid experience was going to be like a Super Bowl, but it did feel like there were a lot of activations from the NFL throughout the course of the week to, like, really, play this thing up, and it looked like there was a great turnout.
It was, I couldn't believe it. We shot 2 shows at 2 Irish bars in Spain, which was something but we had to cater to the American fans. Right. But then we had a watch party or a get-together on Friday at an Irish bar, and I'm not kidding when I tell you the line was around the corner the entire time. And what's really weird is they shut everything shuts down around like 4:30 because it's siesta time. Like, everybody wants a break. Like, really. So there was this bar, and I'm talking like Washington fans. I couldn't believe it. Burgundy and gold everywhere. This place was making money hand over fist. We're on the rooftop where it's players, it's fans, and then finally like, all right, guys, that's it. Like, you guys are making, I understand the siesta. I understand the break. You guys they were kicking everyone out. It was like, no. It's time for a break, and that had to be their best day of the year. It didn't matter. They were sticking to the schedule, and by 4:30, that place was cleared out.
That's amazing.
It's crazy.
I mean, first of all, that's insane discipline from the Spanish people.
Yes.
But also from the Americans, because I know, like, just in being around the Washington fan base, it did feel like there were a lot of people that traveled.
Yeah.
I was like, what do y'all do for work? Y'all hired? Because, like, I couldn't travel to Spain on my own dime, and a lot of people were traveling. So the fact that there were a lot of Americans and they still understood the siesta to get out.
It's crazy. Even if you're trying to eat, like you're looking for somewhere to eat 4:30, good luck. Good luck. Goes for restaurants, bars, whatever. Made it back. Got some great stories along the way. Real Madrid, their stadium, just, my God.
It looked insane.
Insane. The last thing I'll say, I know we got to get to this game, is, first of all, beautiful. This underwent a $1.6 billion renovation, I think, a few years ago, and it was built in the 1940s. But the turf goes below the surface, and there's an underground greenhouse, essentially, where they water it, and there's automatic mowers, and then the turf comes back up for them to play on. It's sick.
It's the most insane thing, and that really puts it into perspective how much money they have over there.
Yes.
Because you have to have an insane amount of money to even think of that kind of idea. Like, let's take the stadium and put it underground,
right,
to keep it the way that it is, and then we'll bring it back up. That's crazy.
It was crazy. Incredible environment. Brutal loss. Okay, but that was a while back, so I got to let it go. Last night, much more recent. How about the Rams crushing the Bucs 34-7? The Rams laying 7. Rams minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Matthew Stafford, 25 of 35, 273 yards, 3 touchdowns, including 2 to Devontae Adams.
From the 24, high snap that he brings down. Devontae Adams got another one. Touchdown, Rams.
That is Mike Tirico on NBC Sports Sunday Night Football. Kobe Durant intercepts a pass from Baker Mayfield, juggled, and then Durant essentially just tears it away. Pick 6. Rams score all 31 of their points in the first half. They've won 6 straight, have not lost since October 2nd, haven't trailed in a game since the second quarter of their win over the Ravens back in Week 6. The Rams are the Super Bowl favorites.
And, boy, they do a lot of things right. I mean, this was the perfect kind of game for them. One, you didn't have to stay up for those of us that wake up early. Didn't have to stay up, so that was very nice. But on top of it, they'd played Seattle last week, Jenks, and it's not like they were bad against Seattle. They won the game, but it was not a dynamic offensive performance. So to come a week later and just completely laid the smackdown all over Tampa was incredibly impressive. Devontae Adams is old. He doesn't look it. I mean, the release off the line of scrimmage is as good as ever. I think we're starting to see a much bigger class of wide receivers whom, with age and with the loss of a little bit of their athletic ability, they really hone in on the details of the game. And he's a great example of it. Not to say that he's not athletic, but just the way that he beats his guy immediately off the line on both of the touchdowns. And it was the same guy. Like that guy's, he was in a blender all night for Tampa Bay, but just the immediate 1-2 step, and there's already separation with him on one side and Nakua on the other side, and Stafford playing like an MVP. No reason they should not be the favorite right now, because on top of that, their defense is also really good. Like, they're literally unfairly built right now. They are a fun team to watch, man. I enjoy watching them, which I didn't think I was going to like watching NFL football yesterday, but I enjoyed watching them.
Weren't we a member of the Ramley before the season? Or was that last year? We were all members of the Ramley.
I think that was last year.
Oh, was it last year? Okay.
But the Ramley never dies.
Ramley, no doubt. I didn't just jump off the Ramley train. I didn't get kicked out of the Ramley. They are really impressive. And then when you have a guy like Sean McVay, head coaching always matters. And Devontae Adams, just back to him for a second, just a perfect example of someone who maybe not at the peak of his career, but man, when you pair someone with that skill set, an elite quarterback, like you can get lost in no man's land for a while, like he did, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, Devontae Adams is great.
Yeah, he did this silly bit where he's like, I loved Derek Carr in college, so I'm going to go play for the Raiders. And you're like, no, don't do that. And then he tried to follow Aaron Rodgers. And, peak Aaron Rodgers is still going to be the best quarterback that Devontae Adams has ever played with. But Matt Stafford at the ripe age of nearly 40 is pretty darn close. I think that's the most impressive thing about Stafford is that most of us, myself included, I thought his elbow was going to be completely off his body by like week 4.
Yeah.
And he's now the massive favorite for MVP, but he's playing at such an efficient level. It's insane to watch. I mean, you're literally watching one of the top guys at the craft just consistently slice and dice. And again, they struggled last week against that good Seattle team, but to bounce right back, and it was a no-doubter that they were going to be the better team last night. That was really, really impressive.
Matthew Stafford right now is the favorite to win the MVP at minus 235. Drake May is 2-1. And then it's essentially a two-man race right now. Jonathan Taylor is 18-1. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, 20-1. Matthew Stafford is minus 235.
It's feeling a lot like a one-guy
It's
race
a one-guy
right
race.
now.
They were yelling MVP at SoFi last night.
I didn't even know they had enough fans to do that.
I didn't either. Actually, it was just a cutaway of like 3 fans, like MVP.
Is it the
MVP.
same woman that we've seen for 40 years? Is like, no, she's just a diehard. Like, oh, I started the Chargers game too.
The plant that just goes around to all the NFL games.
I think Drake May's case got hurt a little bit this weekend though, because they beat the Bengals by 6, which is great. You get a win, whatever. But you look at that Bengals defense and they suck. And the expectation was that Drake May was going to torch them, and he played okay, but only 1 touchdown, an interception, shy of 300 yards. It felt like the expectations for him in that particular matchup were sky high.
Yeah.
He doesn't achieve them, and Stafford does what he does on prime time. That gap is super, super wide. I was already in favor of Matthew Stafford, but it's now unbettable. Like, you can't, you're not laying minus 235. That'd be silly.
Yeah, I think, and also I just don't think Drake May 2-1. Okay, decent odds, but I just don't see him catching Stafford at this point. Also for the Bucs, we should mention Baker Mayfield sprained his left shoulder at the end of the second quarter, did not play in the second half. He's going to have an MRI today. Goes 9 of 19, 41 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks for just 41 yards. Bucs have lost 3 straight. Tampa is a team that this is why you can't have these snap judgments early in the season, because Tampa was that red hot, let's all get on the Bucs bandwagon. And here we are now. They're fighting for the division lead.
And what now all of a sudden Monday Night Football tonight with the Panthers is a much more intriguing game. They get if they beat San Francisco tonight, right now they're plus 300 to win that division. I mean, it feels like today is the day where if you're going to lay the Panthers, you have to lay the Panthers.
I love that we're having this conversation.
Crazy.
I'm like, wait a second. Did he just say now's the time to put a bet on? Yes.
Yeah.
It actually is. Coming up, more from Week 12 in the NFL with the Chiefs finding a way, like they always do, to keep their playoff hopes alive. That's Denton Day. I'm Michael Jenkins. It's Monday. Good to have you with us. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Michael Jenkins, Day's here. D-Day. Hanging out with us. Coming up, the Chiefs rally to bring the wood against the Colts. Yes, that is a Taylor Swift reference. Okay.
Knock on wood.
Knock on, there it is. Knock on wood right there. I was going to ask you.
I was going to ask you if you're traveling this week. Because Thanksgiving's coming up, right?
I'm not.
And in D.C. in particular, tomorrow is the day of death. And when it comes to traveling in this particular city, Tuesday is the worst of the worst. The airport, we have multiple within a about 30-mile vicinity. All of the airports are awful. The traffic, which is already dreadful, is even more dreadful. So I was just trying to check the temperature. Are you going to be dealing with the nonsense as people are going out and about trying to get in a position where they could feast this weekend?
Man, I am not, luckily. I'm kind of bummed this year, though. I have to work Christmas Day because of Commanders, so can't leave for Christmas. And then for Thanksgiving, we normally go to see Catherine, the lovely Catherine's family. But this year, well, we have the wedding coming up in April, so we'll see her, mom, and, all the family. But last night, we made the decision. We were standing in the kitchen, and she's like, what do you want to do for Thanksgiving? Because normally, since it's just us, unless we're a family, we just kind of go somewhere, locally, and just eat. But we're just going to order something we're going to try and make our own little small meal. It'll be easy. A little turkey, a little dressing, green bean casserole, whatever.
I was going to say, are you a cook? We haven't spoke about a ton about food. I know you guys DoorDash, which I have recently started doing that, and I need to stop doing that.
Oh my God, it'll get you.
Oh, it gets you. I got a 6-month subscription free to Uber One.
Oh, watch out!
I was like, oh no, this is not good. They're winning that one. I was gonna say, do you cook?
No, I'm terrible at cooking. My problem is when I'm hungry, I'm ready to eat. And a lot of people have that passion for, I'm getting hungry, or they look ahead, right? Like, I'm going to be hungry. I'm starting to get hungry. Okay, let me create something here. And they enjoy the process. I wish I did. Because I think there's kind of a beauty in saying I can take these different ingredients. I always get jealous of the people that can do that, right? They can just kind of look in the pantry or the refrigerator and be like, ooh, we got some Parmesan here. Ooh, I like these SpaghettiOs. Ooh, what about this pasta? Ooh, these asparagus would work good. And they mix it together. This is delicious. How'd you do this? I feel like you could do that.
I'm halfway there.
Yeah.
I could definitely, I can look at some things. I'm more of a trash chute where I can look at a bunch of things and I'm like, those flavors will be fine. Let's just get them all out of the fridge. Let's put it all together here. But yeah, I could do something like that. I am in charge of sweet potatoes for Thanksgiving.
Great call.
So that's my bit. The wife likes to do some dessert, but we go to my aunt's house, who thankfully lives, locally, so it's not terrible. But that's what I'm in charge of. So I'm in charge of the one or two things. I just have to do those one or two things really, really well. I'm kind of like a running back for the Chiefs, right? I don't get opportunities a ton, but when I get those opportunities, I need to capitalize on those opportunities.
Ah, that's fair. Absolutely fair. God, I wish I were a better cook. Also, here's a confession. When I used Uber Eats when I was in Madrid.
I didn't know they had Uber out there.
They got Uber. They got DoorDash. The fast food there is different.
In a good way?
It's different. The problem is that, of course, we had a lot of tapas. We had some paella. The food was amazing. But every time we went somewhere, I felt like I just didn't get a meal. I felt like I was just kind of getting a nibble here and a nibble there. And at some point, I need a meal. I need some sustenance here. Particularly because we'd go out, and then everybody would kind of gather together in the hotel bar. We'd have some drinks. I was like, I need some food. And so twice, I'm standing in front of a Spanish hotel waiting on the Uber Eats moped to drive up. The chicken sandwich, though, from Burger King. I never order from Burger King.
Right.
But it was available. And I'm like, this is amazing.
It's so demoralizing how our American creations are so much better outside of America.
Yeah.
Just because the standards they have to follow out there in different countries makes the food significantly better. And because I would never go to Burger King.
Me neither. Never.
Gross. Yuck.
Yeah, I don't like
chicken is fake, but out there, I'm sure it's amazing.
Oh, when we were doing the pod, Santana had McDonald's 2 or 3 times. And he's like, bro, the meat, like it's real ground. And he's like going on, I'm like, okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy here.
Right.
He's like, no, it's a different experience. They don't just throw together a bunch of processed foods.
Right. Because Burger King at one point was like top of the food chain for me, and then I grew up, and now it's like bottom of the food chain. So it's tough. I'm glad it's working somewhere else.
Yeah, not here. That's true. Okay, here we go. Max says, by the way, in the chat, Burger King, the worst fast food place. That that and I kind of don't disagree with that.
I have a personal beef with Arby's, pun intended, but it's those two that are at the bottom of the list for me. You won't catch me at Burger King if I don't have to. You won't catch me at Arby's if I don't have to.
We'll get to. I'm going to ask about the personal beef with Arby's. I can't just let that slide.
It's a long-standing thing. Yeah. I went to an Arby's when I was in high school. We were playing laser tag late into the night. There's a laser tag place that if you pay $15, you can go 7:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. So the boys and I are playing laser tag late into the night, and there's an Arby's right across the way. So we're like, all right, let's take a break between games.
Okay.
Let's go get some Arby's. I'm like, sick, let's do this. I have a Visa gift card that my parents gave me. I don't have real money. I'm like 16.
Right.
But I have a Visa gift card. I was like, let's go get some Arby's. I walk in there, and I want a turnover. I was like, I love me an apple turnover.
Yeah.
I love me a chocolate turnover. So I was like, hey, can I get an apple turnover? And they're like, yes. Sick. This is perfect. And I sit there, and I wait for 5 minutes. And I'm still waiting. And I'm like, all right, a turnover is not, like, there's no one in here. There's more people on this show right now, which is 4, than there were in the Arby's waiting for food,
right?
Which was 3 at the time. And I'm waiting. I'm like, where's the turnover? So I come, and I'm like, hey, I'm waiting on a turnover. Like, oh, yes. We got you. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm going to trust you. I'm 16. I'm not going to, you'll be cussing nobody out or anything like that. I just don't cuss people out in general. I don't know what they're capable of. I'm not trying to get in a fight.
Smart.
So they wait another 5 minutes, and I can see the turnovers. They have the pastries lined up to where I see the turnovers, and they come back to me. They're like, we don't have any.
Oh my God.
And from that point on, Arby's and I have never been the same.
That's fair. So I love that you went to Arby's for a turnover.
It was like midnight. It was right before they closed.
Like a roast beef place, they gotta have a turnover.
I was I knew they had turnovers because I was a fiend for apple flavored desserts, and I was like, I could kill an apple turnover, and they let me down.
Fair. I mean, when you want something, you want something. I mean, I love the McRib. Who am I to talk?
Right. You forgive, you just don't forget.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna get any judgment from me. God, I wanted to come in here today and judge the Chiefs, but I cannot because they win last night or yesterday afternoon. 23-20 in overtime. Colts getting 3.5. They cover by the hook. Chiefs minus 185. Total set at 50 and a hook. The under hits. Colts lead this game by 11 points in the fourth quarter. They give it all away because of 4 consecutive 3-and-outs against the Kansas City defense. Harrison Butker sends the game to overtime and then lines up for the game winner.
And the kick is good. Kansas City survives.
Jim Nantz on CBS. Butker, your MVP of this game. 5 of 5 on the afternoon. Patrick Mahomes, 352 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. And the Chiefs, like they always do, last drive of the game, they get in field goal position, and they tie the game. They win it in OT. They move to 6-5.
A lot of questions answered yesterday. None of those questions, to me, Jenks, were about the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
All of them were about the Colts.
Fair.
And the questions are answered. We had asked, can Daniel Jones, can he be the guy in the postseason? Can he lead the Colts to the place that they have not been since Peyton Manning was there? And the answer to that is no. Because when you play good teams, this is the result that you get. You had an 11-point lead in the fourth quarter. You needed 1 first down. And that game could be completely different. 1 first down creates maybe a second first down, and that game is completely different. Instead, you allow Michael Jordan of the era to stay in the game, and you lose. It was not a Jonathan Taylor day. We kind of figured that. The Chiefs' defense has been really strong against the run this year, especially with that front 4 led by Chris Jones. This felt like it had to be a Daniel Jones, prove-it kind of performance. Can you hang with the best of the best? Because we still don't even know, and this is the craziest thing, despite the fact that they won, we still don't know if they're going to get to the postseason. The assumption is that they are, but there's an upward hill that the Chiefs have to climb to get there. So the fact that the Colts were not able to put that one away, that's a tough one to swallow. It completely shifts the perspective because now they've lost 2 games in 3 weeks. 1 to the Steelers, which the Steelers I don't think are a great team. You just barely eke out against the Falcons. That was overseas. And then in the return to America, you have what you had this past weekend or yesterday, which was that was a game that you should have won, and you could not find the ability to do so. When you were out, Chelsea and I were talking about clutch gene and how many quarterbacks are actually clutch in the NFL. And I think it's a very small amount. I'd say there's probably like 5 that are like really, really clutch. But it's now very, very clear that Daniel Jones, he does not, while he's a better player in Indianapolis than he was in New York, he does not have that gene.
I think he's a very good player. He's much better in Indianapolis, which any player that gets out of the Giants organization is a much better player. We see it all the time. Saquon's a good example. But to your point, yeah, there are some quarterbacks. Well, quarterback is the hardest position in the entire world, and he's a very good quarterback. And I am not someone who just wants to take a shot at him just because he didn't win in Kansas City, didn't win with the Steelers. But the clutch gene is a rare thing, and they're only, you're right, it's Mahomes, it's Allen, Lamar, maybe, except some people would say not in the postseason, though.
Right. I mean, it's like a very small
It's a really tiny list,
Right.
right? Guys where, okay, put the ball in this guy's hands, let him win a game. And isn't that the easiest question? Isn't that the best way to describe it? Like, get the ball in this guy's hands, 2 minutes to play, and let him cook. You're not saying that about Daniel Jones.
You're just not saying that.
Right.
You're not. Unless you're memeing something. Like it's meme bait, as I call it. But I came up, I think, with 5 when Chelsea and I talked about it. It was Mahomes, it was Allen, it was Jalen Hurts, yuck. Although not yesterday. Jeez Louise. Yeah. I mean, they have the exact same thing. I would say Stafford. I think Stafford's had a really great year. And then Joe Burrow. You know, last year, Jaden Daniels would have been in that conversation. Haven't really seen him in that position this year. There have been years. That's why I put Jalen Hurts in there, because we'd seen him in that position before, although yesterday was not a good example of it. But it was a very tough game for Daniel Jones, despite the fact that if you just look at box score, he wasn't sacked. He didn't throw a pick. Didn't fumble, so he didn't do anything inherently wrong. It's just more so that he could not overcome, again, a really good defense in Kansas City, but he could not overcome. And when they needed him in the fourth quarter, as you mentioned, they just couldn't get a first down.
And also, when you talk about clutch gene, generally when you think of the clutch gene, you think of, can you lead this team on a drive to come back? Can you get a clutch play late when you need it? Here, the standard is, you get us a first down. Can you get us one?
Singular.
Can we get a singular first down? No. So, yeah, he's definitely not in that category. And that's okay. Colts are much better, but should have won that game yesterday. How about the Cowboys beating the Eagles yesterday? 24-21. The Cowboys getting 3. They're plus 145 on the money line. Total set at 47 on a hook. The under hits. Dak Prescott, huge day. 354 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Cowboys down 21-0. With 11 minutes, 32 seconds remaining in the second quarter, they rally all the way back. George Pickens, 9 catches, 146 yards and a tutty. The Cowboys get a 42-yard field goal to win it as time runs out. Prescott ends the day with 34,378 yards, breaking the all-time franchise record previously held by Tony Romo. The Eagles came out, and it's like, they put it together, and then they went right back into that shell that they always go into.
There's something beautifully ironic about A.J. Brown having arguably his best game of the season and them losing. He'd done all this complaining, give me the football, I want the football. Well, you got it 8 times, 110 yards, you played great, you got a touchdown, the only passing touchdown of the day for Jalen Hurts, and it still was not enough to overcome. And in a very similar, this is why I decided to pair these 2 games up, Jenks, not because, they're the 2 other biggest games other than Sunday Night Football, but you have 2 teams that in the fourth quarter and then really just after 11 minutes and 32 seconds in the second quarter for the Eagles, they could not do anything offensively.
Right.
Just completely inept, could not get any sort of points on the board. They are one-dimensional right now. And Saquon Barkley had 10 carries for 22 yards. Daggone it. Jerry Jones got one right with Quinn Williams.
Yeah.
He did all this silly singing and dancing about how we're going to make a trade before they made a trade. And we're like, well, who's it going to be? And then they go get Quinn Williams. They are torturous in run defense now. And now Saquon in general has not had a good year.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the worst performance he's had since his final year in New York a couple years ago. But he has not been good. And Jalen Hurts is not nearly as dynamic when Saquon Barkley is not playing well. And I think we're starting to see that in real time. There's a lot more pressure on his shoulders, and you have a scenario like last night. You're as talented as Dallas is offensively and defensively. I would say more talented defensively, and you could not stop that Cowboy offense yesterday.
The Eagles are just weird. They're just a weird team. They find ways to win. They're awful on third down. They average more yards on third down to go than any team in the NFL, and yet they're exceptional in the red zone. And most of the time, they find ways to win. Yesterday, they just blew it. And so that's just going to build up that criticism of Jalen Hurts that we've heard over the past week. The guys in the locker room aren't happy with him. He plays his game as opposed to playing the game plan. This is a bad loss for the Eagles. Next up, Eagles host the Bears on Friday. Cowboys welcome the Chiefs on Thanksgiving Day. Coming up next, time to name our Monday MVP. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. God, look at this great angle. Michael Jenkins, Denton Day. Bright light.
It feels like this is the Daily Tip after dark, but
It
in the
is.
morning. It's like laid back, get a cocktail. Like, kind of looks like you're in a speakeasy right now.
That's a good idea.
With the way that the cameras are set up. So we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
You know.
You like a good speakeasy, or is it like not your vibe?
I went to one, funny enough, in Austin.
Okay.
That was very, very nice. I would love to go to more of them. It's just going into the city sometimes. I'm like, do I really want to do all this? But I love a good speakeasy.
I do too. I don't like being in bars or places where it's super bright. Like, I don't know why.
Hey, I want dim.
Yeah, I just kind of want a dim where I can just chill a little bit. Like, I went to, where did I go? Was it Friday? I finally kind of got my bearings back. I'm like, all right, okay, I'm up. I got my schedule back. I'm waiting in the lovely character, and I walked around the corner. I'm like, I haven't been in this joint in a little bit. And I'm sitting there bright as can be. And what was really annoying is I sit at the bar, and there are 5 stools next to me. Every single person has decided they're going to put their coat over their stool, but stand up the entire time. Which is like, guys, look, I want you to have your seat, but you can't have both.
You can't have both.
And by the way, I was there for about 45 minutes. I didn't stay too long. No one ever took their seat.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Like, if you're making a list of people that suck.
That sucks.
People that don't put their grocery cart back.
Yep.
Suck. People that don't pick up after their dog.
Correct.
Suck. People that take chairs at a place with limited seating
right.
and then choose not to sit. Suck.
I hate that. I'll just put my stuff here, so if I need it. Bro, there's limited space here. And these people are so annoying. The bartender comes over to me. She's like, hey, I don't know this person. She's very nice. Lauren, I believe her name was. She's like, what do you think I should do here? Turn the music up, or is that going to make this worse because they're so loud? And I go, that's a tough call. I go, are they going to speak louder when you turn it up? Or will they just kind of listen to the music? Or will they start dancing because of the music and start singing along? Like, I don't know.
What did she end up doing?
She just left it.
Ah.
And then when I left, she goes, hey, you should come back again. I promise it's not always like this. I go, I live around the corner. I've been here for a decade. I go, it's totally fine. So she's very nice, but I'm glad. I always like that reinforcement, like, it's not just you. Because I was like, I am so annoyed right now.
Like we all also see what's going on here,
right.
And how weird this is.
Right. Like, I'm not trying to be, it's not me, right? It's not just me. Like these guys. Oh, my God. Yes. I was not pleased. Well, I'll tell you what pleases me is looking back over the weekend and naming the one man, the one woman, the one team that impressed us the most. So you know what time it is.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
I'll tell you what I see right now. A lot of homer picks. Not going to lie, I'm like, you know what? And you know what? I will say this, Denton, and I'm not going to give away your pick, but that was going to be my pick. I'm like, if we're being honest, this is the right pick. But I was like, nah, I'll just go with my guy. Let's say it. Arch Manning, quarterback, University of Texas.
Manning being pressured, steps up in the pocket, goes downfield, and it's a touchdown to DeAndre Moore.
Call courtesy of ESPN. What a performance by Arch in that 52-37 win over Arkansas. 389 yards, 4 touchdowns passing, 1 touchdown rushing, 1 touchdown receiving. 6 total touchdowns. First quarterback in Texas history to ever do that. Not even Vince Young had a receiving touchdown. So the Horns have an outside shot at the college football playoff. They have to beat the Agroids, as we call them, on Friday. I don't know how I feel about that. A&M's really good. But from a guy who had the yips, a month and a half ago? I mean, Arch couldn't throw a 10-yard pass. So for him to step up in a game like this, yes, Arkansas is terrible. Still, 6 touchdowns in a game, 4 in the air, 1 on the ground, 1 receiving touchdown. Where he's 6'4", he had to go up top to get this bad boy. Incredible catch. Arch Manning is my MVP.
All right. I'm going to homer as well. My MVP of the weekend is Katron Allen, Penn State running back.
Is capable of throwing. Instead, it's going to be Katron Allen stumbling forward, and that will be enough. A 4-yard pickup. And from Norfolk, Virginia, to the top of the Penn State record books, Katron Allen is now your all-time leading Nittany Lion rusher.
Katron had a great game against Nebraska, had 25 carries, 160 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Passes Evan Royster as Penn State's all-time leading rusher with 3,954 yards and leads Penn State to a dominant win over Nebraska, 37-10. I didn't even realize this was a thing until everybody started going crazy. Didn't realize that Katron was that close, and to be there in attendance for it was pretty special. So, Katron Allen, running back for Penn State, my nominee.
We always love something historic. You got something historic, Jenks.
Mm-hmm.
Double D had something historic. I figured I might as well jump on the bandwagon.
All right.
My pick for Monday MVP is Browns defensive end Myles Garrett.
Oh, man. Myles Garrett just swats the ball out of the hand of Geno Smith. And it's recovered by the Browns.
This is the best player in the NFL right now, and Myles Garrett is on the cusp of doing something very, very historic, which is not breaking a long-standing record that goes back to the days of Michael Strahan for most sacks in an NFL season. He is on the verge of absolutely shattering the record that Michael Strahan set and now is tied with TJ Watt as well. He had 3 sacks against the Las Vegas Raiders. We knew this would be a big one for him, but there's so many times where I go into games thinking that one player is going to excel because of the matchup, and then for whatever the reason is, game plan adjusts and that player does not do well. And I remember checking because I was, periodically watching this to see if Shedeur Sanders was playing, but the Eagles-Cowboys game at this point was entertaining. So my focus is here. And I'm checking this game to be like, I wonder how many sacks Myles Garrett has. Maybe he has like a half, and I saw some other players for the Browns having a couple of sacks, and I was like, maybe they're tripling him, and then Myles Garrett isn't doing anything. And then I saw, oh, nope, he has 3. He's dominating yet again. He has 13 over the last 4 games. That'll get guys $25 billion if you get 13 in a season. He has that over 4 games. He has 18 for the season. Guys, it's not out of the realm of possibility that he ties the sack record in the next game for the Browns just based off of how he's played over the last 4. I'm setting the mark for him at 25. I think 25 sacks is the number that he's going to get, which is an asinine thing. I mean, he's going to be in a position where he's asking for more money again this offseason, and the Browns should be saying, yes, we will give you more money. We made you the highest paid player. You deserve more. We should make you the highest paid player again. You get the 49ers, which offensive line, okay, solid. You get the Titans, good luck to Cam Ward. The Bears, the Bills, the Steelers, the Bengals. I think he's going to have 25 sacks. He's on the cusp of doing something insane, and he's must-watch television. While everyone was focused on Shedeur Sanders, which we'll get to, Myles Garrett is the reason you should be watching the Browns. He is a masterclass of a defensive end.
Could not agree more. He was the one guy, like I said, where I was like, it's probably Myles Garrett. And what's sad is his performance will get lost today in this Shedeur Sanders talk.
Right.
I will guarantee you, I can't wait until I don't turn on First Take, but that I am channel surfing and I click across and we see some sort of hot take about Shedeur needs to be the Browns quarterback for the rest of the season. Should have been drafted, above Dylan Garrett, whatever it is.
He is him.
Right. It's Myles Garrett. Like he might not just break the record, but to your point, to set it at 25 is, I think, reasonable.
One of my weird passions is when guys break long-standing NFL records.
Yeah.
I want them to really break it.
Yeah.
To kind of stick it to the boomers that are like, well, they played more games. Well, so if he has 22 sacks in 17 games,
right,
you're like, oh, well, what if Strahan had another game? If he has 25, like Strahan wasn't getting 3.5 in a game where Brett Favre took a dive, right?
Because he did.
Because he did, right. So I want him to go above and beyond to really no, he is the best. It doesn't matter the amount of games. He is the best at this craft. And he is going to approach, with all due respect to Lawrence Taylor and to the Reggie Whites of the world, if he has the performance with 25 sacks this year, he is approaching that kind of territory in terms of where he is discussed on all-time lists. I mean, his career, he's had double-digit sacks every year except his rookie year. He has 120 sacks on his career, and he isn't even 30 yet. He turns 30 in a little over a month, right after December 29th, a very interesting day of the year to turn 30. But he turns 30 on December 29th. So he still has, I would say conservatively, probably about 4 years left.
Yeah.
To just continue to add to this particular stat. So, I mean, he is unbelievable.
Double D, when you see Myles Garrett, what do you think? You probably think, I wonder who the next head coach of Penn State's going to be.
Oh, funny guy. Listen, he's doing things right now that have not been seen. Like, what did you say? How many sacks in the last 4 games? Denver?
13
Insanity. Sacks. I do not believe that there's anyone ever who has had 13 sacks in 4 games.
No, it's a record.
I could be wrong.
Absolutely a record. It is.
Once again, unblockable. He's probably getting double teamed as much, if not more, than Micah Parsons right now. It is ridiculous what he is doing against teams that he should be doing this against, but getting multiple sacks, not just 1 sack.
And I want him, like, I'm glad TJ Watt shares the record with Michael Strahan, but the Strahan record, like, there were 3 things that happened on that play. Number 1 is Strahan got the record. Number 2, Brett Favre absolutely took a dive. I remember watching that in real time and being like, come on, dude, not this way. And then number 3, that was the day that Mark Gastineau's brain broke. Like, just absolutely.
I mean, still upset about it.
To this day. What did Gastineau say to Brett Favre?
You hurt me.
You hurt me, Brett. You hurt me.
He lost millions of dollars on that play.
Yeah, he sure did. Coming up next on the show, time to check out tonight's game on the NFL schedule. And if the Panthers, are we talking Panthers football on Monday night? Yes, we are. Panthers, Niners. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Look at this. Look at this camera angle. Good to have you with us here on a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. Coming up, we will wrap up Week 12 in the NFL with the battle out west, Panthers and Niners. Got a preview for you. Then in 20 minutes, we'll talk college football with your updated Heisman odds. We'll stay in the college game at 7:40. Find out why Jordan Hudson is ready to cheer for a win in the court of law. Fantastic. Denton Day's here today. So's Double D. Double D. I mean, I haven't been here in like 2 weeks. What's going on? What have I missed? What have I missed?
Not a whole heck of a lot, but you did your travels to Madrid. I'm curious about the food. You said the DoorDash was amazing and the fast food was amazing. How was every other kind of thing that you tried? What would give me a list? Give me a list of maybe like your top 5.
Oh my gosh,
experiences.
That's tough. Definitely the paella, amazing. The chorizo. Oh my god, that was. I had it out in the wild. You have different meats or whatever. But then the breakfast at the hotel, I went upstairs where they had the continental breakfast, and I mean, I love breakfast. I just was like, I'm just gonna load up on as much chorizo as possible. The meats are incredible. Those were incredible. And then I like to try like their take on different things. Like I had a potato salad. And you're like, well, that's boring. But it was completely different than you might expect here because it had some seafood in it and some leeks, like things you would never anticipate. And then we had sushi too, which I know is kind of lame. We have had I will say I went to maybe the coolest bar I've ever been to, like ever. And it was just a lovely Catherine and I were in downtown Madrid. And this place, it was like walking into a time warp, like 1976, 1977. You know how sometimes you go into a place and it's like, oh, they're going with a 70s theme here or an 80s, which is totally fine. This was to a T. I'm like, I feel like I have been transported. And then you go downstairs to go to the bathroom and there's a large room, like a party room, and it was all 70s. I mean, the shag, it was so, except it was more upscale. It was awesome. That was the best experience where I'm like, I don't know who designed this place, but man, it is like being in a time warp, and I don't want to leave. That to me, that moment was incredible.
See, I had one of those. This is going to be on a very smaller scale for you.
No, go right ahead.
But I had one of those moments as well at State College. So we headed out Thursday. We got there Thursday. Of course, got my hometown pizza, the first thing that we did. Unbelievably great. And then we go to State College on Friday, do a little work, do a little research. I was out there with Tyler Buterball. We had a great, fantastic time.
Oh, nice.
But we got a recommendation from my best friend who lives in Pennsylvania, and he goes, hey, you got to check out this Happy Valley Live restaurant. I kid you not, I walk in, and it's Penn State euphoria. Nothing but Penn State memorabilia, unbelievable atmosphere, and to make things even better, unbelievable burgers and fries. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Fresh cut fries. The burgers are just smacked. And then, we went to the game. We got the greatest, and this is an East Coast thing, greatest hoagie ever made from a little grocery store in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And just, listen, I freely looked at Tyler and said, listen, This is the best parking I've ever gotten at a Penn State game. These are the best seats I've ever gotten at a Penn State game. It was a great game. He's a Huskers fan, so he wasn't very happy, but the experience overall was unbelievably welcoming, and to just be in that atmosphere again was a lot of fun.
Oh, good for you, man. I got to go to State College. I'm so bummed, too, because I should have been in Austin this weekend. I just couldn't. With all the travel, God, because there was a reunion of all of my broadcast peeps, our broadcasting class that graduated in Texas, at Texas back in 1995. Oh, my God, we're so old. This is a big anniversary for us. And so all of my friends were down there, and I saw them celebrating, taking pictures, and I missed it. I just couldn't do it. I'm like, man, I cannot go to Madrid and then pack up again and then go to Austin and then come back to D.C. It was overload. But there's nothing like a good college town. I got to get to State College.
Yeah. Next year, man. Next year when they have a different head coach, whoever that may be.
It'll be different. Our schedules will be different. We'll figure it out.
Well, hey, I honestly want to ask you, with the hire of James Franklin to Virginia Tech, do you not think it's paramount that Penn State needs to make a decision, yesterday? Yeah. To maybe get some of the guys going, okay, this is our head coach. Now let me decide. Because if they don't have a coach going into a bowl game, if they get eligible, there's going to be a mass exodus is what I'm worried about.
I think the truth will be somewhere in the middle. Like, I know exactly what you're saying. Because, look, relationships with a head coach matter. There's no question. I mean, position coaches to a certain degree, but definitely the head coach, right? Like, especially if you're a great recruiter like James Franklin. Like, he's always, wherever he's always been an incredible recruiter. The one mitigating factor is, and it's not a slight against the Hokies, but let's be honest, Virginia Tech is not Penn State. Okay? It's just not. That's just the way it is. So will there be some players who want to play for James Franklin, who will want to be a part of maybe building a program, who can start immediately because there's so much more talent with the Nittany Lions? Yes. But I would not worry about a mass exodus just because I think most players will be able to say, I want to play at Penn State.
All right. I'll trust you, man. But once again, there's that, Paterno, there hasn't been a quote-unquote great coach at Penn State since Paterno left. You could say that about Virginia Tech as well. Since Beamer retired, there has not been a great coaching exodus at that university where they used to be, top 10, top 15 year in, year out at Virginia Tech. So that's going to bring them back into the spotlight. That's my worry is he can preach the whole, we're going to get you Virginia Tech back into the spotlight and you're going to get, Virginia Tech on ABC, NBC, things like that to be able to watch.
Well, it also goes to show like how good of a coach that Frank Beamer was. Beamer ball back in the day. You don't appreciate it until he's gone. You're like, oh yeah, it's not necessarily easy to win in Blacksburg, but he did an awesome job. Monday Night Football tonight, guys. Panthers and the Niners. Wow. I cannot believe we had the Panthers on Monday Night Football. Wow. Niners laying 7.5. Niners are minus 375. The Panthers 3-1. Total set at 49 and a hook. Odds to win the NFC South. The Buccaneers are minus 375. The Panthers are 3-1. If the Panthers win tonight outright, they would have to beat the Niners. I get it. It's out west. It's at Levi's Stadium. They would lead the NFC South. I don't think that's going to happen. I do think Carolina can cover. Double D, do you think it's going to be a blowout, or do you think Carolina has a shot here?
I think Carolina has a shot in every game.
I do too.
They are one of the most disrespected teams in the NFL right now, I believe, because I think their defense is really good. And all of a sudden, they've got a running back in Rico Dowdle that's just trying to prove everybody wrong. And Bryce Young is not creating turnovers as much as he used to. I'm going to wait to see what the report is on good Lord, Baker Mayfield. Because if it's bad, I might jump on the Panthers to win that division very quickly because I don't think the Buccaneers are anything without Baker Mayfield taking snaps. So do you chance it before you find out the information on Baker Mayfield and just go, why not? It's plus 300. Let's do it. Let's take a chance. Or do you wait and see if the line and try and beat the lines changing?
Gosh, that's a tough one. The only thing is, Teddy Bridgewater's a solid backup, right? Not Baker. Here's the thing, though. Unless you think Carolina's going to win outright tonight, I think they can keep it close. I think they can keep it within the 7 and a hook. Like, this number has gone from Niners -7 to Niners -7.5. Don't you think if the Panthers lose tonight, then you get even more value on them, right? Because then they're a game behind the Buccaneers as opposed to being a game ahead of them because they're tied right now. This will eventually even out during the bye week. So if you think go ahead.
I was just going to say, you've also got to look at what they're going against. Yes, that offense is starting to hum a little bit better now that Purdy's back and playing. But at the same time, that defense is decimated.
That's true.
Decimated. So can the offense, can that Panthers defense get a couple stops?
Yeah.
And that Panthers offense hum and outscore a proficient 49ers. And I'm kind of leaning to the yes. I do like the cover. I absolutely love the cover, especially at 7.5.
Let's put it this way. You cannot go wrong. Even if the Panthers lose tonight, win tonight, whatever. 3-1 right now is a good bet. 3-1 right now for the Panthers at this point in the season, when we don't know what's going to happen to Baker, we don't know what's going to happen tonight. The Panthers are 3-1 to win the NFC South. It's a good bet. And this is, look, let me pump the brakes for a second here, just for a hot second. I understand this is the Carolina Panthers, okay? I understand that. And also, at the same time, isn't that one of the reasons, Double D, why you're getting value here? Because people are not going to take this team seriously. I don't think the Panthers are going to make some furious run in the postseason, but they are improving. Bryce Young is getting better. He does have receivers, and they do cover a lot of numbers. They've won their last 3 on the road. Like, the Panthers are a team in the right spot. Things fall the right way. Get some value on these guys. And with the injury to Baker, Bucks have lost 3 straight now? It's a legit chance for Carolina to win this division.
I mean, it's amazing what happens when owners decide not to put their fingers in the organization and just let coaches coach.
Seriously.
It's shocking what happens. Listen, 3-1 right now. Look, I've also got a nice little prop that I might want to play today.
Let's hear it.
Rico Dowdle, over 100. Is it? Excuse me. Rico Dowdle, over 100 yards, rushing and receiving, is only at -120. Maybe parlay that with a Panthers cover. Actually,
I don't mind that.
Let me do that. That with the Panthers cover.
Do that. Right? You got to do that.
Yeah, you're sitting at +150. Rico Dowdle over 100+ yards rushing and receiving.
Okay.
And the Panthers to cover at -7.5 is +150.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
I actually really, really like that.
Oh, yeah, I kind of like that quite a bit. All right, Double D, you're convinced me. I'm definitely going with the Panthers to cover. There's no question. Panthers are 8-3 against the number in their last 11, with Bryce Young as starting quarterback. Not the red nut, as I like to call him, Andy Dalton. But Bryce Young is interesting, too, and we can talk about him again in the next hour when we continue to go over this game, maybe some of the props that we like. But when you think about the weapons that he has, I mean, Ted McMillan has come on. He's been really good. Xavier Legette. And you mentioned Dowdle. Like, that offense, the Panthers can play whatever kind of game that they want to play. They can keep it on the ground, and then if they want to air it out, like last week, they'll air it out too.
To me, this is a very balanced Panthers offense now with Rico Dowdle doing what he's doing as their running back. Once again, amazing what happens when a running game works for a football team.
Yeah. Can make everything come together. You get a balanced offense. And honestly, if you're Bryce Young, and I love the Bryce Young conversation. It's really fascinating to me. Like, is he going to use last week as a springboard to become that guy because he's been pretty good this season? Or is it just a one-off? Like, the rest of the season will tell the tale for Bryce Young, but I think they're going to do a good job tonight against this weakened Niners defense and cover that 7.5. Coming up next, Diego Pavia says he deserves the Heisman. But is he right? That is next in the Daily Tip. It is here on BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Doctor's here. God, he can't wait to speak. Oh, look at this. God, I think I get whiter every day. How's that possible? I do. I'm here. D-Day's here, didn't they? Sitting here for Chelsea today. Coming up in a couple minutes, college football. Man, I'm telling you, they really want you to like Diego Pavia's mother.
Oh my God. I don't know who I angered. I don't know what Elon's algorithm has done to my Twitter feed. It feels like I was plucked, Jenks, from wherever it is on the internet that I was residing.
Right.
And forcefully thrust into the Vanderbilt Twitter sphere. And the amount of hyping and overhyping of Diego Pavia over the last 24 hours, 48 hours has been nauseating. Oh, it's been terrible.
I've noticed something about the Twitter algorithm, the X algorithm, which is it will use your click on a post or two and then immediately shift the entire algorithm.
The entire thing.
Like, it's one thing where you take a large sample size, right? And then you say, okay, based on this larger sample size, then we'll try and show you what you generally like based on what we know about you. But man, with X, you click on one or two things and it's over. Then it becomes your entire feed, and you're like, God, I got to click on something else. Just have a break for a second.
And it's never the fun stuff.
No.
Like, occasionally it'll be like funny pranks, but like actual funny pranks, not like the weird ones where you're just like ruining somebody's day, but like funny pranks or like cute dog videos or like cooking videos, music stuff. It's never that. Like, I can never, my timeline has never been nothing but cover artists that are just crushing songs. I love that.
Yeah.
It's always like, oh, Diego Pavia is actually the best quarterback that's ever lived in the history of college football.
Right.
And I'm like, I have 4 eyes. I've watched him the entire year. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Should he be invited to New York? Certainly. But he's not the best player in college football. That's just an asinine thing, and I've been dealing with it for 2 days now.
And the ads are out of control, too. And I can definitely spot within 3 or 4 words, I'm like, that's an ad. That's an ad. And, of course, they delineate it, but you have to look for it.
It is kind of weird how they're,
exhausting.
like, using his mom, too. Like, I'm cool with, like, parent involvement. The quarterback that I support in the NFL, his mom is very much involved. But, like, I know things about her, and it's not just like, oh, look at his mom, she's hot. Because it's kind of what it feels like with Diego Pavia.
That's what it is.
Yeah, like she wants to date Theo Vaughn, and you're like, okay, why does that bolster his case for the Heisman? Or she's like, with the video that went viral this weekend, she's like sitting on the rail, but you know how that goes. She's sitting on the rail in that kind of position.
She's leaning over a little bit, whatever.
That highlights some areas, and she's like dancing on it. And you're like, what is happening right now? And I also didn't like that he did the Heisman pose after like the corner teammate arm weight. Like, are you serious, guy? Can you have a little bit of aura, please? And he normally does, but that's like a negative 1,000 aura right there.
If you want to cut away in a college football game, you got to have one or the other. You got to be attractive, right? Could be younger. Could be, it's even better if you're someone's mom who's up for the Heisman Trophy. Or you got to be like Sister Jean, R.I.P. But I'm just saying it's got to be an extreme is what I'm saying.
Or at least add to like the story with her to where it's
there's no story.
The more than she's just hot.
Right, that's all it is.
If they overcame something, if their relationship is like, highlight that element of it. I'm not voting. I'm not rooting for a guy to win the Heisman because the mom is attractive. I don't care about that. I am, and maybe this is just me, Jenks. Maybe this is me in my little silly little world where everything is good and awesome. I still think of the Heisman as the best award, period.
I agree.
In terms of a singular award, there is not a better one. And I'm okay with narrative plays because there's been a lot. Like Travis Hunter last year was a narrative play, but we had never seen a guy play the magnitude of snaps that he did and do it at a high level. But I'm okay with that kind of narrative. I just want the narrative to be football. If it's a narrative with something outside of football, I don't care about that.
Right.
I want it to be football. But I was also smacked in the face with an epiphany yesterday that this year is just a bad year for the Heisman.
Yeah.
You have 4 candidates right now with Diego Pavia, Fernando Mendoza, with Julian Sayin, and Marcel Reed. And you can throw Jeremiah Love in there as well. In fact, I would really throw Jeremiah Love in there at this point because all of the 4 quarterbacks that I just mentioned, what has been the best play? What has been the best win for all of them? They've played nobody.
Mendoza has the most exciting win, but it was against a downtrodden Penn State team. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, that's your Heisman moment. If Penn State is nationally ranked and it's you versus them to get into the Big Ten championship, and you make that throw, which the throw itself is crazy. It's a beautiful throw, it's a beautiful catch. If it was all of those things lining up to it, that's a Heisman moment.
Yeah.
But a comeback win against a then 3-win Penn State team is just like, ugh. With Julian Sayin, he's played one ranked team. And ranked teams, by the way, that I count ranked teams, which people are pointing to with Oregon and be like, well, they haven't beaten well, they were ranked when they played them. He beat Texas. Marcel Reed's biggest Heisman moment so far has been a comeback win against South Carolina, which is sick, but you also allowed your team to be down 30-3. And then Diego Pavia, when he's played ranked teams, hasn't played well. I don't care if you throw 5 touchdowns or account for 5 touchdowns against
Tennessee
Kentucky.
this weekend, too.
Yeah, you get Tennessee. That's a great – if he did what he did this weekend to Tennessee, we're in business.
Yes.
We're cooking with gas.
That's right.
That's a good team that could get you into the playoff. But, Kentucky stinks. You're supposed to have 5 touchdowns against Kentucky. And then what made me even more angry is that I saw a comparison. And my favorite Heisman season campaign of all time was Joe Burrow.
Right.
That set the world on fire. I have never been more enthralled with a quarterback. And they put comparisons out in the same amount of games with the quarterbacks now to what Joe Burrow was doing in 2019. And it's unfair to think that he is the benchmark for Heisman, but just because I hold that one so dear, he had 1,500 more yards than everybody through 11 games, man. It's not like it was 50 more yards. He had 1,500 more yards. I mean, Burrow was nearly at 4,200. I don't think any of these guys have 30,000. It's insane when you see these numbers side by side with a legitimate badass Heisman winner and then these selection of guys. I don't have a vote. I'm hoping to get one soon, but it would be a really tough decision for me to make just because I don't know who I mean, honestly, I would lean Jeremiah Love just to give it to a running back at this point because if quarterbacks aren't balling, give it to a running back. But even Notre Dame, he didn't play great against ranked teams early in the season either. I feel like that has to play a factor into it. If you're going to judge teams and their ability to compete for a championship based off of how they play against ranked teams, I feel like you have to judge the players when you're talking about a Heisman in that same category. And if you just look at Pavia's numbers against good teams, man, it's really pedestrian. It's good, but it's really pedestrian.
I agree with you. And also, Diego Pavia is getting on my nerves. Can I just say that? He's just getting on my nerves. He's a hell of a football player. But when you hear, he's been talking to Johnny Manziel, I'm like, yeah, I can tell. He's not going off to Vegas yet. But he plays with not just a confidence and a swagger, but now it's to the point when, okay, you're doing the wave, and then at the end, you're doing the Heisman.
Was so bad.
I'm like, all right, dude, now it's not even, now it's contrived and it's planned, and you knew this going in, and you're beating a bad Kentucky team, and there's your mom. I guarantee you, and part of it is the coverage's fault, right?
Mm-hmm.
If 9 times out of 10, it's the cutaway, Fabia's family, Bill and Linda enjoying the game. It's 2 or 3 seconds. They whisper something to one another, and then that's it. Here, it's every single time. Pavia on a 3rd and 2 gets 3. Cut away to the mom.
And it's just
every single time.
There's no other story there. And when you make the comparisons to Johnny Manziel, say whatever you want about Manziel as an NFL player.
Right.
Say whatever you want about Manziel personally. There are some flaws there, right? We all realize that.
Mm-hmm.
You know why Johnny Manziel was as big of a deal as he was? Because he beat Alabama.
Yeah.
Not Kentucky. He beat an Alabama team coached by Nick Saban in his prime, and he did it on a massive stage. He didn't throw 5 touchdowns against Kentucky. Pavia played Alabama, not coached by Nick Saban. They didn't score in the second half. Literally not a point, not a field goal, not a safety. They didn't block an extra point and take it back for they didn't do anything. They didn't score a point in the second half against or Bama, or maybe it's fourth quarter, but either way, they didn't score against Alabama. You can't make just because they talk brash does not mean those are the same players.
Right.
Manziel actually was a badass on the field doing the unthinkable.
And how he played, like Pavia is, look, he was throwing amazing deep balls and he's tough. He's tough as nails. But Manziel played with a flair, right? He played with even that game in Bama where he's running around for his life and just slinging passes and finding dudes open. So not only was it a win, it's how he won. It was just like highlight reel after highlight reel against Bama. That plays into it too.
I mean, Johnny Manziel was so good at Texas A&M that you haven't even thrown up about talking about him yet.
Yeah.
And you hate Texas A&M. Like there was just a different level to what he was, where there was a polarizing element of him because he was cocky, he was brash, but then you watch him play and you're like, damn, that guy is kind of fun. Like he did just make 6 dudes miss in the backfield and throw a 40-yard strike. Like that's pretty crazy. That's pretty impressive. And Diego Pavia is not that. Like should he go to New York? Of course. I'm in favor just generally, Jenks, about you get 5 guys.
Right.
Like bring all 5. No, none of this. In the past couple of years, they brought 3. They brought bring all 5. You get 5 slots, bring all 5. Should he get there? Absolutely. But I don't look at him as the best player in college football. And I haven't at any point this year. And nothing against a Kentucky team is going to make me change my ways.
Also, and this is going to be interesting this weekend because Pavia has a chance, right? He's going, I believe that game is in Knoxville.
Yes.
So they're going to Tennessee. Now, if he shows out against the Volunteers, that's much different than showing out against Kentucky.
Exactly.
But Mendoza has had 2 weeks to get ready for Purdue. So, and look, obviously a performance against Tennessee, balling out against the Vols is going to be much more impressive than putting up big numbers against Purdue. At the same time, Mendoza already has a lead, and he will likely pad to his ridiculous numbers in a bit. It'll just be like, name your number.
And on top of that, if the voters are smart, which a lot of them are, but there's a large substance that is not, where they just cast the vote at the end of the regular season. You can factor in the championship game. Who's that championship game going to be in the SEC? Well, it's not going to be Diego Pavia. Who's that championship game going to be in the Big Ten? You're going to get Indiana and Ohio State, barring some sort of craziness this weekend. There are scenarios where other teams could get in, but barring some sort of craziness, you're getting those 2 teams. That game is going to be effectively for the Heisman.
Right.
Whoever outplays the other, unless we get like a classic Iowa 10-7 game. Or we get a game where it's nothing but running backs, who, if you've watched Ohio State running back-wise, not exactly the most special this year. But it's nothing but running backs going crazy. Like, that game's going to be for the Heisman. If Pavia wants to do it, he needs a game like he played against Kentucky against Tennessee. You can't have a game like he had against, let's just say, a South Carolina, for example, which is a great win, 177 yards and 2 touchdowns with a pick. That's not good enough. Alabama, 198 yards, touchdown and a pick. It's not good enough. Even against LSU, 160 yards, touchdown. He did have 2 with his legs, though. So, you could factor the legs in there. He's had 8 touchdowns with his legs. He's had 661 yards. That all's important. But you got to play that way against a good team.
Also, we need to throw out that Julian Sayin is right there.
Yeah,
he's 4-1. Okay, and so. Look, I know in the Heisman ballot, some people don't take the championship game into effect. Some people do.
Which they should be banned, by the way, if they do that. As someone that's legitimately fighting for a Heisman vote, if you aren't going to treat it with a proper respect and you're going to put it in before the championship game, you should not have a Heisman vote.
Julian Sayin has 27 touchdowns, 4 picks. He's completing 68.4% of his passes. He has 1 interception in his past 8 games. If he balls out against Indiana, then that's your winner.
Because that's a Heisman moment, balling out against a defense that has not allowed hardly anybody to score against them. I mean, Penn State had 24, but that's the top of the mountain for them. That is more than good enough to win a Heisman. And the flip side with Mendoza, if you ball out against an Ohio State team that has not allowed anyone to score more than twice in the first half, it's over.
It makes me wonder. Then you have to think about Ohio State and Indiana. How do you think that game is going to go?
Right. And that's honestly, if you think that Ohio State is going to beat Indiana, whatever the money line number is, you might as well just bet Sand to win the Heisman now.
Yeah,
because that's going to
exactly.
be a better payout at 4-1 versus, they met on the money line. Maybe it's a pick 'em at -110. I think Ohio State will be probably a 5.5 point favorite, 6.5 point favorite. So you're not getting a whole lot of value there. You might as well just take Sand to win the Heisman at 4-1.
Yeah, exactly. Do it now, and then cash your ticket. I just don't know, though. I think that like a lot of people, it's easy to fall into the trap that, it's Ohio State, it's Indiana, but this Indiana team is different. They are different, right? They're absolutely different. So that's the only hang up there. Coming up in 5 minutes, it's been a losing season for Bill Belichick in North Carolina, but Jordan Hudson still has plans on winning in the courtroom. That's coming up next here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Good to have you with us on a Monday. I'm Jenks. D-Day's in the house today instead of Chelsea, who is not feeling well. Understandable. It's that time of year. I had someone tell me, I don't know why this is funny to me, when I was in Austin, a guy who remains to this day a reporter for the Austin American-Statesman, and he was saying, that's why I love the phrase, it's that time of year. You can use it for anything. Anything. Like, if you think about it, anything.
Yeah, that is true.
It's like, God, man, I can't believe it's almost Thanksgiving. It's like, yeah, it's that time of year.
That time of year.
You know?
Oh, it's snowing. Yeah,
It's that time of year.
Yeah.
Use it for quite literally anything, and it always works. I'm like, oh, well, good point there. Did I ask you, are you making Thanksgiving?
Making
dinner?
Sweet potato. That's it.
Just a sweet
potato. The adults, I say that as a fully grown 30-year-old man.
Okay.
But the adults are in charge of everything else.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
There's still a hierarchy in the family, and I'm still very much a kid in that hierarchy.
Good for you.
So the adults are handling everything else.
Good for you.
I've always feel terrible for the people that host Thanksgiving, because as the host, you're responsible for providing a space to eat.
Yeah.
Providing multiple sources of protein. Because, like, you can't bring the turkey over if you're not hosting. Like,
yeah.
It almost feels like that's an infringement, because sometimes you also got to get that turkey going early, right? You have to wake up sometimes 4:35 depending on when you eat. So I always feel terrible for those that are hosting, because there's a lot on their plate, literally and, metaphorically.
Mm-hmm. Are you a big Thanksgiving person?
I like it for what it is.
Yeah.
It's like not like in July, I'm not like, man, turkey and cranberry sauce would slap right now. That's never happened.
Oh, yeah.
But for the next, 3 days, I will be a big Thanksgiving person.
Yeah, you're not like mid-June. God, I could go for some green bean casserole right now.
Never. Not literally in my 30 years, not a single time. Like, man, stuffing would be sick.
Oh, not now. Stuffing.
I could do stuffing. Stuffing and sweet potato might be the only thing where I'm like, okay, I could do this in March.
You know, I used to eat on a regular basis. In fact, it makes me think I want to order one today. Double D, you got to get in here. You know Jetty's, right? Here locally?
Yes.
You ever had their Thanksgiving sandwich?
No.
Oh, my God. When I worked TV back in the day, I would walk down the street to Jetty's. And that thing, it's turkey, it's mayonnaise, it's stuffing, it's cranberry. It's incredible.
I'm a big sandwich guy on
it's
Thanksgiving.
Incredible.
So you take the roll, layer sweet potato, turkey, ham, some dressing, and then maybe if you're really feeling crazy, mac and cheese, and then just push it all down and enjoy.
I'm ordering that today.
It's pre-gaming Thanksgiving.
Because I know whatever the lovely Catherine and I make, it's not going to be nearly that good. Like, she's a pretty good cook. I'm terrible. I'm great at cleaning. I always clean everything up. I'm like, listen, I'm not great. I'll help out. Like, hey, let me put some salt in here for you. I'm awful at it. But I'll clean everything. I'll do my part that way. Double D, you're making everything? What's going on here?
Me and the lovely Monica actually found a crock pot recipe that we are going to do. Stuffing, turkey, and I believe the gravy all in the crock pot. Mashed potatoes on the side. We're going to do green bean casserole on the side. Jenks, you might want to hold off on your order today, because they do have a competitor out there for a Thanksgiving sandwich.
Tell me more.
Subway.
Oh, double
Thanksgiving.
Out. His privileges are revoked.
That's it. Get him out. Get him out right now.
Subway.
No. Total joke.
Arby's next?
Total joke. No. Total joke. Not even gonna do your thing, man. But yeah, I found it very interesting that Subway was like, yes, we now have a Thanksgiving sub.
And I like Subway. I like Subway. But I'm not trusting Subway with my Thanksgivings. I'm absolutely getting that. Oh, that sounds delicious.
A Subway Thanksgiving sub feels like calling Shedeur Sanders the quarterback of the future after one game. And you're like,
right.
The idea is there. The execution, I think I need to see a little bit more of. I just don't know that I trust Subway the same way that I don't know I really trust Shedeur after just one game. Even though he is him. I'm the one they've been waiting on.
No, they've been waiting. We got to get to Shedeur, but we have to talk about Jordan Hudson first. I mean, we don't have to.
It's breaking. The cracks in the armor of Jordan Hudson are showing.
Dude, she has no idea what she's doing.
None.
I find her inherently unlikable. So she says, she put this on Instagram, she's now suing Pablo Torre. Because back in May, on Pablo Torre Finds Out, his podcast, he reported that Hudson had been banned from Carolina's football facilities. He also reported that a member of Belichick's family said there was, quote, deep worry over his relationship with Hudson. I mean, we all have deep worry.
I guess I'm part of Bill Belichick's family.
We're all a member of the family. We all have deep worry. So she posted a picture of herself yesterday on Instagram with her all-access pass, a necklace with a pendant that said banned on it. I mean, the most contrived thing in the world. And saying she was suing Pablo Torre. I hope she does. Because A, Pablo Torre has proven over years that he is a credible journalist, that he sources everything. And by the way, I don't know if Jordan Hudson is aware of something called discovery.
Don't think she is.
I don't think she is. Do you really want emails, photographs, documents, texts, witness lists in the hands of Pablo Torre and his people? You couldn't answer a question from CBS. How did you guys meet? Which is the most basic question you can ask anyone ever who's in a relationship. And it is a non-offensive question. If you couldn't answer that, I can assure you, you don't want Pablo Torre or any attorney going through your history with Bill Belichick and even at North Carolina.
This dude found out the exact Airbnb and then was inside of the Airbnb of the famous Bill Belichick Walk of Shame video, and you want to just freely give him information? Like, he had to work for that. He had to contact some people. He had to get the story. You go to Discovery, you're just giving that up for free.
Right.
On top of that, this is how I know I'm too much of like a media snob, Jenks.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as she posted her credential, I was like, hey, you can't do that. It's like very clear. You're not allowed to post credentials on Instagram, social media of any kind. I don't know if the public is readily knowledgeable of this, but you can't post your credentials on social media out of fear that they get copied. And then somebody gets into a game that they're not supposed to. They do it more for safety issues, but it can also be done in a Connor Stallions kind of way, to where now everybody knows exactly what the front of the credential looks like. And by the way, there's no security in the history of my years doing this, and I don't want to speak for you directly, Jenks, but I feel like I'm pretty comfortable firing at the hip saying there's not a single security guy that's ever looked to see the back of your credentials. They're like, yep, he got the badge on, he's good, right? So that's a terrible, terrible mistake by Jordan Hudson there. And then again, I'm not giving Pablo Torre free information. He is not one to mess with.
Right. This is not some rando, which of course I'm sure in Jordan Hudson's mind, she has no clue. It's not some random podcaster who just threw some stuff against the wall. It's a long-established journalist.
I mean, he was pulling tax records earlier last week.
Right. I can assure you that if he can go into the Steve Ballmer, Kawhi Leonard situation involving business deals and money that may or may not have been on the books and get sourcing from this company that was a part of Steve Ballmer's world before, until it wasn't. If he can go there and pull out all of that information when you're talking about the NBA, I can assure you that he can somehow penetrate the walls of the North Carolina football facility. Because here's the thing. How many people, let's just hypothetically say you're a head coach at North Carolina, or you're just a coach. You don't have to be Bill Belichick. Do you really want Jordan Hudson around? How do you think he got this information in the first place?
Right.
You think he just made this up? You don't think this wasn't leaked to him specifically from someone at Carolina who was sick and tired of Jordan Hudson being around? It's not going to be hard for him.
Good luck to her.
Yeah.
Wishing her the best. I hope we find out some really fun stuff in there.
Well, you mentioned Shedeur. So, first ever NFL start yesterday.
He's him.
209 yards and a touchdown.
And they go to Sampson out of the backfield. He's got two tight ends blocking on the outside. He's got room. He bursts inside Raiders territory. One man to beat. He won't be caught. Touchdown, Sampson. 66 yards.
Now, this was a 66-yard pass. Also, it was more of a throw in the flat, and then Sampson took off.
A throw that I think might have traveled more yards sideways than in the air, and then Sampson did the rest. But it still counts.
It does.
Touchdown is a touchdown.
It does. Browns beat the Raiders 24-10. The Browns were getting 3. They were plus 140 on the money line. Under hits, total set at 35 and a hook. So Sanders getting the start because Dylan Gabriel in concussion protocol. And then this is remarkable. The 42nd quarterback for the Browns since they returned to Cleveland in 1999. 42.
It's a lot.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
A lot less than 42 years, by the way. A lot less. That's you're averaging like half a quarterback a year almost. And like it is important to point out, he made some really good throws yesterday. Like he even in that game against Baltimore made a couple of throws that were pretty impressive. They're like, hey, this is a good quality Sunday throw. But what I'm not going to do is jump on this crazy bandwagon of that one game against one of the worst teams in the NFL is the surefire reason why I know that guy is going to solve all of the problems in Cleveland.
Correct. The Raiders, meanwhile, have lost 5 straight. 9 of 10. Yeah, Chip Kelly.
That dude left Ohio State for that job. He won a championship this year. Instead, he's going to be on an island somewhere on a beach.
Raiders last in the NFL in points per game with 15. 30th in total yards. 31st in rushing yards per game. They scored fewer than 10 points in 4 games. Worst in the NFL. Coming up, we will stay with the National Football League. Bucks and Rams tonight in L.A. It is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Daily Tip's Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Up and running on hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. My guy is D-Day, Didn't Day, filling in for Chelsea Messenger today. Coming up in our final hour, what we saw last night in La La Land with the Bucs visiting Matthew Stafford and the Rams. In 20 minutes, we will preview tonight's game. Carolina. The Panthers? Oh, yeah. The Panthers in contention in the NFC South, visiting the Niners, and it's our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? Good to see you. A little salute. Tip of the cap. You can stream us via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Also, we're on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. Before we get into Sunday Night Football, and we'll get into it. We'll talk about all that. You're not much of a coffee drinker, are you?
Oh, I am.
You are?
I can't do it during the show. It's a bad situation with the tummy.
I get that. It happens to me on a regular basis. So.
In fact, I hadn't shared this with you, but I just recently found out while you were in Spain, PJ Glasser sat in, we have a mini fridge on this floor, which is currently where my coffee is sitting. So I did not have to go all the way upstairs.
What?
Yeah, it's right. It's like in a wall, which, I would have never checked that until PJ Glasser told me. But yes, we have my coffee is sitting in the mini fridge that is right behind me.
Oh, my God. Oh, good for you. It was so funny. I don't know if Roger's here today. We talked about this before where he makes that vat of coffee, and we don't know if it's day of or not.
If he's here, it's day of.
Yes. Yeah. I haven't seen him.
I have not seen him either. I'm trying to remember if I saw his car in the parking lot, which I don't think I did.
So I was like, I got to have a little something. So I was like, I made most of my coffee at home, and there were a couple guys behind me. They're like, what do you think? I was like, I don't know. I haven't seen Roger today. The other guy comes up behind me and he pours it and he goes, it looks really dark. I was like, I don't know if it's a dark roast. I think he
uses medium roast.
Yeah.
If it's a little too dark, you're like,
And guess what? Everybody just went in. They're like, I got it.
I mean, we are in it together.
Right. So let's just do it. So coffee's still heating up there in the kitchen. We got a mini fridge now. I had no idea. Maybe that'll come in handy here in the next 3 weeks. Who knows?
Benefit of being a cold coffee drinker.
Oh, that's true, too.
Yes, I only drink cold coffee. Or I prefer cold coffee.
I don't blame you. I would prefer that as well. In the mornings, I'll do a hot coffee, but I'm like you. I prefer the cold coffee. Bucs were ice cold last night. Rams getting the win. 34-7. The Rams laying 7. Rams minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Matthew Stafford, 25 of 35. 273 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 2 of those to Devontae Adams.
From the 24, high snap that he brings down. Devontae Adams got another one. Touchdown, Rams.
Touchdown, Rams. That's right. That's Mike Tirico on NBC Sunday Night Football. Kobe Durant, also for the defense, intercepting a pass from Baker Mayfield, turns it into a pick 6 as the Rams get all 31 of their points in the first half. The Rams have won 6 straight. They have now not lost since October 2nd. They haven't trailed in a game since the second quarter of their win over Baltimore back in Week 6. They have the best record in the NFL at 9-2. Your favorites to win the Super Bowl? The LA Rams right now at plus 425, just ahead of the Eagles at 6-1 and the Chiefs at 9-1. How good are the Rams?
They are really good.
Yeah.
This is the best roster, I think, in football right now. It is the most well-rounded team in football right now because it's less so the 34 that they scored, Jenks. So that's an impressive number, obviously. But it's more the fact that they held Tampa to 7. And, Baker Mayfield left this one with a shoulder injury, so that needs to be taken into consideration. Who knows what the second half would have been had Baker been in, but they didn't score that many when Baker was in. He threw the touchdown to Tez Johnson, which was a very nice throw and catch. It was beautiful. I love seeing Tez Johnson have success at the NFL level. But this defense is now stifling. They didn't allow the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to score. They had Sam Darnold in a blender. I mean, not a blender. That dude was sucked into a black hole.
Right.
The way that he was turning the football over, they have put together multiple performances now late into the season. We're not riding off of something they did in September, a narrative that we are just clinging on to and holding on to as we get thrashed throughout the course of the NFL season. This is things that they have done recently. They're playing their best football right now, and that should scare everybody in certainly the NFC, but then that should scare a little bit of the teams in the AFC, Jenks. Because if you just look at the AFC, who do you trust in that conference?
No one
right now. Like you're hanging on to Mahomes a little bit, maybe Josh Allen, but that roster ain't better than the Rams roster.
And then you have a coach like Sean McVay who has been there and done that. And Stafford is playing at a stupid level right now. Just an absolutely stupid level. But the Rams are a complete football team. Last year on the show, it was mainly bet sweats. But we all joined the Ramily. We were just a year early. Just a year early there.
They got good seats.
They got great seats. Still get great seats.
Got good parking.
SoFi.
Maybe some happy hour discounts. Stafford hasn't thrown a pick since September 21st.
Good God.
That's 2 full calendar months since the last time he threw an interception.
It's remarkable. Remember before the season, we were wondering if he was going to be healthy enough to play?
Yeah. Like, his arm's not going to be good.
Right. Like, his arm is falling off. His back. He's had back issues for his entire career. For years. Even way back when he played with the Lions, it was always an issue. Like, he is just tough as nails. And then there were those reports. Matthew Stafford didn't work out today, didn't practice. Sean McVay says he's not really worried. Just this is a precautionary measure. But we thought, look, this guy's getting older. He's 37 now. But he looks as good as he's ever looked. And, man, when you have that offense, a very underrated defense, and then you have someone like Devontae Adams, he's the number 2.
Yeah.
He's the number 2 right now. This guy's found the fountain of youth.
It feels like a double bird from Devontae Adams to everybody else in the NFL.
Right.
It feels like a double bird from Matthew Stafford to his own organization, who has tried religiously over the past 2 or 3 years to trade him because they didn't want to pay him the number that he was asking for. I think they're good now. I think they're getting a little bit of a discount on the guy that's thrown 30 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. I think they're okay with what they got going on there. He's just playing at such an insane level. And as you mentioned, he turns 38 in February. So that could be a really good week for him. Turn 38, potentially play in the last game of the season. But the way that they're playing right now, the way that they're protecting him right now, he's only been sacked 15 times, which if you look across some of the other quarterbacks in this league, those numbers are significantly higher than that. So they're playing fantastic football. And then that defense is really darn good, too. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, they have somehow taken former first-round pick Emmanuel Forbes and turned him into a competent player after he was the trash from Washington. Durant had that crazy play last night. It feels like they are doing literally everything correctly in Los Angeles. It almost feels like that number is a discount to the gambler of them at, what is it, plus 475 to win the Super Bowl. It feels like that number should be way more favorable to the Rams right now compared to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, that's the way I feel as well. Rams are just so good. And I think you bring up a really good point, which is who do you trust in the AFC? If you think about who, and yes, okay, it's the same teams as always, right? It's the Chiefs. They got by the Colts yesterday. Okay, fine, but this is a team that could easily be 5-6 today. Look, they're still the Chiefs, okay? The Bills are maddeningly inconsistent. They're all over the place. The Ravens are probably going to find a way to make the playoffs, but we know with their history that once they get to the postseason, they can't quite get over the hump. There's not a real threat. The biggest threat, according to the odds, is the Colts. Then it's Chiefs and Broncos and Patriots in the AFC.
And those are no threats.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, the Chiefs right now, the playoffs start today, they're the 10th seed. So they're closer to drafting at the top of the draft than they are to the number 1 seed in the conference. Right now it's the Patriots at 10-2, but we've never seen Drake May play in the postseason, and he just played one of his lesser games. It wasn't a bad game, but one of his lesser games against a bad Cincinnati defense. What's it going to look like when you're going up against guys that can get after the passer? I mean, even the Bills, they're 7th right now in the AFC because they got upset by Davis Mills.
Yeah.
And they got a shocker here. They got a wide receiver problem. Remember when Sean McDermott was calling out a radio host this offseason about their receiver problem? You guys got a receiver problem. We knew this. You knew this. You got a little butthurt about it. I can't blame you because that's your team. But they're not very good. You certainly don't trust the Jaguars, the Chargers, and even the Ravens. I mean, they're 6-5. They put together a nice 5-game win streak. They didn't exactly look all that impressive against the Jets, though. Only 23 against the defense that sold its 2 best players at the trade deadline. Lamar has not performed in a way that I thought he was going to when he was back and healthy. He's performing like he just got back.
Right.
Now he's been back for 5 games, and he was 13 of 23 for 153 yards.
And when you look at the NFC, I don't trust the Eagles at all. And it's not just because of yesterday. They don't like each other.
Like, they legitimately don't like each other.
No, they really don't. Like, every week, if it's not Jalen Hurts defending himself because of the reports that people in the locker room or players in the locker room don't believe he's following the game plan, that he's hesitant, that he's doing things his way, he's not as quick to throw the ball or release the football as he should be. Then, of course, A.J. Brown, that's been an ongoing situation. And, of course, he scores yesterday, and the Eagles give up a 21-point lead. Even last year.
It was perfect.
Yeah, it was so perfect. Even last year, Nick Sirianni was chirping at Eagles fans. Remember, they were going back and forth? The Eagles are such an incredible gathering of talent. And yet, they find ways to win. They found a way to lose yesterday. But they feel like a team that it's just going to be one bad decision or one bad game, and they're this close to having it in the postseason. They're good enough to just kind of meander through the regular season, particularly the NFC East. I know they lost yesterday, but we thought this was going to be a really tough division. It has not been this year. So they're good enough to just sort of plod through the regular season and have a winning record. And yes, they're 6-1. Yes, they're defending champs. But I feel like when a big game is on the line and they need a big play and they face someone who is legitimately a very good team, I'm just not quite so sure I believe in Philly to get the job done.
I mean, they nearly lost to the Rams last year when the Rams were a lesser roster.
Yes.
And you, as Philadelphia, were a better roster with a MVP caliber player who that MVP caliber player ran for 22 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
And, Saquon Barkley running for 22 yards is in a vacuum, not great, whatever. Right. But when he runs for 22 yards in a game that you had a 21-point lead, like when you are up 21-0, you're running the football.
Yep.
You're giving the football to your running back and saying, hey, go do something with it. Let's see if we can pop a big one. And they couldn't do it. I mean, it feels like it's a 2-team race in the NFC right now between the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks, who the Rams have already beaten. Maybe you like Green Bay, but Green Bay, I think with Jordan Love, I want to see consistency be a little bit more in their bag, as the children say, because they just have not been consistent. And then right now, Detroit is not even in the postseason. They're the 8th seed because Chicago, who is having a hell of a year playing really bad football teams, they're 8-3. So that division needs to shake up a certain way. And that's going to have, Chicago's going to have a little bit of a come to Jesus moment here when they get the Eagles, Packers, Browns, Packers, Niners, Lions to close the season. So you get one really sucky game with the Browns and then a bunch of really good teams the rest of the way. But even the Lions, they're not all that. They nearly lost to Jameis Winston yesterday. And it's the NFL, it's a week-to-week league. But if you're nearly losing to Jameis Winston when they're pulling all the tricks out of the bag, what's it going to be like when you're going up against a legitimately great team where he doesn't need to do sleight of hand to score?
Also, that Jameis Winston touchdown yesterday where he catches that pass. It was so good.
It was so great.
It was so great.
Trucking guys.
He twists and turns, and you're like, there's no way he's getting into the end zone. The Giants damn near won that game. It was really close. They maybe should have won that game. But him twisting, turning, finding a way to get in the end zone, that was and celebration. Now I think with each passing week, it's just so apparent why people love playing with Jameis Winston, being around him, why fans love him. But yeah, it's crazy about the Lions, who looked like a shoo-in, and here they are still fighting. But here they also at 6-1. They're going to be okay. But the broader point is, when it comes to the Rams, it's hard to find someone playing as well as these guys, and they look absolutely legitimate, like they should be the favorites. Coming up next, Monday Night Football turns its focus to the Panthers. Preview is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on Monday. The Daily Tip. It's been a while for that harmonica. Great to have you with us on this Monday. Michael Jenkins, he is D-Day, didn't they? Coming up on the show, the Panthers look to claw their way a couple games above 500 as they visit the Niners. Oh, wow. I can't believe this. Is it hard for you? I think it is for most people to sort of get past the idea that a team that has been so bad for so long is actually
putting it together.
Yeah.
Looking competent.
Yeah.
All of those things.
Because they are.
They're doing that. I mean, they are doing the thing. It is weird. It doesn't feel like they're a good football team, which is unfair. But if you think of the Panthers, you still think of, Right. And that's still what I think of them as. But it's impossible to ignore that they have had a good enough season to where it's late in November, and regardless of the outcome tonight, it'll be that way next week as well, where they're now in the playoff hunt. Part of that is because of the injury to Baker Mayfield and just right now the lack of knowledge that we have, the unknown about how much time he's going to miss. But it's funny that a team that lost to the New Orleans Saints 2 weeks ago could now potentially be winning the division if they beat the San Francisco 49ers.
And they absolutely could.
And they could. Now, the rest of the way, they're going to get smoked. But tonight could be their night.
Well, if you're looking at the odds right now, NFC South odds, the Buccaneers are still minus 375. And keep an eye on that because Baker Mayfield got injured his left shoulder last night against the Rams, did not play in the second half. So, I mean, Baker's a tough guy. So if he can play, he will. Panthers right now 3-1, plus 300 for the Panthers to win the NFC South. Panthers to make the playoffs, yes, also 3-1. No is minus 375. The Niners to make the playoffs, minus 625. No is plus 450, and they do get Brock Purdy back in the lineup. He's been back, but now he is healthy. Looked really good last week in returning for the first time. Had that toe injury, but looked as good as ever out in San Francisco. So let's get into this game tonight. Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium. The Niners are laying 7.5. The Niners are minus 375. The Panthers are 3-1, and the total is 49 and a hook. I kind of like the Panthers here. Plus the 7.5. I can't keep talking about how much better Carolina is if I'm not going to roll with Carolina and the points here. Carolina has won its last 3 games on the road. They're 8-3 against the number in their last 11 with Bryce Young at quarterback. There's a game or two there when he was banged up, but Andy Dalton starting quarterback. I still can't believe Andy Dalton is
Red Rifle.
The Red Rifle, the Red Nut, as I call him. The Red Rifle, still getting it done. But Bryce Young is coming off that incredible performance against the Falcons last week. 31 of 45, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns. Easily the best game of his career. Can he build on that? Well, that served for him as a springboard so that he can really solidify himself as this franchise's quarterback for the foreseeable future? Or is he going to be that guy that just kind of will have a good game every now and then? He's definitely improving, but I think the jury is still out a little bit. I'm a believer in what he's doing. Ted McMillan has come along. He's getting better. They have Xavier Legette. I like a prop bet on him tonight. I just feel like this is too many points, particularly with a Niners defense that is super banged up, that I think Carolina can have success against. I'm going to take Carolina.
I'm still unsure of how much I can trust Carolina. And that's where I am stuck, right?
Okay.
Because I'm with you. I'm like 7.5. Ooh, that's a big number. And Carolina's not like a great team, but they are 6-5. They're playing good football. They're coming off of the win against Atlanta and the performance that Bryce Young had against Atlanta can legitimately be a franchise, in this instance, a franchise-shaping, a season-shaping kind of win.
Mm-hmm.
You see that kind of performance. You finally unlocked whatever might have been holding you back before. and now you're going to spread your wings and fly away, young Padawan, all those things, right? It very much could have been that.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you think Carolina is going to lose, they've only lost one game by less than a touchdown and a half. That was all the way back in week number 2 against Arizona. Their first loss of the year was by 16 to the Jags. They then got destroyed by New England. Then they went on a nice big win streak, beating the Dolphins, beating the Cowboys, beating the Jets, beating the Packers, which I think that's what really started to turn people's heads. They lose then to New Orleans by 10. You're like, okay, so they're
right.
They're good. We'll take the Bills situation, a little bit out of it. Bryce Young's not playing in that one. So they lose 40-9, but Young doesn't play. I feel like that's maybe an unfair way of judging them without him. But still, they get crushed. I just don't know if I can trust. If I think they're going to lose, which I do. I don't think they're going to win tonight.
No.
But if I think they're going to lose, they've just shown me too many times that they are ripe for a blowout, it feels like.
What is your take on Bryce Young? I am torn because I want him to succeed. Just as a fan, he's small. He's
a short guy.
He's a short guy.
Short little dude.
He's a short guy. But he has shown flashes, and now I do think the narrative is starting to change in the National Football League a little bit, where it's maybe we should give some of these guys a little more time.
I mean, he is definitely playing the best of a legitimately short quarterback. He's playing the best late in the season that we've seen in a long time.
Yes.
Kyler always would play really well at the beginning of the year, and then defenses, put their hands up, and then he's not playing that well, but he's playing really good late into the season. I was an idiot the first year, Jenks.
Okay.
Because I was kind of in favor of Mr. Bryce Young being drafted number 1 overall.
Okay.
I watched it. I loved watching him at Alabama, and he made some throws in college where I'm like, this is just stuff that translates naturally to the next level. And then it took a little bit. And, we still haven't seen it on a consistent basis, but I do like Bryce Young, and it's amazing what happens when you put a young quarterback and you surround him with legitimate talent.
Right.
With like a Tet McMillan and all of the pieces that they've added to the offense. And then you put him with a really strong offensive mind in Dave Canales. And I liked Frank Reich too, but Canales willingly took this challenge on where there was some friction with Frank Reich and he wanting C.J. Stroud, but the ownership group wanting Bryce Young because of the Heisman, right? So they wanted the Heisman Trophy winner, and we can sell this and all these things. But I think Bryce Young is playing at a really, really strong level, and I do think he has proven this year that he is a quarterback that you can build around. He's not going to reset the market. He's not going to do that. But it is going to be time for him to get paid this offseason. This is year number 3. This is when you can start negotiating and start paying contracts to first-round picks. He is going to get paid this offseason, and I think he has done enough this year to say, I deserve to be paid and I deserve to be your quarterback for the foreseeable future. And honestly, he's played them out of drafting a quarterback. Like you're not in a position now where you're sitting here 6-5 looking for a quarterback in the draft. So I think this year has been a very, very good one for Bryce Young.
I think so as well. And that's the one thing about quarterback play in the NFL that just matters so much, what you touched on it. Wow, you give a guy receivers, you give him a little bit of time to develop. You put him in an organization where he has a better chance to succeed. I mean, Daniel Jones is a perfect example. You don't have to believe he's an elite quarterback. Is he a better quarterback? Damn right. Sam Darnold. Better organization, better quarterback, and also time. I think time is a big factor here as well. Where now, particularly in today's day and age, we want immediate results. Caleb Williams looks like he's getting much, much better. The Bears are playing good football. Still have some things to work on, but we want these immediate dividends at quarterback, and I understand because they're getting paid a lot. All the attention is on these guys. You put a lot of draft capital in these guys. They're the future of your franchise, and if they don't succeed, everyone else fails. But, man, we're seeing now, I think, a bit of a shift, a bit of a sea change where it's not, okay, if these guys aren't immediately good, they're done. And Bryce Young, I think, or at least I hope, is a perfect example of that. Where, hey, we decided we would draft him another weapon. We decided we would kind of stick with him and give him a little bit of time to develop. And now, maybe slower than you wanted, it's starting to happen. Maybe.
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 I mean,
I don't think he's going to be a star, but is there a progression there?
There definitely is. And that we are saying all this, and they could go out and lose by like 20.
I know.
And you're like, well, maybe JK, guys, our fingers were crossed under the table. You just didn't see it. I actually think that, though, from the flip side of this, Jenks, the 49ers are a really interesting piece in this playoff equation in the NFC, because they haven't really been healthy this entire year, but now they are. You get your quarterback that you paid a large sum of money to, which, again, it does feel like the Carolina Panthers are going to be kind of in that position.
Yeah.
Like they're going to have to pay him, him being Bryce Young, money similar or in the same ballpark as Brock Purdy, because Purdy did not reset the market. He's getting like $55 million per year, and that's just the going rate for a quarterback. But they're now healthy in San Francisco. Now, they had a little bit of a weird one this weekend. Brandon Ayuk news. Voided $27 million in guarantees from his contract because things aren't going well. So there's been a lot more negative in the publicity side of things for San Francisco this week. But they were able to win with Mac Jones. They were able to win with Brock Purdy. They're coming off an absolute beatdown 2 weeks ago or 2 games ago against the Rams. Delivered a beatdown to the Cardinals. It does feel like now they're starting to trend in the right direction. So I'm going to be very curious to see what it looks like if they can put 2 games in a row together with really strong offensive performances, and then the final few games for their season. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they have 12 wins if they win tonight.
Yeah. No, that's true. How do you feel about Brock, by the way?
He's fine.
He's fine, right? He's just fine. He's just fine.
He is Kohl's. I like Kohl's. He likes Kohl's. I like going to Kohl's.
Right.
But it's like a fine store. I've never been super pumped to go to Kohl's, but I've never been upset to be there either.
That's right.
It's
this is
just
great.
fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's amazing. You're like, this is good. This is good, right?
Would I spend $55 million at Kohl's? I would not do that. But if you have that in your budget, like maybe that could be something that you look into. He doesn't do anything to me that is exceptional.
Yeah.
But he's also not going to put you consistently in positions to lose. I think there is a really nice balance there when you can surround him with a bunch of other talent, and you trust your play caller and Kyle Shanahan. Not the most talented guy, not a rocket arm, not a crazy out of this world football IQ, but he's not an idiot either. And sometimes it pays really well to just not be an idiot.
Absolutely right. Also, is Ayuk going to end up here in D.C. next season? Because it sure feels like there's the history there, right? Adam Peters drafted him. Ayuk is super close with Jaden Daniels.
It sure feels like it.
And then Debo's going to go, right?
I mean,
he's going to be gone.
I like Debo.
I like Debo. I want him to stay, but doesn't he go?
It feels like he's gone. And with the voiding of the guarantees, that effectively to me suggests that if they don't come to a resolution with San Francisco and Ayuk, that they're going to cut him.
Right.
Because you're not going to trade a guy with no guaranteed money on his deal, because you then effectively you're asking for top dollar in a trade, and then that team is immediately going to have to give up assets, then flip and give him a contract. The question that I would have in this Brandon Ayuk debacle, if you will, is what does he see his value at? Because they just voided that guaranteed money.
Yeah.
He signed a 4-year, $120 million contract, right? So that's $30 million per year. But you're coming off of a bad knee injury. You're not 30, but you're getting close to 30. So what does he see his value as, and what is everybody else going to see his value as? Because he's been a good player in the league. He's never been a great. I've never put him in the same conversation as some of the greats in the league. And if you just look at his numbers statistically, he's had 2 seasons over 1,000 yards. Last year was weird. He didn't play the whole year. But 1 season of 1,300 yards, got that big contract, and then we've only seen 7 games from him since. And now you just have a situation where your guarantees are voided. They don't do that easily. Like, you really have to do something bad. And that comes after the offseason. We saw him basically dance around and publicly ask to leave and then not leave. So
he's not coming back.
No, he can't.
He's not.
And then for San Francisco, you just got to move on. Like, if he doesn't want to be here, you don't want him here.
Well, and also, on his side, if you cut those guarantees,
there's no incentive.
Right. It's like, why would I want to play for you?
Right.
You just cost me $23+ million. And I understand he hasn't met certain incentives. He's been banged up. I understand all of that.
But that relationship is
right. They're done.
Now.
Right.
If someone took $27 million from me, I'm not exactly going to be happy the next time I see him.
You're not going to be like, hey, let's still work this out.
You know how you make it up? You give me $28 million. That's how you make it up.
Exactly. And that's not going to happen. That's the way it feels. Like he's going to end up here. And of course, relationship with Jaden Daniels is a huge factor.
Relationship with Adam Peters is a huge factor.
And we see that again and again and again, right? If he likes somebody, going back to Kinlaw, Debo.
He fights for his guys.
Right. He fights for his guys. If he believes in his guys, there's a good chance he's going to bring you in or at least give you another shot. It just feels like that's where Ayuk is going to be. And we'll find out tonight if his teammates can cover that number against Carolina. I mean, to your point, it's still Carolina. They're better, but we're not going to win a Super Bowl. Coming up next. Okay, here we go. We've talked about it. Now it's time to lay down our official bets. We will do that next year on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. He is Denton Day. Come on back, Double D. I know, starting another week. But for most people, a short week. Thanksgiving? Max says he's dancing at his computer. I don't know if I believe that. Maybe. I don't mind a good instrumental. When, Denton, are you going to put up the old Christmas tree?
That is a great question that I have already answered. We did it this weekend.
Oh, did you really?
We did it this weekend. This is the first Christmas that we have decorated as a married couple.
Nice.
So this is a big deal for the relationship. We went to a storage unit that we have on Saturday. Brought all of the decorations back, put them all up. The apartment looks wonderful.
Awesome.
I was the muscle when needed. That was our plan. I was like, honey, this is your project. Let me know when you need me. If not, I'm going to be out of your way. And she said, that sounds like perfection to me. And I was like, sick. Okay, cool.
Ah, well done.
So it looks wonderful. We got the tree up. We got some lights that are hanging. You know, we don't really love like big fluorescent lights in the apartment. So now that we have a reason to have some Christmas lights hang and there's lights on the tree, it provides a really nice aesthetic. She's decorated the cabinets. You put bows on the cabinets. I think the only thing that is left, one, we needed some batteries because there were a couple things that needed batteries that we just did not have. And then we're going to decorate the doors with like the laundry doors kind of wrapped with some ribbon. Very easy, just across, you know, and then it'll be perfection.
Oh, you're going all in. I love it.
Well, she's going all in. I'm supporting. I mean, like, great idea, honey. Yes. I mean, she did a great job. She crushed it. She always does, but you know, it made her really happy. And
that's a good thing.
You know, you just walk in, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's Christmas. It's Christmas season.
Yeah,
get a candle going. It's perfect.
That's what we're doing this weekend. So, in fact, we're going to probably do that on Thanksgiving or that afternoon.
Yeah.
So we'll probably make something. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. We'll make some food. It'll be fine. We'll have some football on. And then we'll bring in the tree. It's downstairs. I'll bring it up, and then what's always funny is I love this because the lovely Catherine is she's like me. She's just very like meticulous, right? So she'll be like, let's decorate the tree together. I'm like, okay, and we will. It'll be great. But then I'll put an ornament on, and I think she'll see like, that's not quite in the right place. So I see her just like adjust it a little bit. Yeah.
It's like the slightest thing. It's like one branch down.
Right. Branch down, or there's a hole here that needs to be maybe covered up because it's fake tree. Do you guys have a real tree? Fake tree.
No, fake tree.
Yeah, we have fake tree.
I don't even know if our apartment allows a real tree. We didn't ask. We're like, we got the fake tree situation. And my wife has like really, some of them are very meaningful ornaments. Some of them are just very fragile. It's like, I do not touch them. And she's like, hey, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't want you to touch these. And I was like, hey, don't take this the wrong way. I was not about to touch those anyway. Like those are yours. I'd helped her at a previous apartment before, so I like kind of knew the drill, but I was like, I am not touching anything that is even remotely breakable. Lights, I can handle.
Yeah.
I am breaking no lights, but I'm not. Your ornament that you've had from your grandmother, that ain't.
Oh, yeah.
You will not find my DNA on that one in any capacity.
I'm like that. There's just 2 or 3 ornaments like that. I'm like, listen, if I hook this on the wrong branch and then the branch kind of sags and the ornament falls, I'm not doing that.
I'm not responsible.
The one thing I have to do every year, which is frustrating, is that we have a star right on top of the star that bright lights up. But this is a nice fake tree. It's not top of the line, but the star is so heavy that of course I slide it. What happens? Right. So I have to gather like 3 different limbs and then like position them together and hold them together and then slide the star on. And even then it's kind of wobbly. Then you got to bend maybe the limbs a little bit and get that right balance where it's hanging perfectly.
Right.
And that's a process.
It's so many different things. And like, you wouldn't think about this normally Because, like, again, in June, you're not like, oh, I can't wait to do all the tree stuff. But now when you're in the thick of it, you're like, oh, that's right. I do this every single year. I forget every single year. Let me position this the right way.
That's the one thing. The ornaments are fine. I will say one thing, and I'm going to talk about this a lot. Give me that fake fire on the TV.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
A little bit of a lo-fi in the background, like Christmas jazz.
Yeah. Oh, my God. 1,000%.
Yeah, we're big readers, so like we throw that on, and now that you have enough light from the lights of the tree and the actual hanging lights, you can read because it gets dark here at 4:30. So you can't read at that unless you have all these damn fluorescent lights on, which, again, I don't like those. So now it's literally perfect.
I'm so glad you said. I actually pulled out a book yesterday I've been meaning to read, and I read it for a while, put it away. Catherine walked in. She's like, wait, are you going to read this? I was like, yes.
It's a good book, I hope.
Yeah, I was like, I've decided. It's more of a kind of, not self-help, but it's very, what's a good way to put it? It's a kind of a mind, body, your emotions sort of affect how you.
Self-help is probably what it would be called.
It probably would be called that.
Yeah.
It's not like 8 ways to influence your coworkers or something like that. But it's more of a like how your emotions sort of affect how you feel and how your body sort of reacts.
You got to start like a reading challenge. That's how I read as many books as I do because I don't like losing. So I set the amount of books that I need to read, and I do enjoy reading. But when you have a finite set number, all of a sudden there's some extra motivation. I'll do some audiobooks too. Would that count? But yeah, so I'm a goal setter. So I need that in there.
That's smart. I mean, yesterday just unprompted, I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm staying off my phone more. I'm going to start reading more, and now I'm going to do it with the crackle in the background. It's going to be great. Well, all right, new week here on the show. Time to wipe the slate clean and hand out some winners. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, here we go. I'll give my first one. Xavier Legette. Longest reception over 13.5 yards. It's minus 108. So this goes in line with how I think this game is going to play out. I think this is going to be a higher scoring game. The Niners defense is really banged up. And yes, I talked about Carolina covering the 7.5. And yet, let's be honest, it's still Carolina. So I'm going to pump the brakes on going all in on that. But the Panthers can throw against the Niners. This Niners defense is 28th against the pass. Last week, Legette had a 36-yard touchdown. He has 6 plays of 20 or more yards this season. He has also hit this number in 5 of his last 7. I think the Panthers are going to be playing catch-up in this game, and I think that means plenty of chances for Legette to go over this number. So we're going to go over 13.5 yards as his longest reception.
My best bet, Jenks, I'm going over 27.5 team total for the San Francisco 49ers at minus 145. I could have gone 28.5. That would have gotten me to minus 120, but that 27 number seems to be a big one for Carolina. They've allowed the Cardinals to score 27 on them. They've allowed the Patriots to get 42, the Cowboys to score 27, the Bills to score 40. So the Falcons last week to score 27. They've allowed some teams to get to that 27 mark. I had to take the hook. I had to take the extra point because 26.5 was minus 200. And I was not going to lay that level of juice. But I'm confident in this 49ers offense that just scored 41 the last time we saw them on the field to have a strong offensive performance. And I have a feeling that this could end up being a little bit of a track meet of a game. So I'm going to take the 49ers over 27.5.
All right, very good. I like that a lot. Yeah, especially because I like the over in this game. And you always want your best to sort of fall in line with game script. So along those same lines, I'm going to go George Kittle. 50-plus receiving yards is minus 149. I see a lot of people playing it at a particular number. You want to reduce the juice and do that. Totally fine. But no one is happier that Brock Purdy is back than George Kittle. Like last game when Purdy came out, he looked really good. Kittle had, 6 catches, 67 yards, 2 touchdowns after the game. Effusive in his praise of Brock Purdy. So those two have a really great chemistry. Also, when you look at how Kittle plays, he thrives in zone coverage. There are some tight ends, some receivers, and they're so adept at getting to a certain spot, finding soft spots in the zone. That is what George Kittle does. Panthers run a ton of zone defense. Also, they allow the fourth most yardage to tight ends in all of the NFL. So let's go 50-plus yards at minus 149. Right there on the edge of how much juice we like to lay, but I think George Kittle has a nice night.
And you and I are in the same market because I'm going to take the same bet with his teammate, Christian McCaffrey.
All right.
If we're getting a lot of offense, we might as well sell in to get that offense. We know that he's a big receiving threat out of the backfield. You know, with Kittle and with some of the other receivers that they have, they take a little bit of it feels like the eyes away from Christian McCaffrey. So I love this number for McCaffrey at 50+. You still get the money if it gets on 50 even. So I love that as well. A little bit of a benefit to the gambler, and I'm getting it minus 105.
Oh.
If they are going to score a lot of points, we know that Christian McCaffrey is going to be involved in the offensive game plan. So I feel really good about McCaffrey over 50 receiving yards.
Yeah, love that. Isn't the word with Christian McCaffrey, as long as he plays 4 quarters, as long as he is healthy, we're good to go.
You're in a good spot.
Exactly. Guys, don't forget, we're also on YouTube, the old YouTube. You can check out Daily Tip, along with each and every show on the BetMGM Network. Make sure you like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. No Donkster today. I think you've noticed if you've been streaming this show on Stadium. Well, we've been streaming the final hour. But if you've been watching earlier, we had a great side view of my face for half the time. So we have one camera working, so no Donkster today. But he is here. Donkster's been quiet for a couple weeks.
He has. He has been hibernating.
Yes.
I didn't know he hibernated.
He does.
I figured that was kind of what was going on there with our chalk donkey.
Yeah. What's going on with you today? What's the rest of the day look like?
So we got a sick dog to take care of.
I know.
Got to make sure that he is taken care of. Need to get a workout in. And then I have a reading. Well, all right, let me flex real quick. I crushed my reading goal. I've already read. I was going to read 40 books this year. I'm on book 43.
Dang.
So I'm well over that. But I still now just want to see how many I can hit. Some of these books have been big, thick books, Jay.
Yeah.
So I want to see how many I can hit. So do a little bit of reading today. Hopefully it's nice outside in DC. I don't know.
Yeah. Good for you. That's inspirational. 43 books?
This is 43. Yeah. So I've hit 41. I'm listening to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows.
Good for you. I'm thinking about subscribing to a Substack. I got some work to do. Guys, thanks for being with us on this Monday edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For my guy today, I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck in your bets. Have a great day. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Bye.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And here we go. Welcome in. It's Thanksgiving week. Where's Joe? Where's Sammy? Where they at? They're off this week. Don't worry, we got you covered all week long on Bet Sweats. I'm Chris Mack. PJ Glasser in with me today. It is going to be a fun week because there's plenty of massive football games to talk about, both the college and NFL variety. Plenty of college hoops. I mean, starting at like 1 Eastern today. You could wake up to college basketball out on the West Coast today and just live that life all week long if you want. Plenty there as well. Jason La Canfora going to join us at the top of the next hour. But welcome in. We are here and we are live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. All over your socials, make sure you're following BetMGM Network, and you can watch the show not just on YouTube. Search the BetMGM Network for the first hour of the show every single day on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Welcome in to Bet Sweats. PJ, how was your weekend, and are you prepared for Thanksgiving, my friend?
I am. I love Thanksgiving. Favorite holiday. Weekend was good, Chris. Always good to see you, sir. Good weekend of ball and excited for this week, man. I think this is one of the best weeks we have in sports all year. When you got rivalry week, college football, you got a Thanksgiving NFL slate. We get the 3 games on Thursday. Every team's playing. And then the college basketball, I mean, it's feast week. Some of these games we're going to have over the next few days. So especially if you're a college sports fan, this might be one of the best weeks of the year that we have. So excited about it. Ton to talk about on the show today. And man, I'm fired up for Thanksgiving. My mom makes pumpkin bread every year. That is just the best. So excited for that on Thursday and Friday. Can't wait.
We had a neighbor deliver some pumpkin roll yesterday, which was just phenomenal. It's got that like thick vanilla icing wrapped up in sort of like a pumpkin bread like concoction. I'm not going to lie, 3 or 4 slices of that helped salve the wounds of another ugly Steelers loss. We'll get into Monday Night Football in 20 minutes as well. Carolina Panthers are still on the edge of a playoff conversation, and the Niners, at least healthy on offense, kind of. We'll get into that, but let's break down what we saw yesterday around a full slate of NFL action. Before we do so, PJ, quick note, breaking news, just dropped into the chat by our producer, Zach Krull. Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting the Giants have fired defensive coordinator Shane Bowen. So the staff continuing to get dismantled in New York after Jameis did pretty much all Jameis could be expected to do, despite everything working against them, including a nice big lead. The Detroit Lions come back and win that one in OT yesterday, capped by an Aiden Hutchinson walk-off sack. So the dominoes continue to fall in New York.
They do. And, you know, if you're a Giants fan, though, with the way that the season's going, you're obviously not happy that you're 2-10. But it does feel like for the first time in a while, like there are positive signs for New York, right? Jackson Dart's shown some flashes. And whenever you're part of one of those like stats where you've blown 5 games where you've had a double-digit lead in the second half, it's obviously not great that you're blowing those leads, but you were also up at one point by double digits in a lot of those games. So you go back and look at the Giants season. I mean, they had the upset win over the Eagles. They had the Broncos on the ropes in Denver. They had Detroit on the ropes yesterday. They were up on the Bears. I mean, all these teams in the league that have 7, 8, 9 wins, like the Giants have beat them. They've been toe-to-toe. So they're making changes. They got rid of Dable, obviously. You just mentioned they get rid of the defensive coordinator. The Giants, I mean, they're close. They're close. I'm not saying I expect them to maybe like win the Super Bowl next year, but if they get some of those coaching pieces right, they add some good pieces next season in the offseason, some veterans, bring in some good draft picks. I don't think it's crazy, Chris, that we could be talking about the Giants next year as maybe a team that could be a potential surprise, maybe competing with the Eagles or maybe the Cowboys in the NFC East next year.
Yeah, it feels like, especially with the top 5 pick going into next year's draft, where they don't have to worry about the quarterback position. Maybe a wide receiver, but I would think the focus would be more on the defensive side of the ball. And there are some names, you know, Caleb Downs, and Arvell Reese, Reuben Bain, those kind of names projected towards the top of the draft that could certainly help them on that side of the ball. Before we get to the other big NFC East news of the day, which was maybe the wildest game of the week, I don't know. There was a lot of wild games. We had multiple OT games, as we mentioned, PJ, and favorites, although they won a good bit yesterday, just could not cover on the Sunday portion of the slate. 9-3 straight up, but just 8-2 against the spread. The only favorites that covered yesterday, the Packers, in a pretty nondescript win over a struggling Vikings team. J.J. McCarthy is starting to look like the Kenny Pickett 2.0 that I predicted he would be. And the Rams in a massive cover last night against the Bucs, who played the second half without Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams right now, they're looking like the best team in football. I think that was one of the big talking points going into the games from last week, where we kind of thought the Chiefs were probably the best coming off their bye week and then losing that game to Denver, and it was kind of a shell shock to all of us. And then we watched the Bills lose to Houston on Thursday night, and it was kind of like, all right, maybe one of these NFC teams is the best team. And after watching the Eagles collapse and the Rams just dominate from the start last night, it certainly looks like the Rams right now are probably the team to beat in the NFL. Green Bay, I still don't know what to make of them, Chris. I think that game more so was about the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy last night or yesterday. And it was a close game until they muffed that punt. And then Green Bay took over at the 5-yard line, scored a touchdown, and that was kind of it from that point. The Packers are one of these teams, and I think a lot of the NFL is similar in this way, where they're just a very different team at home than they are on the road. Their defense at Lambeau is a different animal. But we've seen on the road this season, I mean, they can get torched up a little bit, right? We saw Dallas shred them in that game that ended in a tie. We saw Cleveland pull off an upset against them. They were trailing the Giants in that game last week. So Green Bay is one of these teams. They definitely need to try and win the division. They need to try and get as high a seed as possible so they can play as many playoff games in Lambeau. Because their defense is kind of the catalyst for their team right now, and they're way better at home than they are on the road. I still got a lot of questions, though, about this offense, and I'm excited for that Thanksgiving game, Packers and Lions, because right now, the way that the NFL goes, Chris, I mean, with the way that the Packers looked and dominating and winning that game and the way that the Lions looked, probably should have lost that game, beating the Giants in overtime. It feels like maybe the Lions are just going to roll the Packers on Thursday, but that's obviously a massive game in the NFC North.
Yeah, massive, because the Packers only have one road win this year against a team with a winning record, and it was that game against the Steelers on Sunday Night Football where they rolled in the second half with Tucker Kraft obviously out for the rest of the year. We'll get into the NFC North as well because the Bears top that division somehow at 8-3. Speaking of teams that haven't gone on the road and beaten anybody decent on the road, their two big games on the road against quality opponents have ended in resounding losses. We'll get into all that a little bit later when we look at some Monday NFL market moves in the second hour here on Bet Sweats. But let's turn around and since we talked about the Rams there for a second, they are now the favorites atop the board at BetMGM and every other house to win the Super Bowl at plus 425. That has as much to do probably over the last couple of weeks with the way they have performed as the way the Eagles have performed, who blow a 21-0 lead at Dallas last night. They had won 91 straight games, the Philadelphia Eagles, when leading by 21 or more. And it's not just that the Eagles lost. It's that they are a team that feels like they have an eggshell soft psyche right now, PJ. Between all the A.J. Brown complaints throughout the year, Saquon Barkley having a down year, a lot of complaints about Jalen Hurts, some of them coming, the phone call is coming from inside the house, coming from within the Eagles locker room. It feels like they are always right on the precipice of some sort of collapse, whether it's for the season or not. We saw that collapse in a microcosm yesterday in the fourth quarter in Dallas.
We did. And that fan base right now, Chris, they also hate their offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo. They cannot stand that guy. But yeah, the offense is concerning. And I think it starts with Saquon. You know, I mean, they were great last year and into the playoffs because he nearly broke the rushing record. And it felt like he was going for 100+ every week. And yesterday, again, they just could not get him going on the ground. So even though the Eagles do have those two really good wide receivers, they are a running football team. We all know that. And they got to get Saquon going. And, you know, that's a part of the reason they blew that 21-point lead yesterday was when they had the lead, they couldn't lean on that ground game to kind of chew the clock and wear down Dallas. And the Cowboys defense was able to get some stops and come back and win that game. So there's definitely concern for Philly. Now they're 8-3. And they found a way to win a lot of these games. And I still think when the NFC playoffs roll around, they're going to be the toughest team to knock out. But yeah, there's certainly concern right now for the Eagles and that offense because just week to week, we see too many times they go multiple quarters struggling like this. You know, they go multiple possessions where they're just 3 and outs and there's just no life on that side of the ball. Defense is coming around really nice, which I think you got to be encouraged about. They're playing really well, and they played well for most of that game yesterday. I think they just wore down because they were on the field so much in the second half. But yeah, if they want to go back-to-back and they want to get back to the Super Bowl, Chris, they definitely got to figure out this offense, and I think it starts with Saquon.
Yeah, they got torched by George Pickens, especially late in that game. 9 catches for Pickens for almost 150 yards and a touchdown, and the Eagles will head back home to host the Bears on a Black Friday afternoon game a 7-point favorite right now. Philly is at home in that game, which we'll get into a little bit later. As for the Super Bowl market and the MVP market, with another impressive performance by Matt Stafford, both of those are starting to solidify even more. After the Rams joined the Eagles as co-favorites at the top of the board a week ago, they are now solo favorites at BetMGM at plus 425 as Super Bowl favorites. And Matt Stafford holds the odds-on favorite for MVP, now down to minus 235. So, is there opportunity, you think, PJ Glasser, in either one of these two markets now that we've got two teams that have pushed themselves to the top of the board? You mentioned the Eagles, and you think they're probably still going to be the hardest out in the NFC playoffs. But the MVP market is interesting because you've got Stafford, as I mentioned, at minus 235. You've got Drake May right behind him at 2-1, and then a big drop-off to Jonathan Taylor. And we know we haven't seen a running back win the MVP in a long time. Is there still opportunity there with Drake May at 2-1, you think?
I don't think so. I think, at this point, you've kind of missed the boat on Drake. I would probably go down the board, if anything. I still think Mahomes would be the bet, Chris, at this point at 20-1, just because of the narrative, right? With the Chiefs and playing all these meaningful games, they're probably going to have to maybe win out. Maybe they can only afford one more loss the rest of the way. So because it's Kansas City, because we really haven't seen them in a position like this where they're playing playoff-like games in November, and they got to pretty much win all these games. I think if they're able to go on a run, find a way to get into the playoffs, I certainly think Mahomes is going to get some of that love. And we've seen it the last few years with MVP, where we get to this time of the year, and it feels like every week there's a new leader until somebody kind of breaks away. So I think we're going to see some regression from Stafford and the Rams at this point. I mean, they're playing great. They're hitting their peak, but they are going to have some duds. I think there are going to be some games coming up where they do struggle a little bit. And I think instead of taking the 2-1 with Drake May and the Patriots, who've been beaten up on an easier schedule, I think you look at a guy like Mahomes, who kind of has that narrative there. If his team goes on a run, they're going to need him to play really well. And I just like the value. So if I was trying to beat Stafford with anyone, I think it would be Patrick at 20-1.
Yeah, you're not going to get Mahomes at 20-1 that often, right? The one thing about the Chiefs is that they, for the first time all year, had a 100-yard rusher yesterday in Kareem Hunt. Carried the ball 30 times, I think, to get to that point. But they finally found a run game with a lot of RPOs, letting Mahomes make the call at the line or just after the snap. So I don't know if that mitigates anything. I think it's more, like you said, a narrative play on Mahomes. I will make a case. If 2-1 is a number that you like on Drake May, I'll make the case that the defenses he faces down the stretch in the Giants, the Jets, the Dolphins, he does have games against Buffalo and a road trip to Baltimore on the schedule as well, stack up a whole lot better than the back third of Stafford's schedule, which doesn't include a team that's worse than 15th in opponent passer rating. Carolina, Arizona twice, Detroit, Seattle, as well as Atlanta. So I think your point about Stafford maybe regressing a little bit is a good one. And I think if you believe in the Patriots, which I did not believe in until about a month ago, I was a dummy in that regard. I think a lot of us missed the boat on the Patriots and Drake May in particular. If 2-1 is a number that you can stomach, by all means, I think there's an opportunity to get back in on May at this point.
You know what's funny? I think NFL MVP and the Heisman market are kind of similar in the sense where Drake May's had this easy schedule, and we talk so much about that with some of these college guys. I think there's opportunity for Mahomes. Certainly Stafford, the leader, and it's his award to lose at this point.
Coming up next, the Niners are touchdown favorites at home against Carolina. Can the Panthers, though, keep their surprising playoff hopes alive behind Rico Dowdle? That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
We just had a segment within the break on college football coaching hiring and that ridiculous cycle and where it's going. Maybe we'll bring that back for the rest of you who are joining us here on Bet Sweats a little bit later when we look at some Monday college football market moves here inside Bet Sweats every weekday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. Chris Mack with you alongside PJ Glasser, in for Joe O and Sammy P today. Jason La Canfora of Inside Access in Baltimore, and of course, our very own Countdown to Kickoff joining us at the top of the hour. 20 minutes from now, we'll get some things off our chest, and I have several things. Being a Pittsburgher and a Steelers fan that you couldn't imagine, I need to get off my chest with a case of the Mondays. But PJ, there's Monday Night Football. The weekend is not over in the NFL, and it's been a wild weekend as we talked about to start the show. Monday Night Football tonight in San Francisco, Santa Clara. The Niners host Carolina. The Panthers 7-point dogs. Total sits at about 49.5. Panthers are riding a 3-game road winning streak for what it's worth. These are two middle-of-the-pack defenses statistically. The Niners more susceptible to the run than the pass. The Panthers more susceptible to the pass than the run. Carolina, for what it's worth, their offense has found something since Rico Dowdle took over as their number one back. They are top 10 rushing offense in the league now. The Niners, despite missing Brock Purdy most of the year, have been top 5 in the league in passing. So Mac Jones kept the seat warm. Brock Purdy has come back in, and now it's an opportunity for San Francisco to solidify their playoff positioning in a crowded NFC West, but also an opportunity for the Panthers, who are sitting right there on the edge of the NFC playoff picture.
It's a massive game. It absolutely is. I mean, Carolina, as crazy as it is, not only are they battling for the wild card, Chris, but especially now with this Baker Mayfield injury, I mean, they are absolutely live to win that division against Tampa. They still have to play them twice this season. So, I mean, if you're a Panthers fan, things right in front of you, and this is a massive game tonight against San Francisco, and I think it's a great litmus test for us to see Carolina, right? I mean, you take away the Green Bay win. They played Buffalo at home. They got smoked. Other than that, their last few wins have come against Miami, Dallas, when that defense was atrocious, the Jets. They were saying they had that overtime win against the Falcons. So they've had a relatively easy schedule. But man, does it get tough here over the final 6 weeks, because they got to play 3 of the 4 NFC West teams. San Fran tonight, then they got to play the Rams, then they got to play the Seahawks later in the season, those 2 games against Tampa, and then a road trip against the Saints. So their schedule gets much harder. You brought up the fact that they have won 3 straight road games, and I think that's a little misleading, because Carolina is always a team that I am looking to fade on the road. I feel like they are way better at home than they are on the road. Bryce Young plays way better at home than he does on the road. So their last 3 road wins have come against the Jets, where that was a 13-6 game, one of the ugliest games you'll ever see. Packers game was just as ugly. That was 16-13. I think that was more about the Packers than it was about Carolina. Bryce Young had 102 passing yards in that game. And then the overtime game against Atlanta. Atlanta is really the only building, Chris, I think year to year, where Bryce Young plays well on the road. You know, like every quarterback kind of has that team or that stadium they play well at. And for Bryce, it's usually Atlanta. So now going on the road to San Francisco, where Shanahan and the Niners are normally really good in prime time, especially at home, I could only look towards the Niners tonight. So I think, obviously, you got them early in the week, 6.5. That's a great bet. If you can still get them at 7, I think that's a good bet. But I would think more so this is a Niners blowout than it is Carolina keeping it close or pulling off an upset.
Yeah, it's shifted to 7.5 just about everywhere now this morning, so including at BetMGM. So I actually look at this as an opportunity for the Panthers to, and Bryce Young, you know, people use this term as a pejorative all the time. I don't think it's a bad thing in the case of Bryce Young, has become a bit of a game manager. Do not ask him to do too much. Do not put him in a position where the game has to be on his shoulders. And they are lucky enough to have found a bit of a breakout in Rico Dowdle this year. I think given that San Francisco is slightly more susceptible on the ground than through the air on defense, it does open the possibility of Carolina keeping this somewhat close. I will say, if San Francisco gets a 2-score lead or more at any point, this thing probably does blow open and become the route that you're talking about. I think if Carolina can carefully manage this game, though, if we don't get a George Kittle breakout, then there's an opportunity for Carolina to cover that 7 and a hook. I wouldn't have been as in on it at 7 as I am at 7.5. This has the feeling of maybe a 27-20 kind of game. I don't know if Carolina can put up that many points on the road, despite the 30 they scored in Atlanta last week. That's against a Falcons defense that has been I'm cringing right now at best. But I would probably tend, if I had to pick a side in this one, to lean Carolina now that extra hook is on there at 7.5. But I do acknowledge that the blowout possibility is there.
Definitely is. I think another way you can play this game, Chris, especially because we have the 3 games on Thursday, so people don't have to wait as long. You can take the Niners in a teaser if you want. You got some good teaser legs on Thanksgiving Day. You can tease the Ravens down to -1 against the Bengals if you want. You can tease Dallas up to 9.5 against the Chiefs, or you can tease Green Bay up to +9. I think there are going to be a lot of attractive teasers that people roll with. I think also the Black Friday game, the Bears and the Eagles, can tease the Eagles down to -1 too, coming off the loss. So I think I'm going to probably end up doing that, put in a Niners-Eagles teaser. Those would probably be my 2 favorites, I think, because it does feel like a really good teaser leg. And again, you brought it up at the start of the show. I mean, really, the story of the week has been the favorites have won, but they haven't covered. So if you feel like this is going to be another one of those games, then certainly a teaser might be a nice look. Obviously still wish it was at 7 and you could tease it down to 1 and still maybe the 1.5 and San Francisco wins by 1, but I still think at 1.5 you're good. So if you don't want to lay the points, San Fran teaser, especially with all these games that you have coming up Thursday and then the one on Friday, think that could be another way to go about it too.
That's not a bad look at all to combo this up with a couple of those Thursday games as well. And like you said, not have to wait too long to have it cash if it does. Let's look at some of the player props inside this game on Monday Night Football. Any numbers that jump out to you that you say, okay, I absolutely love one side or the other on that player prop?
So the first prop that jumped out to me was Bryce Young to throw an interception, was like -125. I like that. I like that play a lot. I thought the juice just should have been higher on that. The total's 49.5. And I think Carolina is going to have a tough time getting stops on the Niners offense. They look good last week with Purdy back in the mix. So I think the Niners are going to be able to score. You talked about Bryce being a game manager. That's certainly what Carolina wants to do, and they definitely want to run the ball with Dowdle, but I think their hands are going to be forced a little bit in this game to maybe throw it more than they want. So Bryce to throw an interception was the first thing that jumped out at me. I kind of also like Ted McMillan's receptions over 5.5 at +120. With the injuries that the Niners have, especially to that front four, no Bosa, no Mykel Williams, no Fred Warner in the middle of the field, they just don't get after the quarterback. So Bryce should have some time to make plays in this game. And if he does, I mean, he's looking for his rookie wide receiver. So McMillan over 5.5 receptions. I like that we're getting that at +120. I think that's probably the way to go. If you want to look at the yardage as well, I don't think that's terrible. His numbers at 62.5. So I think he goes over on both of those. I think this is a big Ted McMillan game. But getting that reception number, 5.5 +120, those were a couple things that jumped out at me.
Yeah, he's had at least half a dozen targets in all but 2 games this year, including the last 4. So a Ted McMillan look is probably not a bad idea there. The one that jumped out to me, even though if this does get away from Carolina, they will be throwing the ball more, is Bryce Young's passing yardage number at 204.5. He's only cleared that number twice this year in 10 games. So even if they're down big early and throwing the ball a good bit, maybe the Niners go into a little bit of a softer zone because they're up by multiple scores. I'm not betting on Bryce Young to hit that number. So that was one that caught my eye. And then Christian McCaffrey's receiving yardage total at 43.5 is conspicuously low, in my opinion. He's hit that number 9 times in 11 games this year, and the only 2 he missed were 40 and 43 receiving yards, respectively. So it feels like a good opportunity against this Carolina defense for Christian McCaffrey to be maybe even more of a receiving threat than a rushing threat tonight.
I like that. I mean, McCaffrey as a receiver has just been ridiculous. So, like, his receptions over is never a bad look. I wonder, too, Chris, when we saw the Niners play last, it was that game against Arizona where Jacoby Brissett had 47 completions, right? He was 47 for 57 in that game. And again, it's because the Niners don't have a pass rush, and Arizona was like, I mean, if Brissett's not getting bothered, we might as well just throw it and have him complete it, and he was doing that. So you were mentioning the yards for Bryce Young. His completions is at 20 and a half. I also kind of am interested in the longest pass completion at 32 and a half as well for Bryce Young. You mentioned he's only gone over 200 yards twice, so he really doesn't throw too many explosive plays. But because the weather is going to be great out in Santa Clara, because you're not going to be dealing with much of a pass rush, I think Bryce throws it deep a couple times tonight, or maybe even just a screen to Dowdle or something to his receiver, and they break it for a big play. So I never usually bet or even consider Bryce Young longest pass completion over, but I don't think tonight's a bad night to do it. Maybe like Arizona saw something in the film against San Francisco where with all these injuries now, teams, even when they want to run the football, they're just going to see an advantage that they just want to sit back and just throw a bunch against this defense.
Yeah, that's a good look as well. The other one final player prop that jumped out to me, PJ, was George Kittle's lined at 54 and a half receiving yards. In the 5 full games that he's played, he's hit that twice, but both of them came in each of the last 2 weeks. It feels like Kittle is fully shaken off the rust after coming back from the injury and having a couple of quiet games, a very quiet game against the Falcons, very quiet game against the Texans. It feels like he's all the way folded back into the Niners offense, especially now with Purdy back. Not that Mac Jones wasn't going to throw him the ball in 9 targets against the Rams a few weeks ago, but it feels like 67 yards on 6 targets for 6 catches last week, 84 yards on 9 targets for 9 catches the week before in that loss to the Rams, with Kittle sitting at just 54 and a half receiving yards. I mean, with Kittle, you can clear that in the first half.
Yeah, he could. Kittle in these primetime games, always a good bet. I'm probably going to bet him first touchdown tonight, bet him to score a touchdown, something in that neighborhood. So it'll be interesting who San Francisco gets involved. I mean, they had Mac Jones as a quarterback for a bunch of the season, and really the game plan was just force feed McCaffrey. Now that they're starting to get healthier, now that Purdy's back, I'm interested to see what the game plan is for the Niners tonight. Also, like the divisional race now in the NFC South, Chris. So Tampa's still minus 375 to win the division. And Baker Mayfield got hurt last night. His arm was in a sling. Carolina's plus 300. Obviously, if they win tonight, I mean, that line's going to shrink severely. But they still have 2 more meetings. So would you make a bet on Carolina at 3-1? Do you still like Tampa? Even if Teddy has to play a couple weeks for the Bucs, where are you on this NFC South division?
I think the injuries have piled up to the pile of injuries is getting too high, almost insurmountable for the Bucs at this point, right? If Mayfield has to miss time, we have no idea when and if Bucky Irving may be back. Not that they haven't been able to find other avenues in the run game, but it feels like Ibuka or bust on offense for the Bucs at this point. And I love Ibuka. He was my offensive rookie of the year pick before the year, but I just don't know if that's enough. Ibuka and Tez Johnson and Cade Otton to carry this offense with Teddy Bridgewater leading it. So it's not a bad look because, like you said, if Carolina were able to pull off the upset tonight, you're right. That number is going to dive, I would think. 3-1, still pretty good. And if you think that Bryce Young can manage football games well enough down the stretch, they've still got, like you said, the Bucs twice. They've got the Saints on the schedule. They do have some difficult defenses, though. Rams, they've got to face the Seahawks still. So I don't know if I dive all in on that, but it's worth taking a look depending on how Carolina performs tonight.
I honestly think you probably wait because Carolina probably loses this game tonight. They probably lose against the Rams as well. And even if they're just 2 games back, again, as long as they stay 2 games back, they control their destiny for the division. You just win both of those games against the Bucs. So I think you wait. You might even get a better price. And then you just brought up Carolina's schedule. Tampa's is pretty favorable. They have 3 straight home games, Arizona, New Orleans, and Atlanta after this one, or after that Rams game last night. And they play Carolina 2 of the final 3 weeks of the season. So Baker can miss 2 or 3 games. They get him right for those final couple games against Carolina. So I understand why the price is what it is, but I might just wait, and maybe we can get the Panthers at like 6-1 or something to win the division.
Coming up next, plenty of complaints to go around after a weekend like that. PJ and I get some things off our chest. The case of the Mondays next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Joe O and Sammy P off for the Thanksgiving holiday this week alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack. Welcome back into Bet Sweats. And yes, every Monday we got to get some things off our chest that are really eating at us from the previous weekend. We'll do that in just a moment. Plus, Jason Lockenfora at the top of the hour. We'll talk to him about everything that went down this weekend across the NFL landscape, and in the second hour as well, some Monday market moves on both the college and NFL slates for this coming massive weekend, a huge weekend of football. We'll even touch on some college hoops in the third and final hour as well, because there's a lot of it this week. But welcome back into Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. PJ, I wanted to ask, before we get to our complaints, we'll do the old compliment sandwich here. We'll start with something that's more fun to discuss. You mentioned the pumpkin bread on Thanksgiving is a staple at the Glasser household. Is the pumpkin bread like put out as a snack or an appetizer before dinner? Is that the dessert? How does the pumpkin bread, or is it just an all-day affair, like a slice of pumpkin bread before dinner, a slice after, and it's just all over?
For me, it's an all-day affair. You know, it's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But for most of the guests that come over, it's dessert. So that's normally how we have it. It's one of those things, Chris, where, you know, I have it every year for Thanksgiving, and I always wonder, like, why I just don't have it more. You know, like why do I not have this like all the time, kind of thing. But it's just like one of those things. Maybe it's just nostalgic, or like maybe it is so good because I just have it for Thanksgiving or whatever it is. But yeah, usually, you know, my mom will make like 2 or 3 loaves, and then she'll usually just give one to me. You know, like I have my own, and then the other 2 go to everybody else, and it's just it's the best. Does the Mac family have like a signature Thanksgiving dish?
No, we're pretty, you know, all the staples, you know, turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, all the regular stuff, cranberry sauce, all that. But I've often felt the same way you feel about pumpkin bread, about stuffing. Why don't we have stuffing all year? Why can't I go to a cookout in late summer, early fall, and somebody's got some brisket that's been smoking all day, or something else, and just have a side of stuffing? Why can't we do that? Why does stuffing have to get relegated to the holidays, PJ?
It's a great question. I think every year when Thanksgiving rolls around, we talk about this, and it's true. I love stuffing. It's my favorite side during Thanksgiving for sure. I'm not the biggest turkey guy, if we're being honest. Like, I'll eat it, you know, like I don't dislike it. But it's like not like you were talking about brisket, like would way prefer that to like a turkey or something. So really Thanksgiving to me is about the desserts. It's about the sides. And then I just, as a sports fan, like, again, I mean, all the sports you get, like the college sports from football and basketball, the 3 games that we get for the NFL. It's my favorite holiday. So I love it. Food's amazing. Stuffing's great. And, just gonna eat way too much of it over the next couple days.
Way too much. I can't wait for it. I might fast for like a day and a half just to prepare myself for Thanksgiving. Okay, like I said, a compliment sandwich. We got the good stuff out of the way. Now it's time to find the things that are really eating at us after the weekend. PJ, I'll let you go first because I don't know how long I may go off on what I have to go off on. By all means, your item for Case of the Mondays. Get us started.
Yeah, look, this whole Lane Kiffin situation is really bothering me, and I feel for these Ole Miss kids, and I feel for the fans of Oxford, right? Chris, they've never been to the college football playoff. They've never been to an SEC championship game. They have a chance. Now, they need some help to make it to the SEC championship, win an SEC championship, but they have a chance to do all these things that the school has never done, and yet all these people are worrying about is who their coach is going to be for next season. And with Kiffin being the way that he is and always being smug and always poking fun, at his fan bases and the other fan bases, you can never just get a direct answer. You can never feel at ease. So it sucks that these people, they have a 10-1 football team. They're playing their biggest rival this weekend in the Egg Bowl. They have a chance to go to the playoff, a chance potentially to go to the SEC championship game. And all they're worried about is if Lane Kiffin's going to coach their team next year. And not only if he's going to coach their team, but he's likely going to another team within their own conference, right? So you're going to have to see this guy, maybe every year, every other year, depending on how the schedules shake out. So I'm sure everybody saw the reports that LSU willing to offer him $90 million. It looks like he's definitely very interested. He had a conversation with the Ole Miss athletic director who said he was going to come out after the Egg Bowl and make a statement. Like the way that they're handling all of this, Chris, if I was an Ole Miss fan, I would be furious. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Kevin Willard Maryland situation that we had in March Madness, right? Where the Terps are going through this run. You have Derek Queen have this incredible buzzer beater against Colorado State. And all we're hearing is, oh, Willard's going to take the Nova job. Like as soon as the season, like he doesn't even want to be here. Like it just sucks when this kind of stuff happens. Obviously, when you're Virginia Tech and you don't have a coach and you can go after James Franklin, totally fine. But when this stuff happens with these teams, and especially when your team has a chance to win the, make it to the playoff and accomplish all these things, it sucks. I feel for Ole Miss fans that they got to deal with all this Kiffin drama.
Yeah, I don't traditionally side with the folks that bemoan the wild, wild west nature of college athletics at this point because the money drives it and the money is what it is. But there really need to be better constructed guardrails on both coach and player movement around the way the season is actually structured now. Because as soon as we get beyond the regular season finale this weekend for most teams, there's going to be even more activity. It will only pick up as far as players hitting the portal, teams who are without coaches losing players. No, I'm not just talking about my alma mater, Penn State, but it opens it up all over the country, and it does sort of worm its way in to, like you said, a playoff team, a team with a shot to go to the SEC championship game, worrying not just if their coach will be coming back next year, but if he'll even be around to coach them in the playoff, which is just wild to think about. For what it's worth, I do think LSU will throw as much money as they have to at Kiffin to get him to come to Louisiana, and if nothing else, sorry, Ole Miss fans, entertainment value will be there for the rest of us to watch Lane Kiffin and the governor of Louisiana spar in the media openly for the next 2 or 3 years or however long that marriage lasts. I don't think it'll be much longer than that. So the entertainment factor is there, if nothing else. You're right, though. For the kids actually on the team, for the players, for the fans, it's a tough watch over these last couple of weeks, especially going into the Egg Bowl this weekend. All right, I got to get this off my chest. The Pittsburgh Steelers. PJ, you happen to be a Ravens fan. I happen to be a Steelers fan. And we talked about before the show started. We all saw this coming with the Pittsburgh Steelers, even when they were 4-1, and the Ravens seemed to be spiraling out of control. Lamar Jackson was out for who knew how long. The Ravens were still the favorites to win the AFC North. The markets could see it. Bettors could see it. Fans could see it. The only people that seemingly couldn't see that freight train barreling towards them were Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They lose in Chicago yesterday. The Ravens win at home, and now they sit tied atop the AFC North 6-5. Currently, the Ravens have the tiebreaker. So the Steelers have gone from 4-1 to outside of the AFC playoff picture looking in. They still do play each other twice down the stretch. Those will be massive, massive games. But I am here to tell you, there is not a single Pittsburgh Steelers fan on the face of the earth, myself included, who expects them to win the division. Making the playoffs is a giant question mark at this point because they still have no ability to throw the ball in the middle of the field, nor to anyone else more than 6 yards downfield, aside from DK Metcalf. And it doesn't matter if it's Aaron Rodgers. It doesn't matter if it's Mason Rudolph. All that matters is Mike Tomlin's the head coach and Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. And they traded George Pickens for a third-round pick because the players in the locker room didn't like him anymore, because George was annoying. And yeah, George was annoying. He was difficult to talk to. He was a prima donna. But George Pickens is having a massive year for the Dallas Cowboys because they discovered that he knows how to run inside routes. And who would have known that George Pickens could run a slant and take the ball another 15 to 20 yards downfield? They traded George Pickens for a third-round pick. They have no viable second receiving target behind DK Metcalf, who, oh, by the way, averaged 4.5 yards a reception yesterday. And not to mention, on the other side of the ball, they let Dante Jackson walk to the Chargers, signed the skeletal remains of Darius Slay, who has been a shell of his former self, and now have, I believe it's the 28th defense in the league yardage-wise, 20th points, despite spending more on their defense than any other team in the league. They are now down under a 20% chance to make the playoffs. They've got to play not just the Ravens twice. They've got to go to Detroit in a few weeks, and they host the Buffalo Bills this weekend. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the definition of insanity. They keep on doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, expecting different results, and it's not happening. This will be yet another year, close to a decade straight of not winning at least one playoff game, and Mike Tomlin continues to sit on the coolest, cushiest seat in NFL head coaching circles, which is wild to me and everybody else who is a Steelers fan, because the rest of the world continues to sing his praises. Oh, he's never had a losing season. Yeah, well, guess what? If you've got a kid younger than middle school age, he also hasn't won a playoff game in that time frame. This is a franchise that prides itself on the standard is the standard, and we compete for the title every year. Yet what are they doing? They're failing miserably down the stretch again, and if anything, we'll back into a playoff spot only to get routed in the first round. Welcome to Pittsburgh Steelers football in the year of our Lord 2025. Mediocrity reigns.
Well done. How did that feel to get off your chest?
I think I'm just more mad now. It's Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack. The co-host of our Countdown to Kickoff, Jason La Canfora, joins us next to tell us what shocked him the most yesterday here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, one of the hardest working men in sports wagering and NFL information. Jason LaCanfora will join us here on Bet Sweats alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P today. Getting you ready for Thanksgiving football, some massive college football games, all of the Monday market moves on both the college and NFL slates coming up throughout the rest of the hour. 1 hour from now, we'll touch on some college hoops because that gets started early today. You got a couple of those tournaments getting started, including the Maui Invitational getting started today. Plenty to come here on Bet Sweats. Make sure you're following on social media at the BetMGM Network and at Bet Sweats. And, of course, you can watch the show on YouTube as well. Just search the BetMGM Network. But let's bring them in. Odyssey NFL insider, host of Inside Access every afternoon on 105.3 The Fan in Baltimore. And, of course, the host of Wanna Bet, a new episode coming up later today and every day. Make sure to follow that on social media and YouTube as well. Our friend Jason LaCanfora. JLC, how you doing, my friend?
What's going on, gentlemen? What's going on? Happy early Thanksgiving.
Yes, I see you got the tassel cap going.
Just came in from walking the dogs. Yeah, it's actually not
it.
bad here. It's actually not. I actually kind of didn't need it, but then it made me sweat a little bit. That's never bad.
He got the sweat going early. He's working the lather up. So let me start with this. What surprised you most from yesterday's action? Was it the Chiefs coming back to beat the Colts in OT? Was it the Eagles blowing a 21-point lead on the road in Dallas? Was it something else? What jumped out to you from yesterday's action?
I'll be honest. I had a little date with my wife last night, so I was not religiously watching the 4 o'clock games like I normally would be. I was in the car most of the time. But when I like the Eagles. I jumped Eagles money line before last week's game. Like I jumped it early last Saturday. So like 2 Saturdays ago, like on the look ahead. And when it was 21-0 or whatever, I just was like, it's that, I kind of put that one in my back pocket, started counting my chickens. Never a good thing. For the way that defense had been playing, to see the and then I get home and I start watching the game last night before I went to bed. See them giving up explosives like that when you knew Dallas was in desperation mode. That's not like the Eagles. Home or road, and I know what Dak has done against the division at home. But I just didn't think the Eagles would give that game away. The Chiefs, I thought, would win that game some way, somehow. I needed them to score 27 points in the process for me because I had that team total around there tied to the money line. Even when they were down, I'm kind of like, 20 is not going to be enough. Like the Colts better get another score here early in the second half, or this thing is, and by score I mean probably 7, or this fourth quarter is going to be just what Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes do, even with the scale of that offense looking so washed out. I'm surprised, honestly, that the Colts were able to be as formidable as they were, especially on the day when they couldn't run the ball. Like I thought Daniel Jones might be a double agent in that game. Mahomes was more of a double agent than him. So some things definitely surprised me about that game. The result, frankly wasn't one of them. So yeah, I mean, I thought the Lions would be a smash spot. We were all over the Lions on Wanna Bet this week, all over the Lions on BetMGM game day yesterday morning with Joe O and the guys. I didn't think the game would be as close, but I also didn't play spread. Played a lot of individual standouts tied to the Lions getting at least 30.5 points, which that became kind of sweaty too, sweatier than I thought.
Jason, I think a lot of people at this point would probably have the Rams as the top team in the NFC. Who would be your second team in the NFC? I mean, you got Seattle, Philly, Green Bay, Detroit. The Bears keep winning. After the Rams, who would be your 2 right now in the NFC?
For me, it's probably still Philly, and maybe I'm not giving enough credence to the drama and the hoopla and the locker room intrigue and AJ Brown on Twitch and AJ Brown on a podcast. But I just feel like we've been dealing with that for years, and I've seen them go to a whole lot of Super Bowls and win one. So I don't know. It still hasn't fazed me as much. Maybe coming off this loss, we'll see. Obviously, if they lose to Chicago, and if they lose to Chicago collapsing in the fourth quarter, and we know what Chicago does in the fourth quarter, then maybe that would sway me some. I I got to see Sam Darnold beat real teams in big spots before I go there. Like, I know Stafford's a Super Bowl MVP. Hurts has won a Super Bowl, been to a couple. You may not love the way he does it. It may not light up the box score and help your fantasy team, but it leads to a whole lot of regular season and playoff money line victories. So I just think Seattle, Darnold, they're going to they're going to have to go on the road against good defenses. I don't know, man. I got to see it to believe it.
We were talking about Matt Stafford earlier because he's solidified himself now as the lone favorite in the MVP market, Jason, minus 235 at BetMGM. And we were looking for angles on other guys farther down the board. I tried to make a case for Drake May, even though the number's just 2-1, because he still faces the Giants, the Jets, the Dolphins, some terrible defenses. And Stafford does have to play Seattle. He's got to play Arizona twice. He's got to play Carolina, Atlanta. Not awful defenses. But PJ brought up a great point. Patrick Mahomes is down to 20-1 for MVP now. And given the narrative play that will always exist with the Chiefs, is that a look you'd cast your eye towards with that number, with that price being out there at 20-1 on Mahomes? If they can pick up some momentum here, get themselves into the playoffs and look decent down the stretch doing so, is that a price you like?
I think the problem for him is there's also the narrative of we view him through the prism of a guy who was out Bradying Brady across the board. Like we've seen 50 touchdown seasons from him. You know what I mean? We've seen the year after they trade Tyreek Hill and everybody says that they're going to go, down the tubes. And yeah, it wasn't as sexy. It wasn't as many splash plays. But I don't know. That's a tough one for me, especially when Stafford's going to throw. Even if they take the foot off the gas in games, and we know McVay does. And even if they win that division and take week 18 off, I think people understand that if Matt Stafford, plays 16 games and he played, 12 of them at an A level and 2 of them at a A- level and a couple of them at a B something level in a year where, you know what I mean? Like, who are the other quarterbacks? Like, I'm old enough to remember Baker, I mean, it can't be Josh Allen. Like, don't the people selling Josh Allen stop. Like, he's not even really activating his legs. And if he starts doing it now, it's kind of late in the game. Like, I think it's Matt Stafford's to lose. I don't know. Like, Mahomes, I mean, even that game yesterday, the red zone is just so awful. Like, the passing touchdowns aren't going to be there. The interceptions are spiked. And like, even that game yesterday, the big boy throws. It's not a whole lot there. I mean, 20 plus air yards. So I don't think it's going to pass the eye test or the algorithm test.
Yeah, Stafford minus 235 to win MVP. Jason, what's your thoughts on the AFC South? Because that division all of a sudden is really interesting because the Colts haven't played the Texans yet and they haven't played the Jags yet. So they still have to play those two teams 2 times. Indy plays Houston this week. They lead them by 2 games, and then they play Jacksonville again 2 times. They only lead them by a game. Who do you like in that division, Indy, Jacksonville, or Houston?
Well, look, I've been saying for a while now that 2 teams from that division are going to make it, and I believe that. And yeah, there's a lot to be sussed out, a lot of divisional games still to be played. Like, I don't buy Jacksonville quite as much as I buy the other 2, but they've got this new coach and they're finding ways to win, and they're kind of like Chicago. Like, you keep saying, well, there's turnovers, it's fluky. They can't, you know what I mean? Like, there's just been so much weird stuff that's happened in the fourth quarter of Jags games, but most of it's gone their way. I don't know, man. Like, I kind of think they can get in. I'm sitting on a division winner's ticket at 27-1. That includes them winning that division, so that could be my bias. Speaking, although I also had Arizona on the money line yesterday. I didn't think the Jags were winning that game. So I think there might be a little something about them, even though I don't like the quarterback, and I think the defense is too turnover reliant. Houston's defense is one of the superior units in the NFL, and so I can't discount that at all. I do think the Colts are going to regress. They were better than I thought they'd be yesterday. They might slip up and win a game. We don't think they're going to lose a game that they're not expected to lose. And like, Houston's defense could bottle them up. Like, I think that's a dead under game coming up. And I think Houston could certainly win that game. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but I think two of them are. I think two of them are getting in.
Jason La Canfora with us, Odyssey NFL Insider. Check out Wanna Bet later today on all your social media and YouTube. Also, follow Jason on all your social media at Jason La Canfora. Let's pivot to tonight's game. Carolina getting 7.5 on the road at San Francisco. We talked earlier about how Carolina's won 3 straight on the road, but you might want to question the quality of the opponents or the quality of the wins in those road games. But they're still on the periphery of that NFC playoff conversation, Jason.
Hey, they're alive in the division. They win this game, they're first place in the division.
Right. So things are wide open for Carolina. And my thought on it was, hey, if you don't ask Bryce Young to do too much, which seems to be the prescription for them, if Rico Dowdle, if you get a decent game out of him, it's an opportunity for them to at least keep things close. They do have a top 10 rushing offense. I mentioned Dowdle, and San Francisco's defense has been more susceptible to the run than the pass. How do you handicap tonight's Monday Night Football game?
Well, I think you've seen teams really kind of sell out a little more to stop Dowdle in the last couple of weeks, and it's worked.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bryce Young is going to get some layups here. The screen game has always been a great way to attack Salah's defense. I think Salah's defenses have been fugazi in the past. And this one, since Warner went down, is super fugazi. Since week 5, San Francisco's allowed 2,080 passing yards. That's 297 a game. That's worse than the NFL. They're allowing a QB rating of 108.4 since then. They're allowing a completion percentage of 71%. That's 30th. 16 touchdowns to 3 picks. They finally do have a few interceptions. Remember, they went almost a calendar year without any of them. They don't get any pressure. And I think Young's going to be able to push them apart. I think Tet has a nice game. Like, I've played Young as high as, 250. You can look around and get him at 220 passing yards for good plus money. I've dabbled a half unit on Bryce Young, 250 passing yards and 2 passing touchdowns. I think Tet is good for 70 receiving yards in this one, and maybe a tutty as well. I get a little hesitant when it comes to passing touchdowns with Bryce Young, even though, again, San Francisco is hemorrhaging them. I think Carolina can make this a game. I just haven't been super impressed with San Francisco. They're going to put the ball in McCaffrey's hands a million times, and maybe that's enough to win. I guess it probably is. But I don't think it's going to be like a command performance. And I think Purdy's legs become a little bit of a factor in this game.
Jason, we got a couple minutes left. Ravens on Thanksgiving night at home against the Bengals. They're a 7-point spread, 7-point favorite right now against the Bengals on Thanksgiving night. Your early thoughts on that game? Would you take the Ravens or would you lean Cincinnati?
Bengals are live for me here. I mean, my concern, obviously, the variance and oscillation is, what does Joe Burrow look like off this much rust? Now, if you're to believe what they were putting out, he could have played in this last game, and he's going to get another day of practice and another couple days of recovery. I don't buy Baltimore's offense at all right now. And if Baltimore has to play from behind, even against a terrible defense, I get that. But there's no Rashad Bateman. It's Zay Flowers catching 15-yard balls and then running for another 15. That is their passing game right now. Lamar is clearly nowhere near 100%. Physically, his legs are really not a factor at all. It's going to be a Bengals team with nothing to lose, getting a jolt of energy from getting their leader back. The Higgins thing, I mean, I don't think there's any way he plays in a short week, but they get a fired up Jamar Chase coming off of, coming off that suspension. Like, Baltimore's defense is definitely improved. It's definitely improved. I don't think it's a juggernaut. They don't get any sustained pass rush. With Hamilton in the slot playing around the line of scrimmage, it's great. It helps him out around there, but you could throw over his head seam routes all day and beat Roquan. Like, I'm going to wait to see where this goes. I'd like to, not have to buy a hook and get a 7.5. And they might even be out there right now. Again, I'm a little behind my process where I'd normally be. But, I'll be looking at Cincinnati money line. I'll be looking to take Cincinnati over 7 points. And I'm not sure it's the crazy over game that people probably expect.
Jason, we appreciate the time this morning, man. Can't wait to check out Wanna Bet later today. And, of course, every afternoon in Baltimore on 105.3 The Fan on Inside Access. Follow him on social media at Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. Appreciate you joining us, man.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Thank you.
Same to you. Jason La Canfora with us here on Bet Sweats. I was going to ask him one more selfish question about the Steelers and the mess that they have become, PJ. But I thought, no, you know what? It's not about me today. It's not. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to try to focus on the positive. Thanksgiving is 3 days away.
Proud of you. Proud of you for the self-restraint. Do you like it when your team plays on Thanksgiving, or do you enjoy just watching some of the other games with no personal investment?
I'll be honest, I'd much rather my team not play on holidays so that, like you said, I can just kind of kick back and relax and watch things from a neutral perspective. That's a good question, though. Coming up next, the final week of college football's regular season is here. Multiple playoff teams headed on the road as heavy favorites. Can they finish strong, cover, and get in the CFP? That's next, right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
In for Joe O and Sammy P this week here on Bet Sweats. I'm Chris Mack. PJ Glasser with me today. We are live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. Starting to take a look at this week's action around the NFL and college football with the added dynamic of things getting started in just a few days. We usually have a single Thursday night football game. We've got 3 Thursday games this week because of the Thanksgiving holiday, and college football gets started earlier in the week as well. So there are plenty of market moves that have a lot more impact, PJ, I think, because we are so much closer to kickoff in many of these instances. Let's start. We'll get to the NFL market moves in just a couple of minutes, but let's start with college football because a lot of these games that we're talking about are massive, not just for conference championship implications, but in many cases, the associated college football playoff moves that may happen and the ramifications at play. Let's start with the Egg Bowl. We talked about Lane Kiffin earlier, everything that's up in the air regarding him, and we may not find out more from university administration until following the Egg Bowl. But this wouldn't be the first time that Ole Miss went into an Egg Bowl as part of a possible collapse. And look, they're sitting on 1 loss right now. I'm not going to sit here and indicate that Ole Miss is in the process of collapsing. Certainly, they're on unsteady ground because of the Kiffin situation. But it was only 3 years ago they tumbled from 8-1 to 8-4, and an Egg Bowl loss was a massive part of that collapse down the stretch. I'm curious, with this one sitting at 7.5, it is in Starkville, so it's on the road, this edition of the Egg Bowl for the Rebels. But a chance to solidify a spot in the CFP. How much is the Kiffin conundrum affecting them going into this game, and does it affect how you'll bet it?
Oh man, it's such a good question. Can I just say too, Chris, like when you do a show, and you see the rundown come out from the producer, and there's usually like a segment or two that sticks out. Like I've been waiting all show to talk about this segment. I love this week so much, dude. I think I'm going to have like 25 bets, and I think like 23 of them might be on underdogs. I just love this week for the dogs, right? Because this is the kind of week you just throw the records out. The hatred between the fans, the traditions, the players. Oh, it's the best. And the Egg Bowl's so good. There's some wacky stuff that happens in this game. I think a lot of people are going to be on Mississippi State just because of the number. The fact you're getting 7.5. Everything that's going on with Kiffin. The fact that they've been really good against the spread this year, and they haven't gotten that signature win. They should have beaten Texas. They had Florida on the ropes. They've played a ton of tight games this year, and now they have a chance to get some real momentum going into next year by beating Ole Miss and maybe knocking Ole Miss out of the college football playoff potentially. I don't think I'll end up betting this game. I would actually lean towards Ole Miss though, because I do think there's going to be this perception that maybe Ole Miss, that with everything going on with Kiffin and maybe they're out of sorts, maybe the players aren't bought in. I'm not really buying that. Like if you win this game, you're in the playoff, you're playing in a rivalry game, like the task at hand. So I'm maybe hoping we get a 7 with Ole Miss. Maybe we even get a 6.5. I'm in no rush to bet this because I kind of think it's going to keep going down. So I lean towards the Rebels. But it just is going to be fascinating watch to kind of see what the psyche is from Ole Miss and their players after, all the things they're having to deal with Kiffin right now.
Yeah, there are still a couple 7s out there of note, and that's worth pointing out. We'll see which way this moves, but I tend to agree with you. You're right. Mississippi State, 8-3 against the spread this year, but 2 of those losses against the spread came as road dogs. Now, at home in this instance, I get it, but I think there's too much to play for Ole Miss. There really is. And to your point, I think with everything swirling around Kiffin, It's an opportunity for the team to rally as much as a one-loss team ranked 6th in the country about to enter the CFP. If they can get a win, needs a rallying point or motivation or whatever you want to call it. This is their opportunity to sort of circle the wagons and say, no, we're not losing an Egg Bowl game and putting our playoff hopes on unsteady ground, given what may happen with some other SEC teams, 2-loss SEC teams in the final week of the regular season. We're going to win this game. We're going to make sure we get a home game in the first round of the CFP. There's no way we're letting the Egg Bowl ruin our hopes and dreams this year. So I tend to agree with you. Get the 7 if you can. I think that might be the best number you get this week. I don't know if this thing will ever get to 6.5, as we've seen. It's at 7.5 at BetMGM and most other markets. If you can get a 7 still, go out, find it, and get it. I think that's the play on Ole Miss this week in the Egg Bowl. Georgia Tech is a fascinating dynamic, too. Tech needs the win and now help to get into the ACC championship game after blowing Saturday night's game against Pitt. And they were down big early. They nearly came back in that one. Pitt nearly pulled a Pitt, but they didn't. And so Tech now needs help as well as a win at home against Georgia. I mean, a spot for the Yellow Jackets in the ACC championship game, PJ, was almost a given as recently as 72 hours ago. I'm curious what, we talk about the psyche of a team. I'm curious what the psyche is of Georgia Tech, knowing that it's an uphill battle to get into the ACC championship game now, and therefore probably an uphill battle to get into the CFP when they had spent all year with everything right there in front of them. They're 13-point home dogs to Georgia. This is one I would worry about if Georgia gets out to a lead early, maybe a 2-score lead early, if it gets away and gets out of control.
I think this line's just too inflated. I think Georgia's going to win the game. I just think 13 is too many points. So they're going to play this game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's not going to be in Atlanta, Georgia Tech Stadium. It's going to be at the football stadium. So it's a neutral site game. So, Chris, what this line was telling me, if this game is in Athens, Georgia would be like a 17-point favorite against Georgia Tech. I think that's crazy. I think it's too much. Brent Key is way better against the spread as a dog than he is as a favorite. And the thing about Georgia is however they're kind of perceived and however they're kind of looking, you kind of want to bet the opposite way with them, right? So if they're kind of struggling and they're playing close games, but people think they're going to figure it out, you want to fade them because they're usually going to continue to just play close games. But right now, the way Georgia's trending, people are loving them. They're catching their stride at the right time. Dominant performance over Texas. But I think this is going to be a close game, and I think Georgia Tech's going to play him tough. So I just think 13 is too many. I think that line's too inflated. If Georgia Tech would have beaten Pitt, I think this line should be closer to 10.5, to be honest with you. So I like Georgia Tech plus the 13. I think that's just too many.
And this number does have a little bit of a spread on it. There's a 13.5 out there right now. There are a couple of 12.5s. BetMGM sitting solidly in the middle at 13. But yeah, if you think Georgia Tech is approaching this as a playoff game, which they need to, and with a win and get in mentality, even though that may not be the case, I tend to agree with you, PJ. This will be closer than the 13. I do look at Kirby Smart and the Bulldogs, though, and Mercedes-Benz Stadium is basically a home field for them anyway. So I don't necessarily – if this were played in Athens, I don't think we'd be talking about much more than 13.5 or 14 even. I don't know if there's that much of a difference in home field advantage for the Bulldogs between Athens and downtown Atlanta. It's basically home field for them anyway. So I tend to lean Georgia in this one because, like I said, if it gets out of control early, it could get away from the Yellow Jackets real fast, knowing that they need help to get into the ACC championship game. There's another interesting ACC game that has implications on the ACC championship matchup. Number 13, Miami, is at Pitt. 6.5-point favorites. Both teams need a win and help to enter the ACC championship game. It looks like as long as Virginia can handle Virginia Tech, and SMU can handle Cal, who's fresh off a coach firing yesterday, that those two will meet in the ACC championship game in Charlotte next weekend. But with both teams still alive, this is an interesting dynamic given that Pitt has been frisky all year. They really have. And Pat Narduzzi laid it out a couple weeks ago. Hey, we don't care what happens in the Notre Dame game. We just want to win our ACC games. It led to an ugly result at home against Notre Dame. Miami, who's been talked about all year, has some massive wins on their resume, but also has some ugly losses. And it wouldn't totally surprise me to see them go to Pitt and lose this. 6.5 might be right around the number, though, if you're believing in the Canes to handle business. If it got to 7, I'd be out on it. 6.5 still has me wondering.
100%. It is one of those games where if it's 7, then the bet's on Pitt. I wish I got Pitt at the open at 8.5 when these lines came out middle of last week. That would have been a great number on Pitt. Now it's down to 6.5. Look, the Canes just, they're not the same team on the road. Carson Beck's not the same quarterback on the road. Narduzzi, historically really good as an underdog and normally really good as a dog against ranked teams. He tends to get his guys to play up to their competition. The quarterback, Mason Herschel, has been terrific since he's taken over. They didn't have Desmond Reed either for that Georgia Tech game. So if they get him back for this one, that would be big as well. My lean would be towards Pitt. If we get to 7, it would be an official bet on the Panthers, but I definitely would lean towards them to keep this game close.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch the way the ACC field has played out over these last couple of weeks. I think firmly solidifying the ACC as, to use a March Madness phrase, a one-bid league going into the CFP. A&M, the Aggies, number 3 in the country, are headed to Austin. Their first trip there in 15 years with these two now together in the SEC again. A&M still needs this win, PJ, to get into the SEC championship game. I see that little glint in your eye, and I recognize that an A&M loss in Austin and a Bama win would get you tied in the SEC championship game. A&M, a million doubts were brought up about them in that first half against South Carolina. But they seem to have steadied the boat. Granted, against, Samford last week? I don't know if that even counts. It was a nice little tune-up for this rivalry game. 2.5 is the number. A&M the favorites going into Austin. A chance for Texas to maybe not ruin the Aggie season, but certainly throw it into a good bit of upheaval and go from maybe being a top 4 seed and a bye in the CFP to that second rung of 5 through 8 maybe. This is not a terrible handicap for me. Not terribly difficult, I should say, handicap. I know Arch Manning has been very different at home than on the road. But I think A&M's defense and their big playability on offense, I'm willing to lay the 2.5 on the road.
I would love a 3 with Texas in this game. I'm leaning towards them on the money line. It's just A&M's undefeated, Chris. They got to slip up at some point. And it looked like it was going to be the South Carolina game. They found a way to win that. Maybe they lose in the SEC championship game, and that's where the loss comes. But navigating an SEC schedule and for them to go undefeated, I just think is going to be too hard to do. And like you said, the key really is that this game is in Austin. Texas has been disappointing this season. They were the preseason number 1. All 3 of their losses have come on the road. And 2 of their losses were against Ohio State and Georgia. So I think we get caught up sometimes because Texas was so hyped up in the preseason, because 2 of their losses have come on the road to maybe the 2 best teams in the sport, that maybe we just think they're better than what we all think. We're just so quick to judge Texas because Arch hasn't lived up to the hype. They haven't lived up to the hype. I think they're live in this game. I think they probably win it. I would love a 3. I'd be all over that with the Horns, but I think A&M's finally going down this week.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're going to get to 3. It feels like everybody's solidly planted their flag in the ground at 2.5, and you're not going to get any more. So if you do like Texas, as you do, PJ, I think money line is probably the play there. Just play the money line and count on Texas pulling off the upset. I think if you're sold on A&M and you feel like you said, an undefeated team has to trip up at some point, if you believe in A&M and that the trip up was the first half against South Carolina and they were able to survive it, then you've got to be willing to lay the 2.5 on A&M going into Austin and solidifying themselves as a top 4 seed, a spot in the SEC championship game, and all that will follow from that undefeated record. This one being played on Friday night, Black Friday game, 7:30 kickoff Eastern, 6:30 Central in Austin. There are other massive games in the college football world that we have to get to. We'll do that. We'll also start to take a look at the Monday market moves around the NFL slate as well. So much more on the way. In for Joe O and Sammy P today alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Don't forget, you can listen to Bet Sweats and the entire BetMGM network live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Really important if you are traveling somewhere for Thanksgiving this holiday weekend. You're going someplace in backwoods, who knows where. And you're like, how do I listen to the BetMGM network? I don't know what affiliate they're on. How am I supposed to find it, PJ? Real simple. Download one of those apps that you probably already have anyway, and take the BetMGM network with you all weekend long. Stay up to date on all the latest line moves, everything going on from a college football, NFL, and college hoops perspective, with a ton on the slate every single day, all weekend long. Download the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, or Odyssey apps and make sure you find the BetMGM network. Taking a look at some Monday morning market moves here on Bet Sweats alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P today. There are still a handful of games. We ripped through some of the big ones, PJ. We'll get to the NFL Monday market moves at the top of the hour here. But let's start with your guys. The Tide, Iron Bowl at Auburn. Bama's won the last 5 Iron Bowls and 11 of the last 14, PJ. But those 3 L's, they all came at Auburn. Another Bama L. Are they out of the CFP most likely with that third loss? A win, they're in. And in the SEC championship game. So, PJ, 4.5, 5.5 point spread. The market's got a little bit of a spread on it right now for Bama at Auburn in the Iron Bowl. I'm going to ask you to remain neutral, PJ Glasser. How are you handicapping this one?
I hate this game, Chris. I hate it so much. I'm so scared. I mean, Auburn would be the only play. They would be the only play in the game. Look, I think just as sports fans, if you watch college football, you just know that when the Iron Bowl is played at Jordan-Hare, it's always close, man. You know, there's always wacky, crazy, nutty stuff, and these games always come down to the wire. I had a buddy text me, though, yesterday, Chris, and I got to, do some research to find out if it was true, but he said it was, that in the Iron Bowl, when Bama's played Auburn, they have never lost when they have been ranked and Auburn has been unranked. So, they only lose to Auburn when Auburn's a really good team. When they're ranked, that's when they lose those games. But when Auburn's unranked, Bama tends to beat them, which is crazy. So I think Bama probably wins a close one, but I think you have to take Auburn plus the 5.5. And you should never tease college football. That's something that people generally know. I mean, how can you not tease this game? Up to 11.5. Bama's just not winning this game by double digits. They're not making it easy on themselves. You go back and you look at kind of all their road performances this year. Every time they play, even going back to DeBoer's time at Washington, he really doesn't blow out teams on the road. All these games are close. They come down to the wire, and I don't think this game's going to be any different. It's Auburn's Super Bowl. If they win it, they become bowl eligible. And a wrinkle to this game, Chris, is they started their true freshman Deuce Knight in that game against Mercer last week, who's a terrific athlete. And they're saving all these packages and all these different run designs that Bama hasn't seen yet, right? They have so many wrinkles and so many things up their sleeve that they're just going to unleash in this game. So I think Bama's going to win. I think it's going to be close. They probably win by a field goal, but Auburn's definitely the play, plus 5.
I'll poke a small hole in your friend's text. It's not never, but I went back as far as 2002, so 23 years before I could find a win by an unranked Auburn team against Alabama in the Iron Bowl. That was in Tuscaloosa, too.
There you go.
At Jordan-Hare, an unranked Auburn team beating Alabama. I'm going to have to sit here and scroll for a while longer before
Maybe
I
that's
find
what it was. Maybe it was at Auburn. Yeah, it's been a while, long time.
So, sorry. This is very unintriguing for folks. Yeah, you know what? I think that's the qualifier we needed to look for, as I just spent the last few seconds scrolling back through this thing. At Jordan-Hare, Auburn, as an unranked team, has never beaten Alabama. So there you go. There's your qualifier.
Yeah.
That's
so.
But would it shock
Crazy.
us in this the
No.
year of chaos? I don't think it would shock us. I tend to side with you that 5.5 is just a little too heavy for me. I wouldn't take Auburn in the points because I think anything can happen. It's the Iron Bowl. Bama could run away with this thing and it wouldn't shock me. But Auburn could also pull off the upset and it wouldn't shock me. The one thing I would not do in this game is lay the points with Bama. And I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to me being comfortable laying the points. I do think it's going to be fascinating, not to get off on a tangent here because we have other games we want to get to. But we had a conversation off air earlier during one of the breaks about Kalen DeBoer's future in Tuscaloosa. And that sounds crazy at first blush because it's like, well, wait, Bama's a playoff team. They win this game, everything's fine. SEC title game appearance, all that. Steady footing for Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. But if they lose this game, and like we said, anything's possible in the Iron Bowl, it does make you wonder how hot the seat would get for DeBoer going into next year. And there are people at other programs, including my alma mater, who continue to hold on to this pipe dream of maybe we could snatch DeBoer from Alabama. And that coaching carousel that we're talking about, everything's in play. We're talking about Lane Kiffin going to a conference rival if he gets paid enough to LSU. I wonder if an Iron Bowl loss would push Kalen DeBoer out the door, maybe even up north to State College.
Certainly could. I mean, look, if he loses the Iron Bowl and they miss the playoffs his first 2 years, I think you're looking at year 3 for DeBoer in Tuscaloosa kind of being what this year was for Brian Kelly at LSU or Napier in Florida. Like, going into it, if you don't make the playoff, if you get off to a slow start, you could be fired midseason. And as a coach, you want security. You want to feel like you have some room, some wiggle room there. And certainly if you go to a place like Penn State that would welcome you with open arms, that's still a terrific job. Like it wouldn't shock me if they lose that game. So if they win the Iron Bowl, go to the playoff, DeBoer's staying and Penn State can look elsewhere. But if he loses and he knows that his seat will be hot, I think there's some Penn State boosters, administrators, maybe getting his ear and be like, hey, you can come with us. We'll give you 4 or 5 years to get this thing rolling. And I think that would be an interesting thing to watch in the offseason.
I think in particular, AD Pat Kraft at Penn State would be much more interested in going out and getting a big name than what the older alumni base is now pushing for in Happy Valley, which is keeping interim coach Terry Smith around. Terry's been a part of the fabric of Penn State football for decades now. You saw him wearing the Joe Paterno 409 pin on the sideline the other night. He has fully embraced the idea of tradition at Penn State, and it's starting to get some results. You saw the players holding up higher Terry Smith signs on the field after that win over Nebraska. The momentum is pushing in his direction. It would maybe give Pat Kraft an opportunity if DeBoer were really available, although I think he's probably cast an eye towards Brian Hartline at Ohio State right now, their OC, to maybe pivot in that direction. Wouldn't have a lot of older alumni happy, but something to keep an eye on. Again, that's the coaching carousel. Maybe a conversation for a different day. Other big games to talk about. Number 7, Oregon at Washington, laying 6.5. Another road favorite that needs some help to get into a conference championship game. Oregon could still get in the Big Ten championship game. Granted, it would take a massive upset win by Purdue over Indiana and an Ohio State loss against Michigan, which we'll get to in a second. But a loss, I think, is the more interesting question for me, PJ, regarding Oregon. A loss could put them on the CFP bubble or maybe even knock them out of the conversation, given how the SEC 2-loss teams play out the final weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Certainly that win against USC was big. They kind of needed another ranked win. But since Jed Fish has been the head coach at Washington, they've only lost 1 game in Seattle, and it was to Ohio State. It's a really tough place to play. It's a rivalry game. Those two schools do not like each other. And now that we're getting 7, Chris, again, like so many of these games, it's really just about the number, especially when you're talking about rivalry games, home dogs. I just think 7's too many. I'm still not sold on Oregon. They're talented, no question. But But this is going to be a tricky game. Washington is so different night and day when they're at home to when they're on the road. So I think getting this type of number with them +7, and I don't feel like there's enough of a boost or there's enough of an adjustment for making Washington games when they're at home as opposed to on the road. So I like the Huskies +7.
Yeah, still some 6.5s out there if you like the Ducks and think that number is good. One more that we got to talk about: Ohio State, Michigan in Ann Arbor. 4 straight wins by the Wolverines in this rivalry. Ohio State needs the win to go to Indy for the Big Ten championship game, short of both Oregon and Indiana losing. Michigan can actually still get into the Big Ten championship game with a win and a loss by either Oregon or Indiana. 11, anywhere from 10 to 11.5. This number has got a pretty big spread as well. Is this the year Ryan Day gets off the schneid against the Wolverines, PJ?
I think it is, but it won't be easy. There's going to be a point in this game where we're all watching and we're going to think to ourselves, is Michigan really going to do this again, right? Are they really going to beat Ohio State again? So because of that, there's no first half line that's available, but I think I want to bet Michigan like first half, maybe even first quarter. With Ann Arbor is going to be rocking. That place is going to be jumping. Michigan players are going to be fired up. And Chris, let's not forget about Michigan, right? They win that game. Maybe they have a shot to go to the college football playoff, only having 2 losses and then getting that win against the Buckeyes. So obviously a massive game. They know that if they win, they give themselves a chance. And I think it's going to be close early. And then Ohio State kind of pulls away late and just wears them down. 10 feels about right. That feels a good number. Don't want to bet that. But I think like Michigan first quarter, first half is an angle I'm looking at.
This thing has made some moves, though. 10.5 in a lot of spots. You mentioned the 10 at BetMGM, down from where it was yesterday when you got a few more points on Michigan. The one thing to keep an eye on, Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith, are they going to play in this game? You would think they will push to do just that. If they don't, and Ohio State still wins in Ann Arbor, you might as well put the Heisman in bubble wrap for Julian Sayin and ship it off to Columbus, I think, because it would be a massive win for them. And without 2 of his top wide receivers, it would sort of cement that Heisman win for Sayin. Coming up next, after a wild Sunday slate in the NFL, we're going to start to turn the page toward Thanksgiving and take a look at some Week 13 market moves on this Monday morning here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network and wherever you may be in the world inside your Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. And on YouTube, just search the BetMGM Network. This is Bet Sweats. Chris Mack in for Joe O and Sammy P all week long here on Bet Sweats, accompanied by my man PJ Glasser. Today, there's plenty of college hoops, and it gets started in just about 2 hours. You've got the Players Era Festival happening in Vegas. You've got the Maui Invitational in, well, Maui. So plenty of games to look at there. We might touch on a couple of them coming up in about 20 minutes or so here on Bet Sweats. Lightning bets, our favorite plays of the day, coming up before we wrap up. But continuing our look at Monday morning market moves, but shifting to week 13 of the NFL, PJ. Let's start with the Thanksgiving Day games. And we talked both the Packers and Lions earlier, right off the top of the show. Packers got a win yesterday, but I think it was a valuable question you asked. Did they win that game or did J.J. McCarthy lose it? The Lions, by the hair on their chinny chin, got away with one in overtime against Jameis Winston and the Giants at home. Packers, Lions laying a field goal at home in this one, a rematch of the Packers' resounding Week 1 victory that had us all asking a million questions about the Lions. But as I mentioned earlier, the Packers have just one road win this year over a team with a winning record, and it was in that primetime game in Pittsburgh where Tucker Kraft took over in the second half against the Steelers. Obviously, we know no Tucker Kraft. I think that's, I don't want to say it's flown under the radar, but that's been a story that probably hasn't been talked about as much as it should be in the Packers' difficulties on offense over the last several weeks. They were without Josh Jacobs yesterday as well. Be curious to see if Jacobs is back for Thursday afternoon. And just in general, if the Packers can do anything close this week in Detroit to what they did Week 1 against the Lions at Lambeau.
Yeah, no question. I mean, such a big game. It's crazy, Chris. These two teams are playing with the records of 7-3 and 1 and 7-4, and neither team's leading the division, right? So again, the Bears, man, just keep finding ways to win games. Talked about it a little bit earlier, though. I mean, this is just, for me, is like classic NFL, and I think this year has shown us more than any other. It is a week-to-week league, right? As soon as you think you know one thing about these teams, they can just do a complete 360 and look a completely different other way. So with the Lions and how they've looked the past few weeks, certainly struggling against the Eagles, should have lost to the Giants yesterday. That game goes to overtime. And the fact that they're only a 3-point favorite at home, the Packers dominant win yesterday against the Vikings. But again, Chris, like the offense for Green Bay just still doesn't look right. And I think the Lions defense, I think they were looking ahead a little bit to this game, right? Knowing what a big game it was. So because it was such a sandwich spot in between the Eagles and the Packers with that Giants game yesterday, and you have the Packers coming in, riding a high, playing really well. The Lions coming off a game where they didn't play all that great. I think -3 is a nice buy here on Detroit. I don't think we get a 2.5, but man, would I love it with the Lions. I think 3 is a nice bet though. So I like Detroit here at home. I like a -3.
Yeah, I'd love a 2.5 as well. I get the feeling that as we get closer to Thursday morning, we'll probably see a little more money push this towards the Lions and probably get a hook at some point. So I would jump on Lions -3 for all the reasons you just laid out, chief of which is the questions about Green Bay's offense. Even if I think the only thing that slows this, PJ, maybe taps the brakes on a move to 3.5, would be if we get definitive word that Jacobs is going to play in this game. But even that, I don't think is enough to keep me off of Detroit. If it got to 3.5, I myself might tap the brakes and go, okay, maybe not. But at 3, I like the Lions, especially at home against this struggling Packers offense. So I tend to fall down on the same side as you on the Thanksgiving Day opener at Ford Field. Afternoon game on Thanksgiving will be in Dallas. Cowboys hosting the Chiefs. Cowboys have won 3 in a row on Thanksgiving, for what it's worth. And look out, here come the Chiefs. Not necessarily as pretty as it's been in past years, but they finally got a 100-yard rusher yesterday in Kareem Hunt. And I think that's the most important factor for me here, PJ, is that while they have Mahomes at their disposal, and we know what Mahomes can do late in ball games, they've also got the ability to control the ball game a little bit more with a run game. And that's something I know Dallas has gotten better against the run since their trade deadline moves, but I still think it's an opportunity for the Chiefs to control the pace in this one. It's 3.5, and I don't like laying the hook on the road. But if I were forced to make a decision on this one right now, I would probably go Chiefs. I'll be curious to see if we get some money come in on Dallas being the home dog on Thanksgiving that pushes this to 3. So I might wait on this one to see if we get that. If we do get Kansas City laying only the 3, I would probably jump on that.
I would agree. It's the same way I felt about the Colts game. You know, at 3.5, I don't want the Chiefs. At 3, I like the Chiefs, and it's for exactly what you saw yesterday, where the 3 get the push. Just because, I mean, we know how Kansas City operates, man. 3.5 with them is so important. I mean, they win so many games by 3 points. I think a money line play with Kansas City is probably the way to go. You know, if you want to, like, you can parlay together like Chiefs money line with maybe Ohio State money line or something like that. Get yourself close to even money. So that was what I did with last week. Was I got in on the Lions yesterday when they were -10.5, and when the Chiefs were -3, and I parlayed the money lines together. It got me close to even money. Now both games were a sweat. Both games went to overtime, but we did get there. So something like that. It's just one of these games where the way I'm approaching the Chiefs, Chris, is it's almost like there is some fan in me as well, where I'm like, you know, I'm going to bet the Chiefs, and if they lose, then honestly, like, great. Like, I don't want the Chiefs in the playoffs, but I think they're going to win all these games, and I think they're going to find a way, and I think they're going to find a way to get it done too. Dallas is much improved, and again, I think they can cover this spread and keep it close, but I just think Kansas City finds a way to win the game.
The nightcap on Thanksgiving, Bengals, Ravens in Baltimore. It's 7 almost all the way across the board, although I do see a 7.5 out there. This is all based on Joe Burrow and what he looks like, assuming he's going to play. They'll get Jamar Chase back from the 1-game suspension, but T. Higgins presumably out. A nasty collision with the ground with the back of his head yesterday. He'll be in concussion protocol, and I have a hard time believing he clears by Thursday. So what is Burrow working with? How much rust, as Jason La Canfora mentioned earlier when we had him on, does he have to shake off? And do you feel comfortable with the Ravens laying a touchdown or more given their offensive struggles? I mean, it's a bit of a dogfight yesterday for 2.5 quarters against the Jets before they finally got a Derrick Henry touchdown run in the third quarter to kind of give themselves a little breathing room.
Yeah, I already bet the Bengals plus 7.5, Chris. And I agree with Jason that I think maybe they're live in this game, especially at the number you're getting, plus 325. I think that's worth the sprinkle. All, you know, the next couple days leading up to this game, all people are going to want to talk about is Burrow, whether or not he's going to play, his availability, is Higgins going to be in there, those kind of things. And not enough's being talked about Lamar. And he just does not look like himself. He's not healthy. Like, you just watched him the last couple weeks against the Browns and the Jets. He's not himself. He doesn't want to run. He's not accurate right now as a passer. He's not confident. Their offensive line's not blocking. They're a mess right now offensively. And these games against Cincinnati are always close. The Ravens have found ways to win them the last few years, but these games are coin flips, man. They come down to the wire. I mean, all these AFC North games the Ravens play usually are. So if you give me 7 with the Bengals or with the Steelers, in these kinds of games, it's probably going to be a similar spread when the Ravens play Pittsburgh next week, probably 6.5, somewhere in that range. I like the Bengals. If you can get a 7.5, they're still out there. Definitely grab that. But still at 7, I think Cincinnati's a good play. I do think we're going to see Burrow. And I think this game's going to be close because, again, that Ravens offense right now just does not look very good.
Yeah, we'll see if the Bengals defense is a cure-all for that. They have been for several teams this year. You feel like your offense isn't getting much done, and then you get a visit from Cincinnati, and it turns things around for you, maybe even if just for one weekend. Before we get to the Black Friday game in Philly between the Eagles and Bears, this is a very important question, PJ. Thanksgiving is always marked by the attached post-meal nap. I'm sorry, it just is. Even if you're locked in on a game, I'm sorry. The tryptophan hits, no matter how much turkey you had, your belly's full, maybe you've had a drink or two, and you doze off in the recliner or on the couch at grandma's house or wherever it may be, and you miss a little bit. So, first question is, when is Thanksgiving dinner served in the Glasser household, and does it make it appropriate for a post-meal nap? When do you get it in?
So usually when that Cowboys game is kicking off around like 4:15, 4:30 is usually when dinner is served with the game playing in the background. And then, this year is obviously different with the Ravens playing the night game. I'm probably going to be, like looking forward to that I don't think I'll get my nap in. So this year is obviously a different circumstance. I tend to just get my nap in, though, if anything, like middle of the Lions game for the most part, or like towards the end of the Lions, like somewhere in between there. I'm usually, once that Cowboys game hits and then dinner is served, I'm normally pretty good after that. So I think if anything, you're looking at like an early day nap on Thanksgiving.
It's tough because these are 3 really good matchups on Thanksgiving. Yeah. It doesn't really give you, typically for me, it's like second quarter of the afternoon game, usually the Cowboys game. I nod off. I wake up. Dolly Parton's dancing around in hot pants, and it's like, whoa, she shouldn't look that good for how old she is, but she is. Why am I all of a sudden intrigued by Dolly Parton again? Anyway, side note, that's usually when the nap comes in, is the second quarter of the Cowboys game. But Chiefs-Cowboys, I don't know when that's going to happen this year. I think it's as much a part of the Thanksgiving tradition as the turkey and the football is getting that little doze on the recliner in at some point on Thanksgiving. Black Friday, you hole up, you get ready for a whole lot more football, including the NFL, who has now taken over Black Friday afternoon as well. 3 Eastern kick in Philly between the Bears and the Eagles. Eagles laying a touchdown against the 8-3 Chicago Bears. They've won 8 out of their last 9. But again, we talk about one of these NFC North teams like we did with the Packers, not having a great track record on the road against decent teams. The Bears, 2 road games against teams with winning records were resounding losses. Week 2, they got waxed by Detroit. Week 8, they lost by a couple of touchdowns at Baltimore. The Eagles maybe reeling after that loss in Dallas, blowing a 21-point lead. I'm sorry, I'm just not comfortable laying a touchdown with the Eagles in any scenario right now, even against a Bears team that may be 8-3, but I'm not totally sold on.
I agree. I can't get there with Philly. I don't really want to bet the Bears either. But Chris, to me, my fear is that, do you remember when the Colts played the Chargers and the Colts got off to a great start this season and the Chargers were favored in that game? And a lot of people were betting the Chargers because we weren't sold on the Colts. And that was the game where we're like, okay, Indy's for real. A lot of us aren't sold on the Bears right now. But I'm worried that they could just like mess around in a game like this and maybe find a way to win. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh, maybe Chicago's like actually decent. And then maybe they fall off after that, But like you said, the Eagles, that's just not an offense I want to lay 7 points with. I think the play is the Bears team total under. because I think Caleb and the offense struggling is the thing I feel the best about. Philly's defense is playing very well. They're going to be at home. And this Bears offense, I know they played well against the Steelers yesterday, but more often than not, they do look really sluggish at times and really bad. So haven't gotten a number with that yet. I'm thinking, it's probably going to be like 17.5, 18.5, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe 19.5. And I think Bears team total under probably the way to go. Because look, the Bears could lose a game, 17-14 or somewhere in that range. But I think their team total under probably the play I'll go with.
I do think it's interesting with the +7 being just a little juiced right now. If we get to 7.5, would we make a move on the Bears? And I might think about it. I might give it a good, long, hard look if it gets to 7.5. I still don't know if I'd be in on it, but I think that move might be coming by the time we get to Friday.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It honestly strikes me as one of these games where I think the Bears win outright or I think the Eagles kill them, Like, I think it's one of those in-betweens. Yeah. Like, I don't really see a game where the Eagles win by 4 or something like that. I kind of think it's like a 27-10 kind of game, or it's like a Bears 21-20 upset, somewhere in that range. So that might worry me. It was like last night on Sunday night when the Bucs went up to 7.5, and I thought, ooh, now we're getting Tampa at the hook. I didn't bet it, and thank goodness I didn't. But I just worry about, like, sometimes they give you that hook, and it makes you bet it, and in reality, It's just like there's a reason why I went to 7.5.
The one other interesting thing I will keep an eye on going into this game as we start to get player props posted, I would presume on Wednesday, Thursday, is we've all been waiting for Saquon to get right. The Steelers averaged almost 5.5 yards a carry on the ground against the Bears as they were missing their entire starting linebacker core. That's something to keep an eye on, too. Saquon props going into this one. He may have a chance to get right. We'll take a look at some other Monday morning market moves in the NFL, plus anything else we missed, including a ton of college hoops today, next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Doing our best to stay ahead of the line moves and get you ready for all of this weekend's action, both college football-wise and NFL. Back into some Monday market moves in just a second. Don't forget, if you missed anything, that's why the Odyssey app has that rewind function, and you can always get Bet Sweats in podcast form wherever you get your podcast. Just search for the BetMGM Network, and we've got you covered. You can always watch the show on YouTube as well. Just search for the BetMGM Network. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser today, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Some college hoops already underway today with more games to tip shortly. This is such a great week for sports viewing. Like, as much, PJ, as I love March Madness, obviously, and I'm a big fan of that first weekend in October when you've got wall-to-wall baseball plus a bunch of football as well, and you've got the NBA and NHL starting up. This is a fun week too, man, because a lot of people, they've got a few days off maybe. They're headed somewhere. They're going to relax a little bit. Not only is there a ton of football, there's some hoops thrown into the mix as well.
Oh, it's the best. I mean, really, everything's going on except for baseball. I mean, you truly like if you got a sport, man, everything's going on right about right now. And for football, these games mean so much. And outside of March Madness and, the conference tournaments, this is like the best time of year in college basketball with all these games, all these great matchups. And not only that, Chris, but like the times that these games are starting. I mean, we got Rutgers and Tennessee tipping off in 90 minutes. It's just, it's fantastic. Games all throughout the day. I love it.
Well, if nothing else, the Mets fans can feel like they still have something to complain about, maybe, if they're not happy with the Nimmo deal to Texas for Marcus Semien. I don't know. Mets fans always have something to complain about, so why not throw that into the mix even on Thanksgiving week? But we got through the Thanksgiving and Black Friday games for the NFL. Let's turn our attention towards the Sunday slate and some lines there that are of interest. Let's take the 49ers-Browns game out of the mix, maybe, as well as the Rams-Panthers game, because we have not seen the Rams and Panthers play tonight yet on Monday Night Football. We've talked about the AFC South a good bit. We did earlier with Jason La Canfora. Massive game in Indy this weekend. Texans, Colts. That one at about a field goal or field goal and a hook spread, and has, again, massive implications for the AFC South. A chance for the Colts to give themselves a little breathing room in the division with the Jags and Texans nipping at their heels, or a chance for the Texans to insert themselves back into the conversation with maybe, I'm not sure what the CJ Stroud status is, but I imagine we'll get him back.
I mean, yeah. So the Colts just moved from a 3.5 to a 4.5 point favorite. So I think the initial thoughts is that maybe Stroud isn't going to go potentially, but we'll see where that line moves over the next couple days. Even Chris, to be honest with you, I'm hoping it's Davis Mills, because then we'll get an even better number with Houston. And I think I'm going to like them plus the points in this game. That was a tough loss for Indianapolis yesterday, man. I mean, they had the Chiefs. They had them. They were coming off their bye. They played a great first couple quarters. They couldn't get Jonathan Taylor going, and they still should have won that game. So now they come back home and a massive game. Again, the Jags are 1 game back. Houston's 2 games back, and you haven't played these teams yet this season. So AFC South is wide open. I kind of think you can make the argument that right now the Texans might be the best team in that division because of how damn good that defense is. And we know they won it the last couple years. So getting 4.5 with Houston, they get that mini bye playing on a Thursday against Buffalo. In no rush to bet it, Chris, because again, the quarterback uncertainty. If it's Stroud, and let's say this line goes back down to 3.5, that's fine. I'd still probably lean Houston. But man, if it's Davis Mills, we can get a 5.5, maybe even a 6 with Houston. I would like the Texans in that spot. So I'm definitely leaning towards Houston in the game.
There's another interesting one in the AFC South. Look, the Titans are a disaster. They're a dumpster fire. They're headed for the first overall pick. But they get the Jags at home. These two haven't met yet, and I'm by no means going to imply that maybe the Titans catch them by surprise. Jacksonville has been Jekyll and Hyde, though, this year. A win over the Cardinals yesterday and a emphatic win over the Chargers the week before, but that was coming off an ugly come-from-ahead loss on the road at Houston, a sketchy win over the Raiders the week before that. We're going to get to another Jekyll and Hyde team here in a second, but maybe two Jekyll and Hyde teams in a big matchup Sunday afternoon. But the Jaguars, I don't know if there's a team that more embodies what the second tier of the AFC playoff picture is about more than the Jacksonville Jaguars, because it's not even just week to week, PJ. It's literally quarter to quarter and drive to drive. You get something different from the Jags. All that being said, I think as long as you don't push me to a 7 here, I'm okay laying the 6.5 on the road at Tennessee.
See, I would actually lean the other way, Chris,
Okay.
with with it being a divisional game, and when Trevor Lawrence is your quarterback, and I have no idea what he's going to look like on Sunday, and with all the turnovers that he could have, I mean, he made some bad interceptions in that Arizona game, and they still found a way to win. And Tennessee's actually starting to cover some spreads now. I mean, that was the joke for the last year and a half, is the Titans would never, ever cover a spread. They just covered another one against Seattle yesterday. So it was at 7. It's down to 6.5. It's a divisional game. And in games like this, when you got a team like Jags, it's feeling all the pressure, knowing that they got to win. We just saw Houston go in there. Same thing, 6.5-point favorite, divisional game. They only win by 3. I could kind of see this being the same type of thing. So I want to see if this line goes back up to 7 at all this week. If it doesn't and stays planted at 6.5, I kind of think that's telling you the Titans are probably the right side in the game, that they can keep this thing close.
Yeah, it's like I said, the second tier of the AFC has become so many teams are just Jekyll and Hyde from one week to the next. Like I said, one drive to the next in some instances. And I don't know if any two teams encapsulate that maybe as well as the Jaguars as the Steelers and Bills, who meet in a late afternoon kickoff in Pittsburgh on Sunday. The Bills started strong. Then they had that loss to the Patriots, an ugly loss in primetime in Atlanta. Seemed like they were getting right against the Panthers and a nice win against the Chiefs. But since then, it's been ugly loss to the Dolphins, win over the Bucks with Josh Allen figuring in on, 6 touchdowns. Then the ugly Thursday night loss to the Texans. They get a little bit of a mini bye, and you've got Sean McDermott close with Mike Tomlin coming into Pittsburgh against a Steelers team that, you want to talk Jekyll and Hyde, was looking decent to start the year. We mentioned it off the top of the show, 4-1 to start the year, but have never been favorites to win the AFC North because everyone could see what was coming. They are 2-4 since that 4-1 start, and it's been very much the same. It's been an ugly loss to the Bengals on Thursday night, led by Joe Flacco, who'd only been there for about 72 hours. An ugly loss to the Packers, led by Tucker Kraft in the second half. And then all of a sudden, they're like a revelation. They force 6 turnovers and get 6 sacks against Daniel Jones and the Colts, and they look like they're right back in it. Then they look terrible against the Chargers. Then they bounce back against the Bengals. Then they look terrible against the Bears on offense. This is a Steelers team that you never know what you're going to get. And this is not a homer take. This is just a realistic idea on what the Steelers have become and maybe what the Bills have devolved into as well. One week it's one thing, the next week it's the opposite. The Steelers getting 3.5, and that hook I think is really important in this one. Getting 3.5 at home against the Bills, I lean Pittsburgh. Not based on any actual evidence from my eyeballs other than the fact that they just seem to do this under Mike Tomlin. Ping pong back and forth between, they may actually make some noise too. Oh my God, they're a disaster. And this week would be they might actually make some noise week.
I mean, the Steelers, a lot of people talk about betting the NFL as like the stock market, right? Buy low, sell high. Like that's the Steelers. Whenever they're at their lowest, that's when it's time to buy. Whenever that's their highest, that's when it's time to sell. And like you said, the Bills are kind of the same way. So Both of these teams coming into this game off of a loss, but you said it, Chris. I think anything north of 3, Steelers are the right side in this game. And you would know better than me. I don't feel like Buffalo really ever plays in Pittsburgh. I feel like anytime these two teams played recently, like the games have always been in Buffalo for the most part. We haven't seen Josh Allen go into Pittsburgh all too much here recently. Yeah, man, that's a big game. And we were talking about this off air too. Could you imagine if the Ravens would have beaten Buffalo in week 1? Bills were 6-5. Ravens would have had that tiebreaker. I mean, how much would be riding on this game even more than it is? So, I mean, the Bills probably are going to be in the playoffs, but we were looking at their schedule down the stretch. I mean, there's still games against the Patriots on the road. You still got to play the Eagles. You got to go on the road to Cleveland, which is never easy against that defense. So got some tricky games, including this one. This game, Chris, gives me a lot of vibes to what that Eagles-Cowboys game was this past week, right? Where it was 4.5. Now it's 3.5. I would not be surprised if this game closes at 3. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers pull off the upset. So I'm with you. I lean Pittsburgh here plus the 3.5.
Yeah, there's still a 4 out there. There's still a 4.5. I think the interesting number is, as you mentioned, given the Bills' schedule down the stretch, our producer Zach looked it up earlier in the show. Like you said, we were talking about it off the air. And I think the Bills to miss the playoffs are better than 3-1. I think I have that number right.
I think
So I mean, it's a massive number for the Bills to miss the playoffs. We had all these questions for the last 2 months, really, about the Kansas City Chiefs. And, oh, my God, could you imagine the AFC playoffs without the Chiefs? When in reality, maybe the conversation should have been about the Bills, given some of the ugly losses they've had. I don't know if this would count as an ugly loss. I think a lot would depend on the way it plays out. I mean, do the Bills go into Pittsburgh and all of a sudden the Steelers' defense does what they did to Daniel Jones? Look, I'm not comparing Josh Allen and Daniel Jones here. That's not a fair comparison. But, you know, if they force Allen into some of those mistakes, which have started to bubble up to the surface again in his game, and they actually do something with those mistakes. We've seen the Steelers score touchdowns off of turnovers, directly off of turnovers, multiple weeks in a row now. I think it wouldn't necessarily be an ugly loss based on the opponent, but if it goes down in an ugly way, then all of a sudden that number on the Bills to miss the playoffs is going to shift in a big way. You might miss the opportunity if you think the Bills could stumble down the stretch. Like you said, they've still got a game against the Bengals, and Burrow will have shaken off the rust by then, we presume. They've got to go to New England, to Cleveland against that defense that had 10 sacks yesterday against the Raiders. They've still got Philly on the schedule as well. It's not out of the realm of possibility if the Bills lose this game that they do miss the playoffs.
No, without question. I mean, and again, they've already lost the tiebreaker to Houston, a team you could be battling with for that playoff spot. They do have that win over the Chiefs, which could loom large, and the Ravens. So this really kind of is that make or break game, I think, for the Bills in terms of making that bet, Chris. Like, I think if you make the bet for them to miss the playoffs and they win this game, you're probably going to lose. But if they lose this game, drop to 7-5, same record as the Steelers. If the Ravens win, same record as them. Chiefs win, same record, right? The Jags, I mean, like all these teams, then all of a sudden you start playing that game and maybe the Bills, maybe they do end up missing the playoffs. So, yeah, this is one of those big-time swing games for that market. And with the Steelers being equally as much in desperation mode, I think certainly Mike Tomlin, right? That was a tough loss yesterday. But Monday morning, you come into the facility and you said, all right, boys, here we go. You want to make the playoffs? It starts now. Buffalo at home this week, Baltimore on the road next week. Like, it's time to go. So big 2 week for the Steelers. Rodgers should be back this week. I like Pittsburgh plus the points.
One other game I wanted to bring up on Sunday. The Cardinals travel east to face the Bucs. We would presume without Baker Mayfield. I mean, he's standing on the sideline last night with a sling on his left shoulder. Jacoby Brissett against Teddy Bridgewater. Cardinals are getting 2.5 on the road. I don't know if that's enough to push me to the Arizona side, but we mentioned these injuries are piling up for Tampa. And if this thing gets to 3, I might start to think about it.
I would agree, man. That just feels like a stay away game for me. You can't take too much out of what you saw against Teddy last night because the Rams defense is great. He just kind of got thrown in there. They were down a bunch of points. That pass rush could kind of just tee off, right? So you give them a full week of practice, develop a game plan. And Tampa can run the ball pretty well with Tucker and White, and I think they're going to lean on that a little bit. So, yeah, I'm with you. You know, for a game like that, especially if Teddy ends up playing, it's just all line dependent. You know, if I get a good number where I feel like the market is over-adjusted too much, I'll probably be on Tampa. And if I feel like we're still getting a decent price with Arizona, then I'll be on that side. At 2.5, it's a stay away. But if we get down to like 1.5, I could see myself being on the Bucs.
So there is plenty of college hoops, as I've mentioned. We'll go inside a couple of those lines coming up next. And also, we got to get you our favorite plays of the day. We'll do that before we wrap up here. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P on Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in just a second. What are our favorite plays of the day? It's a Monday, so we're trying to jump in on some of these lines before they get moving, or maybe as they move to a more advantageous position, especially on Thanksgiving Day games, college football and NFL-wise. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. A lot to get to, including Monday Night Football. And I've mentioned it a couple times throughout the show, PJ. It's a big week for college basketball as well. Some big games being played. You've got the Maui Invitational officially getting up and running, the Maui portion of it anyway. The Players Era Tournament out in Vegas as well. A ton of stacked teams out there. Any college basketball that's catching your eye as we get ready for, tip is just a little more than an hour away in some of these games.
Yeah, look, that Players Era Festival, there's a lot of NIL money going to these teams, so that's why there's so many great teams and games that are being played out there. Some of these other tournaments, like the Battle for Atlantis and the Maui Invitational, which are normally really great, fields on paper aren't as good, but we still should get some good matchups out there. But for the Players Era, I'm excited for this Iowa State and St. John's game today, Chris, because I think a lot of people are going to see Rick Pitino as a dog on a neutral floor at +2.5, and they're going to take St. John's. But their guard play, their perimeter defense is just not what it was last year. They don't have a true point guard, and going up against Iowa State and their defense, I think that's going to be problematic. That total is also interesting. It should have a good pace to it. But with two teams that aren't the greatest shooting teams in the world, and are two defensive-minded teams with defensive-minded head coaches, 157.5 does feel a little high. So that total also caught my eye. Not a game I think I'll bet, but just something that's interesting. A couple games that I do really like tonight, though. I love Oregon. 2.5 at BetMGM. There's some 3.5s out there, and the line's coming down. So if you can still grab 3.5, certainly do that. I think a lot of people are going to see Auburn nearly beating Houston, and then they're going to see him as an unranked Oregon team, and they're only laying 2.5 and feel like that's an easy bet. Look, there are certain teams and certain coaches that just are really good on neutral floors, and Dana Altman and Oregon have always been terrific early season in these type of games, and I think they're a great bet tonight. So I think Oregon wins that game. I like them against Auburn. And then Chris is a Bama fan. I can tell you that in these neutral site games, when Bama plays these marquee matchups, and we've already seen it against St. John's, we've seen it against Illinois, we're going to see it again tonight against Gonzaga. When they play teams that want to run with them, and Gonzaga's going to want to run, first half over is always my play that I make in these games. It's always 51-47 at halftime, 50-48 at halftime. It's just awesome ball in the first half. And I think you get that again tonight. So 84.5 is the first half bet, which I think is going to shy away some people. You're like, need both teams to get into the 40s. I'm telling you, we're going to get both teams into the 40s tonight in that first half. So Bama Gonzaga first half over. I like that. I like that play as well.
You could give me a first half total in the 90s, PJ. I think I'd be on it in that one. It's funny, two of the games you mentioned are two that I had circled too, and the totals, much like what you mentioned, are the angles that I had. You mentioned St. John's and Iowa State. It started right around 160.5. It's come down over the last 24, 36 hours or so. It's now sitting at 157.5 at BetMGM. There's still a 158.5 out there that I'll probably jump on because I, like you, expect both of these teams to play a more defensive game, and that just seems like a big number for these two teams facing each other. I was surprised when I saw it as high as it was. And then Gonzaga and Bama later tonight, total 177.5. I'll take the full game over. This is a race to 95. It feels like you said, these two teams are going to run. They're going to score a ton. And so I feel pretty good about the total on that one as well. Don't forget to get them all inside the BetMGM app waiting for you. Go get there and get your bets in now. And while you're in there getting your bets in, make sure You download Bet Sweats on whatever platform you use to get your audio, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio. We are there for you. All right, lightning bets aside from the college hoops, PJ. I know you're itching to lock in a bunch of Thanksgiving Day bets. What do you got?
Oh man, I'm very excited for the NFL. You want to go NFL or college, Chris, or we start with one? What do you want to do?
Whatever you want to do.
All right. Well, let's start with the NFL because we only got 3 games on Thanksgiving Day. There are some lines moving. I mean, we were talking during the break, and I'm like, man, lines are down to 2.5. Chiefs are down to 3 at some spots. So I'm going to have a bet on every game, and I like the numbers on all these games. Lions -2.5. Like that against the Packers. I think that goes back up to 3. Too much of an overreaction, Chris. I think of what we saw yesterday with Green Bay defeating Minnesota pretty easily, the Lions struggling against the Giants. I think Detroit was looking ahead, and I just think that game is more about J.J. McCarthy. Outside of really like 2 games this season, you could argue he's maybe been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. And going up against that Packers defense that's much different at Lambeau than they are on the road, I like Detroit -2.5. Now that we're down to 3 with Kansas City, I just feel like it's the same handicap as yesterday against the Colts. 3.5, I'm good. Now that we're at 3, I'll take the Chiefs. I think they're going to find a way to win that game. And then the Ravens and the Bengals, 7.5, 7. I think Burrow's going to play, even if he doesn't, I think even with Flacco, I think Cincinnati covers that number. All week, people are just going to talk about what the Bengals are going to, what if Joe Burrow's going to play, what Cincinnati's going to look like. We're not talking enough about the Ravens offense and Lamar, and he just doesn't look right, and he's not running, and Derrick Henry doesn't quite have the burst that we're used to, and he can't get any of those big gains on the ground anymore. So divisional game, I think Cincinnati keeps that close. I like the Bengals +7. So those are all the Thanksgiving games I like. And then in college football, I like Auburn +5.5. I think that's too many points. I like Washington +7.5. I think that's too many points. And on Friday, Georgia Tech and Texas, I like as well. A couple of underdogs. I think Texas wins outright. I think Georgia Tech keeps it within the 13. So, Chris, that time of the year, that week of the year, my friend, I'm going to be on a lot of dogs this week in a lot of these divisional games and a lot of these rivalry games.
Dogs are barking.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the college angles, I'm going to go the opposite direction of you in a couple of those games. Georgia, okay. I'm going to grab at 12.5 before that thing might climb any more, because I feel like it might, especially given Georgia Tech's ugly loss to Pitt on Saturday night. And A&M, I'm going to grab at 2.5 before that thing gets to 3 on the road against Texas. I don't know what to do about Ohio State, Michigan, because it's sitting at 10 right now at BetMGM. And I feel like we might get another move before Saturday. People coming in on Michigan, knowing that they've had Ryan Day's number. There are injury questions at wide receiver for the Buckeyes. I don't want to screw this up, though, and lose the 10. So I might get in on it at 10 and save a little bit more if it should come down under 10. If it gets to 9.5, I might smash it. But I'm going to start with a little bit at 10. Where I can get it, including at BetMGM, and then wait to see what happens with that line. If it pushes back up to 10.5 across the board, maybe even more, I'll feel good about what I have. If it gets down under 10, like I said, I'll jump back in on it a little bit more. As for Thanksgiving Day games, you mentioned the line moves that we're seeing on some of these. Detroit down under 3 now in a couple of spots, -2.5 to the Packers. Big fan of that one. Give me the Lions under a field goal in that one. Feel really good about it at home against a Packers offense that is struggling to find anything. We don't know about Josh Jacobs' availability. So I'll take the Lions laying the 2.5. And then Cincy up to 7.5 in some spots. So I think, look, if you get Joe Burrow, then you got in on a really good number in a divisional rivalry game. If you don't get Joe Burrow, if for some reason it's Flacco again, I know Flacco is turning back into a pumpkin, and that would have me worried. But give me the 7 and the hook, and I'm a little more comfortable with it. Is there a chance the Ravens could run away and Flacco could do some stupid things? Sure, that's always a possibility. But I would feel better about it at 7.5 and we might lose that. It's definitely not getting any higher than 7.5 unless we get definitive word that Joe Burrow is not going to play, which I can't imagine we would get before Thursday night. So I'll take Cincy at 7.5 right now, and I'll go into it saying, hey, you know what? Even if it's Flacco, I'll hold my breath and hope for one.
I like it. I think that's a good number on that Bengals game. And then again, an idea that we were kind of throwing around. We were talking about that Niners-Panthers game earlier in the show. I think a teaser with San Francisco and like Philadelphia on Friday. Or again, if you want to tease up Dallas or you want to tease up Green Bay, you want to tease down the Ravens, something like that. But that's kind of just how I feel with this Niners game. 7.5, I don't really want to lay that with the Niners. I don't really want to take Carolina either. I think the teaser is probably the way to go. And then I think I might look at Bryce Young, longest completion over 32.5 yards. I think against that Niners defense, it doesn't get much of a pass rush. I think we could get an explosive play or two out of Bryce tonight. So I think that might be the prop I'm looking at. Tet McMillan over 5.5 receptions at plus 120. I think it's a nice bet as well.
Yeah, it's 7.5 across the board now on Carolina. No 7s left out there. I don't think we'll get any more of a push on that one before kickoff tonight. I'm back and forth. I'm waffling on the Panthers at 7.5, so I'll probably stay away from a side, and I'll probably just go in on my Christian McCaffrey receiving yardage prop. 43.5. Again, 10 games. He's hit that 8 times this year, and twice he only missed that number by a couple of yards. So I think with the Panthers being a little more susceptible through the air than on the ground on defense, I think it's a big Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle kind of game. So I'll take McCaffrey over 43.5 receiving yards. And probably, to be honest, take a look at the Kittle number as well, which last I checked was sitting at, make sure I have the right number, 54.5. And he's hit that in each of the last 2 games. So some receiving props for the Niners against the Panthers on Monday Night Football tonight. PJ, it's been a joy, my friend. If I don't talk to you, have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too, Chris. Always good seeing you, man. Happy Turkey Day. Hope to talk again soon.
Absolutely. We'll be back tomorrow. Kate Constable in with me. For David Dykstra, Brian Gertz, Zach Kroll, and our entire team here at the BetMGM Network. Thanks to you, this has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.